My girlfriend, they're all still friends. Yeah. That's that. I'm here for the right person. But except it's my company. Yeah. Still small. But I'm not going to be able to quit business. Because I got that was my first one. The very first one. So, stay with friends. Okay, no. I think we'll do this. I know. Oh, you're probably in your final scene. Yeah. That's it's not that go. I'll take yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah. So that's oh, excited. I don't know what that's like. I'm like, I could put anything. Like, I'm good. It's kind of like here. There in the downtown. That's what I saw. Honestly, but I would also forget. Yeah. So I guess yes, that's a good line to sit on there. Here's both my questions doing promos that are so loud. Oh yeah, because it's fun. That's it. Change the sign. Come here. Yeah.
Just to make Jim fucking Miller. Here we go. UFC 300. We've been talking about this forever, man. To be here on Fight Week, just what does it feel like?
It's some of it's another good card. I mean, I've since the Apex and the Coke and all that stuff, I want to go outside the Apex once. So it's awesome to be on another card. So yeah, have a bunch of fans in town. Look over at the T-Mobile and being like, okay, we'll be the, in a big arena, a big crowd. This sport was made to in front of fans. Yeah, it's just definitely different energy as a fighter that I feel. There's positives to fighting, here, small place, in and out. But I do really miss the big crowd. So it's awesome.
And we've asked you about the records and these things so many times, but you've always said that what means more to you than any of that is the respect of your peers. And to be on a card like this with all these fighters, if you're backstage, it's crazy when you're just looking around and seeing faces. You get feeling that respect from like others talking to you and talking to you and just calling.
Well, I haven't bumped into anybody really yet. Since I've been here, I got it like last night. So, but yeah, like I've. Honestly, I feel like I've received nothing but respect. That means a lot to me. Because I come in here at a fight week. I step into the octagon, trying to carry myself to a set of standards. We all deserve. So it's not easy. It's not easy all the time, right? But, I respect everybody that I've stepped across, the octagon from, because I know the things they go through. This is not an easy work. It's not a lifestyle. It's not easy to do. A lot of sacrifice. I know that everybody else does the same thing that I do, and I think we're more that kind of gets made out of the drama and the bickering, right? Sells. So you look at, reality TV and all that stuff. That's what sells. But it's something special. Something special. To this. I can't let go of that. So I try to promote as much respect as I can to everybody who does it.
And just any chance, last one, I know, sort of, but if you win this fight too, you're more happy than you've been in years, so that's probably a thing to consider one.
For me, the biggest thing is how teams go, right? Fight night there's always challenges. You spend country, you go into an athletic, against trying to take your head off, injuries can happen. But for me, the thing that's going to force me out, if it does, hopefully, I can fight until I want, right? Is the ability to camp, get shape and ready and healthy to perform on fight night. And I feel like I've got things in. I've got a great team, great coaches, so I don't like making mistakes, and secrets for me to get to the fight. And it's really kind of simple at this point. Stay healthy, be in shape, not things.
FM, this story of you 100, 200, 300 has been basically following you since the moment you left the cage at UFC 200. Is there kind of a part of you that's almost sad? This is like the combination of that trilogy in a way. The story we're asking about it every single time.
I mean, yes and no. It means I hit a goal that I put it on myself, and it was a challenge. I think I started reaching on this card in 2020, maybe 2019, something like that, right? And we're here, and performing. And when I first started talking about it, it was like, okay, maybe I'll drag myself to that card, right? Because that's kind of what I was doing for UFC 200. I was having a really rough time in 2015 in early 2016. It's like, man, let's get through 196, and I'm gonna tell tell Joe Silva and tell everybody that I want to fight on UFC 200. So that was kind of the idea. It's like, hey, let's see if I can drag myself to 300. When I first started talking about it, was a different place than I am now. I feel like I got like 4 parts to his career. Like the pre-Lyme career, Lyme disease, like coming out of Lyme and trying to figure out how to make this shit work as a, being over 35 is a lightweight, which is essentially like the kiss of death. And now having figured it out, have the right people around me, and yeah, it's cool to be here, and I'll be happy when there's questions that don't involve me.
UFC 100. Now you're fitting Bobby Green and really prime event matched up. He's been fighting fourth. Been fighting almost as long as you just not in the UFC. So you're quite happy to pass Bobby Green chapter.
Listen, I understand stuff, right? Like I said, this is a typical thing that we do. When they first his name was like, is this fight? It's just the Tony Khabib, right? So it's not fight day yet. So, unfortunately, we've had to deal with that in the past. But listen, he's an awesome fighter. I've watched him for years. I've had the opportunity to train for him 3 times prior to this. So yeah, it's a guy that's been around for a while, a guy that I got a ton of respect for. I'm excited to fight.
Given that you've had multiple trainers specifically, has he evolved much, or is he pretty much the same fighter?
I think he's definitely evolved. I think he's 37 or something like that too. Age sucks. Get more age, especially as a lightweight, right? Being a 4-year-old lightweight, like being a heavyweight. So he's changed. Changed it well, and honestly, the way that I approach this stuff now is I focus even less on style, great head movement, but he's still a man. He's still a fighter. If I hit him hard enough, get him down, if I wrap my arms around him, he's going to go unconscious. So it's definitely a different fight than it could have been 10 years ago. Both different fighters, and that I can't beat the guy that I was 10 years ago. Moved on. So it's a fun fight. It really is. I'm out.
I see you repping the UFC 100 jacket too. I'm sure you don't. You're bringing that stuff out. That collection is pretty special, but is that
I don't know. This is the first time I've ever worn it. I pulled it out of the closet. And had to pull a little dog hair on. But it's a 15 year. This week, and I'm underneath this thing because it's hot as hell. And funny enough, the fighter we're getting UFC 3. But nobody else on the card has got this puppy. Like, you got my name in it too, and it's still wonderful. Oh, it's an XL. It's huge. I don't know why they gave me an extra large.
that way? And you said that you're talking. It's on your mind. The nature of this event. For these think about it, what's been the highlight of your career?
That's a really tough one. I don't know. I think there's one moment to really hang it on. it's there have been those fights, those performances where it's like, yeah, you know, like obviously Joe on fight was be a part of. It's like if I close my eyes, hear the crowd in between rounds. Especially it's in between because I get such bad like tunnel vision that like I can't hear anything while I'm betting. And then you know some of the performances they were awesome and sharing, you know, being able to share events with getting my kids to come to a fight, which was not easy, you know, since I was older. The older ones before, you know, like especially at that time in my career where I didn't know how long I was going to be able to fight. So I wanted to make sure that if they all got to go to a fight, you know, like they had a lot to go together. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think it might be better. It might be better that way. That you know, like I've had a lot of really cool moments. You know, and yeah, over the years it's tough to pick. So we'll go with that. Yep.
In a few years, the UFC were to call and say, "Hey, what role would you like at a UFC 400 if you're not fighting?" Have you thought about what you would want?
Not yet. No. Yeah. You know, I'm still sitting in the fun seat. You know, getting to do the cool stuff. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know. Maybe Ricardo.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Obviously, another big fight for you, facing another former world champion. What does kind of this matchup mean with Jessica Andrade for you?
Mais uma primeira luta para você, enfrentando mais campeã. O que significa para você enfrentar a Jessica?
Enfrentar a Jéssica, para mim, vai significar uma nova chance pelo cinturão. Então, acredito muito que vencendo ela, o cinturão e vai me dar essa oportunidade mais uma vez.
I think that facing Jessica will mean to me another opportunity to have a shot at the title. I think that winning this fight means that I can ask for a shot at the title, and that's the meaning that I ask for.
Yeah, and the timing is obviously perfect. The championship fight on this card. How do you see this whole thing playing out? How do you think you win your fight? And how do you think this championship bout goes between that and Xiaonan?
Toda essa luta perfeita, você tem uma luta contra ela agora, no mesmo momento que a luta pelo cinturão está acontecendo. Como é que você vê isso na tua cabeça? Você vencendo essa luta, como é que isso aconteceria?
Acredito que é o momento perfeito, estar nesse grande card, estar contra uma ex-campeã e tendo a chance de já descobrir a nova campeã do peso de palha. Acredito que tudo está indo da melhor maneira possível. E independente de quem ganha ali no cinturão, vou chamar uma garota.
I think the timing is perfect. Being in this great card, facing a former champion, actually getting to know who is the strawweight champion, that everything's working out great. And what I know is, regardless of what happens, we call that a champion's fight.
Right here, kind of going off of that, obviously UFC 300 is a big milestone for the company, but you personally, was it important to be on this card, considering the fact that the title is later on in the event?
Obviamente, o UFC 300 importantíssimo para a organização, mas para você, importante estar nesse card justamente porque o título está sendo disputado mais para frente no mesmo evento?
Também é muito importante eu estar nesse card, junto com a disputa de cinturão. Mas acho que a minha maior alegria de estar nesse card é que eu fui uma das escolhidas e acredito que por merecimento de grupo, sabe? De mostrar quem eu sou, a atleta diferenciada que eu sou dentro do octógono. Então, acredito que por isso eu estou nesse evento e a Liga do Cinturão é a cereja do bolo. Então, tá tudo perfeito.
I think, yes, being in the card at the same time that the title fight is actually happening, it's very important, but also to be in this historic event, I think is rewarding, and I think it's deserving. That shows that the company looks at me in the merit of, you know, the fights that I put out, the output that I do. So it's a pleasure to actually have this opportunity, and also I think it's the icing. The title fight is like the icing.
If you have a preference of which fighter you would like to challenge for the title?
E alguma preferência de qual das duas lutadoras você gostaria de desafiar para o cinturão?
Acredito que a Ian seria um nome melhor, porque eu já venci a Xiaonan. Então, eu daria chance a ela se ela se tornar campeã de uma revanche. Mas, independente, eu quero só a minha chance pelo título.
I think Xiaonan would be the best option, obviously because I faced her. I would gladly give her the chance of a rematch against me for the title, but obviously any of them would be great to challenge.
And last one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal?
E a minha última pergunta é pensamentos gerais sobre o grande evento principal da noite entre Alex e Jamahal.
Chama, né? Acho que Alex Poitin tem tudo para vencer e pegar esse cinturão.
Sure, right? I think Alex has everything in his favor to win and keep that title.
Yeah, Marina over here. Marina, before your last fight, you had lost a couple of fights. I wonder, as an athlete, has it ever been difficult to keep up your confidence when things aren't always going as well in the cage with the results?
Antes da tua última vitória, você passou por duas derrotas e a pergunta é difícil para você? O quão difícil? Como é que é para manter a situação, para se manter indo para frente quando tem um revés?
Tivemos um período ali meio turbulento, passamos por momentos difíceis ali, e então eu não consegui lutar como eu sempre lutei. Então, eu digo que a cabeça não estava naquela luta, mas como eu estava lá, né, fornecia essas derrotas. Então, conseguimos consertar tudo que estava errado. Vocês puderam ver na minha última luta, na minha última vitória. Mostrei quem eu sou de verdade, a agressividade para buscar a vitória.
I think that it's about the moment that you're in, and we were going through some difficulties back then, and I don't feel that I was in that fight. Actually, even though my body was in that fight, I was basically providing, you know, these wins and kind of these losses. But I think we fixed things. We improved things. You saw who I am in the last fight. That was there. The aggressiveness was there, and always looking for the win.
There's several top fighters from Brazil in the strawweight division, yourself, Andrade, Lemos, Dern. What do you think it says about just the level of female talent coming out of Brazil that you have so many top contenders in your weight class?
Muito talento nos pares do Brasil. Você, Jéssica, você tem uma você tem a Amanda Lemos. Você, o que isso significa? Tem tanto talento dentro do Brasil nessa divisão.
Acredito que as brasileiras viram a oportunidade de mudar a vida e se você consegue situar ali tudo que você tem para se tornar melhor, você tem as chances. E é isso que está acontecendo. O Brasil está vendo essa oportunidade e está conseguindo roubar ali os melhores lugares da divisão.
I think that the Brazilians saw the opportunity to actually change their lives, and if you put everything out there, if you do the work, and if you give your all, you're able to accomplish things. And I think that's why you see so many Brazilians. And Brazilians have seen and seized the opportunity to conquer this division.
Yeah, sure. Right over here. Was there any hesitation taking this fight? I know you and Jessica do have a bit of a friendship, or at least there's a level of respect there as well.
Você hesitou em algum momento em pegar essa luta, porque sabe que você tem nível de amizade com ela, definitivamente respeito, hesitou para aceitar?
Respeito, mas apenas trabalho. Apenas trabalho eu e ela. temos nenhuma outra relação, apenas relação de trabalho. E isso faz parte do game, né? Se tu quer ser a melhor, você precisa lutar com todo mundo que estiver na sua frente.
Respect, yes, but it's a working relationship. That's what we have. The level of relationship that we have is it's very professional, and I think that's part of the game. If you want to succeed, you're gonna have to face everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys. Aleksander, welcome back. It's been a long time just to be in a fight week on a card like this. What a way to return, right?
Yeah, I mean, almost 2 years not competing, but to be honest, it doesn't feel like. It feels like for me 5 or 6 months. But yeah, what a comeback to have on the biggest card of the year.
Why does it feel like it's been only 5-6 months?
Oh, it feels great. I mean, those 2 years just put oil in the fire, you know. It motivates me a lot, and to compete and to win on Saturday night and to show the world, or to remind the UFC and the world that Aleksander Rakic is still here to claiming the title.
You were supposed to fight Jan in January, and that didn't come together. Is this a better scenario for you against Jiri?
I mean, of course, Jiri is better ranked, and I think the people want to see this match against Jiri. Me and Jiri had some back and forward beef on Twitter. So, and he's from Europe, I'm from Europe. He's living not far away where I live. So let's find out who the king of Europe is, and later on who the king of the world is.
Speaking of the king of the world, I mean, how do you feel you fit into this division if you come back with a win, title fight on this card? The champion has changed multiple times since you've been gone. What does a win here do for you in terms of where this division goes moving forward?
It depends how the fight goes. If I perform very well, like I used to do, could be that I will be next fighting for the title.
Obviously, Jiri's a big name. UFC 300 is a milestone, but was it also important to be on this card, given that the light heavyweight title is also the main event?
100%. You know, everybody is watching UFC 300. Also, though they're like soft MMA fans, they would watch UFC 300. So the whole world watching UFC 300, and what a way to have a comeback and to win on Saturday night. And to remind and to prove people wrong who are doubting on me.
You also mentioned you had a little Twitter beef with Jiri. Was any of that like legitimate or personal, or was it just trying to get him to take the fight?
I mean, he took it personal a couple of years ago, but I really don't care. You know, since Jan canceled the fight in January, I immediately called out Jiri and asked for February, and he mentioned February, March. And then I said, let's go February. And then he said he can go March. March I couldn't. So Mick Maynard made the offer, okay, let's do it in the UFC 300. And I was 100% in, you know.
Was it difficult to start and stop your camp so much and the change of opponent?
Not so much, you know. I'm a guy who loves to train. It's a lifestyle for me also, next to competing. And I've been training all over the year. So it was not even hard.
And what type of Jiri are you expecting? Because obviously when he fought Glover, a lot of people think that's one of the best fights ever. And then his last fight against Alex was pretty quick. So I'm curious, what type of Jiri are you expecting?
I mean, I'm expecting an aggressive Jiri, unorthodox like he used to be. And it's going to be a hard fight for me also and for him as well. Because he feels very good in chaos. And I'm a guy who can set the chaos and that's gonna be an amazing fight. Yeah, we will see how prepared he is for that fight, because I am.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamal, and also the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
The main event against Aleksander Hill, I just hope that Hill is 100% recovered. So I just hope that he don't take this fight on short, like on short notice, to just be a part of UFC 300. If this is not, we will have a stand-up battle, stand-up war, and may the best man win. You know, both are very good knockout artists, and it's gonna be fireworks.
What do you think of the BMF fight between Justin?
Oh man, this one is a banger. You know, I like Max. I love to watch his fights. I love also Justin. You know, the fights are exciting. If I can choose a winner, I would say Max probably. Yeah.
Alex over here. You're on the prelims of this card. Did that surprise you a little bit? I think a lot of fans expected this fight to be on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, we were supposed to be on the pay-per-view, but I really don't care. If I need to fight on the parking with Jiri, I'm gonna fight in the parking. You know, it's a fight. You know, doesn't matter where.
And I think it's going to be about 700 days since your last fight. I know it's been a while. It's been a long time you being off. Is there anything you're looking to show in the cage that maybe you've worked on over the last 700 days, and anything in particular that you sort of added to your arsenal?
100%. I mean, I've been working like the last 2 years next to the rehabilitation. I worked really hard to come back. I worked on all skills what I have, like wrestling, grappling, and striking. And I see the difference. I'm now 32. I'm getting in my prime, and the camp was amazing. I did many new things, good things, and be surprised on Saturday night to see the best rocket you ever saw.
Just last one for me. You talked a bit about training and adding some new things. Did you do any cross training, and who are some of the training partners you got to work with this camp?
I brought some young, hungry fighters from Europe, Serbia, Slovenia, Poland, Croatia, Germany. So I had many sparring partners, and they tried all of them. They tried to mimic Jiri Prochazka, and yeah, what really good. This camp was all about sparring, so we sparred a lot, and every sparring for me was a Shark Tank. So every round a new guy came in.
Alex, I'm curious with 700 days off, did you keep an eye on how the division was developing, or did you separate and take time just to recover?
No, I saw every important fight in the top 10, 15. You know, I've been getting my eyes on it and always communicated with my team and coaches. And man, this long layoff, like I said, it doesn't feel long, but you know, this just put oil into the fire. You know, this made me like so motivated, so hungry, and this is what I needed. You know, I'm more calm. You know, I'm a more calm person. I became more calm like the last, comparing the last 2 years and now, and more confident. And a calm Aleksander Rakic is a dangerous man.
And last thing for me, you said this would be for who is the king of Europe. So had a battle with Jiri been something that you had seen possibly that you've been looking forward to?
100%, you know. Me and him are in the top 5. We are almost the same age. So this fight need to be happened, you know, and the fans want to see it, especially the fans also from Europe, you know, to see who the king of Europe is. And then we claim the world, or I claim the world, let's say.
Rakic, just back there. Can you explain a little bit when you had said that Jiri is not a real samurai, and do you think that bothered him? Because it seemed to get the biggest reaction when he heard you had said that.
Yeah, I said he's a fake samurai because you know, you cannot become a samurai after just reading a book, you know, what he coach gave it to him, and live this spirit. You know, if you are a samurai, you need to live this for a long time and not for the last 2-3 years. So that's why I said he's a samurai, fake samurai. Thank you, guys. See you.
Arman, obviously a huge fight for you. These are the type of fights you've been asking for a long time. So to be here on a card like this, a name like Charles Oliveira, is this just kind of a dream come true?
Yeah, a dream comes true, and so excited, and to be in UFC 300 and to fight for the contender #1.
No doubt in your mind, no matter what happens in any of these other fights, if you win this the way you think you're going to, you're fighting Islam next.
Yeah, definitely. Dana White said this: we win this fight, gonna fight for the title, and I'm the next.
And of course, you don't want to think beyond this. This is a very difficult fight with Charles, but there's this kind of Islam saying he wants to fight June 1st. Would that even be possible to ask you just to turn around in 7 weeks?
I don't know. I can answer this question Saturday.
Sure. And just your thoughts on Charles and kind of where he is at this point in his career. A lot of people have vocalized that they think, you know, he quits in fights, he folds and things like this. Do you see him as that guy, or do you think he's, you know, somewhat different now?
No, how former champion can be like this. So he was a former champion. He defended titles, and the quicker guys can be a champion. So I don't think so.
Right here. Charles did an interview earlier this week. You know, he responded and said some of the things you said about him. You know, he's obviously limited and he takes backs really well, but nothing really else. Maybe he's not hungry, and he just kind of like called it bullshit talk. Do you think you are getting under his skin before this fight?
I mean, I gotta talk about him, you know, because he doesn't talk about me. I gotta talk about him. So I wanna like to get people to watch this fight more, and that's why I gotta say something about him.
So it's nothing personal. You're just trying to.
No. I'm just trying to get more fans to watch this fight.
And just two really quick ones for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Jamahal and the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
I want to say about BMF. I feel like Justin gonna knock him out first time.
What about the main event between Alex and Jamahal?
Main event is I don't know, 50-50, but to be honest, I didn't watch their fights because they're not in my division. I just watched a couple of highlights, and like 50-50. I don't know them very well.
Coming over here, you suffered your second loss inside the company in June of 22. It was a very close fight, but now fast forward to April 2024, you're about to fight Oliveira, potentially in the title shot after Saturday night. So, did anything change from that night to now, and if so, what changed?
A lot of things change. I'm getting better every day. I'm just 27 years old, you know. I'm learning every day new techniques, and I got a lot of experience, and I got 3 more fights after that, or 4 more fights. But yeah, so I feel like now I got better, and my striking is getting better, my wrestling properly, condition, you know, and also English.
Arman over here. Arman, right back here. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Good to see you. We obviously saw that you were training an American top team for this camp. Justin Poirier fought Charles Oliveira. Did he give you any sort of insight on him as an opponent? Did you get to work with Dustin at all?
No, I didn't work with Dustin because he had a fight before me. So, but our coach is the same, you know, and they already know what I gotta do during the fight, and what mistake did Dustin. I shouldn't do the same, you know, and we work a lot on it, and we watch all his fights, and we did good job. So I feel like this Saturday I'm gonna show good performance.
We saw Grant Austin in a photo with you. Who are some of your other training partners for this camp?
Yeah, a lot of sparring partners, and I don't want to like say one name because I have 10, 15 sparring partners, and everybody helped me, and thank you so much, ATT.
And I know Isaac Bulgarian mentioned to me in an interview. He's Armenian as well. He mentioned about getting to train with you at some point. Have you spoken to him at all? Obviously, he's a tough opponent in the featherweight division.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and we just text to each other, but I haven't seen him personal. Yeah, but if he wants to come to ATT, of course. Now I'm trying to bring as much as Armenian fighters in ATT and to train together.
And just last one for me. I know you like hockey. Are you going to be going to the Golden Knights game on Friday night? They're playing in Minnesota Wild.
If they invite me, yes.
Arman, what sets you apart from other fighters in the division? How do you plan to leverage those skills, etc.?
Say one more time, please.
What sets you apart from the division, and what skill set are you going to show on Saturday?
I'm gonna do my work, you know, what I was training so long, you know, try to be well-rounded, try to strike, wrestle, grappling. Like, I wanna be best on every positions, and I feel like my skills, that skills I have, I can strike, I can wrestle, I can grapple. So I'm gonna tell him what we're gonna do during the fight.
Charles invites you to the ground. Is that something going down on the ground with him?
No problem.
Arman right over here. Obviously on the card is your teammate Kayla Harrison. In Miami, you were asked that thing with the fans, and it became a bit of an issue. She said you guys had talked about it. Can you just explain a little bit, just from your point of view, what was going on when you heard it and just everything that happened?
Oh, what happened? We talked to each other after that, and she understood what I mean, and now we're good.
I know you spent a lot of your training camp in Russia, and you've been training under a three-time freestyle wrestling world champion. How much has that helped you level up your grappling and prepare you for such a high-level grappler like Charles Oliveira?
Yeah, in Russia is the best freestyle wrestling in the world, and train with them, it gives me, you know, I think the hardest training is a freestyle wrestling because they train like crazy 3 times a day, and yeah, it gave me to wrestle very well and to improve my condition, especially like wrestling condition. Погромче.
Извиняюсь, продолжайте в России. Самой большой точкой величия в дивизионе, если мы говорим о медийной составляющей, спортивной, является Кубок Магомедов. Чувствуешь ли ты в себе силу, что ты можешь быть зайти? Если да, то что именно для этого нужно сделать? And for our English-speaking colleagues, the question was about legacy that left in lightweight division Khabib Nurmagomedov, and if Arman feels that he can be integrated, if we're talking both of sport and media.
Еще раз на русском вопрос можно?
Если мы берем и спортивную составляющую, и медийную, то самое большое наследие в легком дивизионе оставил Кhabиб. Чувствуешь ли ты, что ты можешь его превзойти? И если да, что тебе для этого нужно сделать?
Ну, превзойти в этой жизни можно любого. Нужно сделать как минимум, как он, максимум еще больше защитить титул, раз, наверное, 6-7, и быть таким же достойным человеком, как он, и я думаю, что все получится. Но я не стремлюсь быть медийным, как он. Я хочу просто стать чемпионом и защитить пару раз этот титул. И просто доказать самому себе, что я могу быть чемпионом.
What?
На английском надо? They say in English? Так, что там на английском? Like, I'm confused. I don't want to be superstar like Habib. I just want to be a champion and defend a couple of times my belt, and that's it.
Up, guys? Cody, over here. Close that. Obviously, UFC 300, a pretty massive milestone for the promotion. You're on the pay-per-view, so I guess what are the emotions now that fight is finally here? You know, training camps behind you, and I just got the weight cut and the fight left.
Yeah, obviously super excited. You know, it's a special card. I started this sport as a fan. You know, I know where I was when I watched 100, 200. So to be a part of 300 is special. And camp's been good. It was a long camp. They called me before Christmas, so it's been a while, but yeah, it feels good coming down. And it went quick, actually. You know, sometimes camps can drag, but this one went pretty quick.
Do you like getting that much notice for a very specific opponent? Because that was, what, 4 or 5 months ago?
Yeah, it's like 16 weeks. I don't know. I feel like all my fights in the UFC pretty much have been pretty short notice, so it was definitely different. And trying to taper and make sure that I was not burning myself out super quick was maybe the toughest part. But I feel like we had it dialed in pretty well, and yeah, it was nice to have some notice. I could do some different things, bring some different people in, so it was good.
When they presented you with Bo, you know, given your background, your wrestling background, was that anything that excited you, or are you just a guy that's like, whoever they get, you know, I'm down to fight?
I mean, I'm definitely a guy that whoever they give me, I'm gonna fight. But I like to match up with Bo. I feel like I've said this before. I feel like catching him now is much better than catching him in 2-3 years when he has more time to kind of figure it out. Right? He's very green. He has a lot of unknowns, and it's my job to kind of see if he can answer those come Saturday.
Kind of looking at his last few fights, do you think maybe his opponents lost before they even entered the octagon, getting, you know, all the eyes on them and all the media they have to do, and, you know, all the fights, like, oh, how are you going to prepare for his wrestling, given that you also have a wrestling background, maybe you don't get that question?
I mean, I definitely still get that question, right? But it's I don't know if they lost before they got in there, but I do feel like they were happy to be there, right? They were just happy to be there, and I definitely don't have that mindset. And I bring things to the table that his other opponents haven't. So yeah, I can definitely kind of agree with that sentiment.
Have you had to bring in anyone specific to prepare for him, or like bringing old college like wrestling guys and kind of mimic him?
So I brought some wrestlers in. Garrett Lindberger, he's a Sodiq Yusuff's wrestling coach. He's a brown belt jiu-jitsu, 2-time D2 national champ. I brought him in for a couple of weeks, and then Nick Maximov, who was actually my UFC debut fight. I brought him in for a few weeks. So I had some good looks, some strong wrestlers. But you know, at Factory X, we have a lot of solid big guys. So I had a good camp all the way through.
Where were you for UFC 100 and 200?
I was at my house hosting pay-per-view parties, right, with all my wrestling buddies.
And the last one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main event and the BMF fight?
So the main event's pretty cool. You know, Jamahal Hill and I fought on a lot of regional shows together. We actually held the same regional belt, so I've known him for a long time. And to have 2 Michigan guys on the main card of UFC 300 is pretty special. BMF title, obviously, you know, both those guys are legends, and I'm looking forward to it. I couldn't even tell you who I think is going to win because they both are so special.
Hey, Cody, go here. Quick question. You said to him that Bo's former opponents were happy to be there, and that's not your mindset. I'm just curious, what is your mindset if that's not it?
I feel like I'm a different problem for Bo to figure out. And, you know, obviously when I say I'm not happy to be here, I'm happy to be here, right? UFC 300, huge card, great opportunity, but I'm not just happy to be here, right? I'm here to win. I feel like I can compete very well. I feel like I've obviously had my ups and downs in the UFC. I've been a little inconsistent, so that's kind of why this fight's narrative is what it is. But when I put it all together, I'm a real problem for anybody.
Cody over here. How's it going?
What's up, brother?
Nothing much. Obviously, there's been a lot of sort of back and forth online. Is this personal at all for you going into the fight, some of the stuff that he said, or is it just another fight for you?
I mean, I always laugh when people say fighting's not personal, right? It's personal. You're trying to knock me on my underwear in front of my family. It's got to be a little bit personal. But no, I don't take it too much to heart. I feel like he's a very confident guy. I feel like that's one of his superpowers is his confidence is untouchable. And so you don't know what you don't know. The guy's never been hit in the face. So it's fun. Fighting's the best thing in the world when you're running through everybody, but it's a little different when you're the nail, and he doesn't even know how to react to that.
And you had to overcome a lot of adversity in your UFC career. I know it hasn't been that long. Like, how much will that pay dividends, just in the sense that, you've been in that spot, you had, a situation where you might not be back with the UFC. How much you're sort of feeding off that and like, look, I'm still here and still getting it done.
Yeah, one thing I'm happy about this fight, I feel like it's the first fight in a while that I'm not fighting for my job, right? And that's a huge pressure that people don't really talk about. And so to kind of be able to fight without that pressure is huge. And then, as my boy Dustin Jacoby always says, you got to go through it to get to it. And I've grown up in the hardest organization in the world. I've never ducked fights. I've never said no to fights. In fact, I probably stepped up when I shouldn't. And so that's kind of a reflection of why my record is what it is and where I'm at. But I do think it pays huge dividends. I've been the nail, I've been the hammer, and I'm excited to show that on Saturday.
Has there been any Bo fans in your DMs? I noticed that seemed kind of, like there's a lot of excitement for this, obviously, and I'm sure you're getting a lot of people saying you're going to lose or big favorite. Like, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of Bo fans have been in my DM saying I'm going to lose, and then even maybe some Cody Brundage fans have said I'm going to lose, so it's all right. But yeah, I'm just excited, man. I feel like I said, it was a great camp. I'm ready to put on a full performance. I still feel like I haven't put on a true performance that really shows my potential, and what better a spot than UFC 300.
Just last one for me. What's the vibe like in the gym right now? Brandon Boyle getting that big win a few months ago. You got Jonathan Martinez now fighting Jose Aldo. Like, there's a lot of opportunities at hand for the gym, and I'm sure you're sort of feeling that going into this fight.
Yeah, Factory X is a special place. I feel like sometimes a lot of these big gyms with a lot of UFC fighters are just buildings, and then you have your own separate team in there, and you figure it out. Factory X isn't that way. Our culture is we're a family, and so yeah, a lot of excitement for everybody, a lot of excitement for my boys and my teammates. We're all pretty close, and they're all blowing me up this week, telling me to get it started. So I'm excited for it.
Cody.
What's up, brother?
Double girl dad. How is Kingsley?
Kingsley's good, man. She just turned 3, which seems crazy. I feel like I don't know. I think it's corny. Like, people always say time flies, but when you have kids, it really flies. And so yeah, she's 3. My youngest will be 1 soon. So it's been great.
As of right now, you're the biggest underdog in UFC history. I guess, does that give you motivation?
I don't know if it gives me motivation. I think it's kind of funny. I talked to some of my teammates, like Rob Wilkinson, he's a PFL champion. I talked to Anthony Smith. I'm like, you think if I got booked to fight you tomorrow, you would be a bigger favorite than Bo Nickal? They're like, probably not. So I think, sometimes the odds are what they are, but sometimes I feel like it's just more a narrative of what people think. Because at the end of the day, Bo Nickal's never been hit. So for him to be that kind of favorite, it just seems insane to me. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but seems pretty wild. I know people think he's like the second coming of Jesus Christ in MMA, but I just don't see it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Cody.
What's up?
So this is a massive event, 300, list of huge fighters, and you're opening the main card. What does that mean to you?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I know I got a lot of flack for it. I think people forget that I just work here, right? I don't make any decisions. But yeah, I'm not going to apologize for it. It wasn't up to me, and just gives me a even better opportunity to kind of make my mark.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
Cody, Bo has 5 first-round finishes. There's not a lot to study. So in your preparation for this fight, what's the keys for focusing on you to be your best, because there's not too much to focus on Bo?
Yeah, Bo has a lot of first-round finishes. So do I. I think I have more first-round finishes than his previous opponents have combined wins in the UFC. So yeah, it's just me focusing on myself, really. As long as I show up and do what I'm capable of, I don't really need to worry about what Bo's got.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Cody here. Obviously, a massive fight week for UFC 300, big milestone. You're accustomed to big cards, so I guess. Well, what are the emotions now? Like, fight week's done, fight camp's done, just gotta cut weight and get in there fight.
Excited, and that sums it up. Excitement. All the hard work's been put in. We're here healthy, hungry, and motivated to go and perform. Open up an amazing card in UFC 300. I'm just grateful.
Well, I was going to bring that up. Dana announced that you guys are kicking off the card. Like, why? Were you aware of that before he said it on ESPN or whatever? And do you like kicking off this card?
This is first for me, fighting first on the card. But we're making history. There's never been a matchup in the UFC that's two former world champions kicking off of the card. So grateful for the spotlight. Grateful for the opener of the amazing card, like I said, with such amazing athletes, and also to draw people in early. They won't miss this fight.
And you both called for this fight. It's not always the UFC will book a fight that both guys want that far out. So when you called out Davidson and he called out you, was it just a matter of time before this was rebooked at the end?
I called him. He doesn't want this fight. So let's get that clear. It's a fight that's been in my mind for a while. Nearly 4 years ago. Honestly, I got COVID really bad. Go out and fight, focus on getting healthy. It's been, an uphill grind to get back to this point. Nobody's stuck true to myself, believing in myself through the ups and downs and adversity. What life throws at you, and everything comes full circle. And we're here to fight week. I'm more excited for this fight now than it was scheduled in the past.
Is that just because of what he's been saying or where you are in your career, or what makes this more fun? Because that original book was supposed to be a title fight. Now it's, you're kicking off this fight.
For me, it's a fight that I've wanted for so long. I had those feelings that taken away from me from COVID. To be back to fighting for a world championship. So those feelings still motivated me and give me such drive to this camp. This call out, this visualization of my last fight to call him out. Came up with a successful debut, win at bantamweight. And I feel good here. This is my weight. I'm here to remind everybody I'm the best in the world.
I'm sure people have asked you that. He's called you mentally fragile. He's called you this and that. Do you think he truly believes that, or is he just trying to sell a fight?
yeah, truly he's trying to sell the fight, and also I've been there. I've been there when I had to talk, where I was mentally prepared to go on there. I'm always ready to fight, physically, mentally. It's the biggest thing, that I feel like I really honed my skills. Work with the UFC sports therapist, Micah. And we've just been consistent since moving out here. It's something I never thought I needed to do. And some of my hardest sessions were going there with him. Overtraining, over sparring, over the grind, constant grind. It was always driving to those sessions knowing that I had to, open up about my thoughts, my feelings. I've never been one to express those, but he's helped out a lot tremendously. Not just my athletic career, performance-wise, but life as well. So be able to balance all that together, stay, engaged in moments, at times. So I feel like that is a huge thing that I work that's different. Nothing's different in my speed, my power, my vision. It's my mental fortitude that's been what's keeping me here and keeping me motivated, understanding this is what I would love to do. And I think that's what's really relit the passion and the love for the sport to the time in my life when I was in my career that I was kind of going through the motions, fighting the fight. I'm fighting because I want to fight. It's me being real and honest with myself and everybody. I'm so excited for this fight. This is a fight that I called and wanted. Going back to your question about Davis, I've been there where maybe he lacks a lot of confidence. Maybe he didn't prepare right like he needed to, so he's trying to get into the head game. That's maybe his how getting Cody's head on when this fight. And that's what he's going off of to be victorious on Saturday. He's gonna have a long night ahead.
And just last one for me, two quick ones that unrelated to your fight. Can I get your thoughts on the main event and the BMF fight between Max and Justin?
Main event, super excited for that. Jamahal, what a journey he's had to come back. Being a world champion, finally being a world champion, to the injury, to I've seen him at the PI, his rehab, where he's been just, diving at it, making one to come back, and they call him for the Alex fight. Look at his career. He's fought the who's who. He's a phenomenal athlete, phenomenal fighter. That's going to be an awesome main event. The BMF, we got Max Holloway, who's a fan favorite. I'm a huge fan of Max. And Justin Gaethje, it's just, I think he's really hit his peak in his career over his last two fights. And we spoke briefly on things that he's done to help get him catapulted to where he's at now. He's looked amazing in his last few outings. So that's going to be an amazing fight. Very well deserved for the BMF title.
Over here. Given that this fight was going to take place during the COVID time, now we're here 4 years later. What are some ways your approach towards this changed since then to now? If it changed at all?
So early on in the camp when I had to pull well in the fight, so we were just starting to study Gaethje. He was doing his thing at 25. Very good champion, he's having good performances there. So we were prepared for the best Davidson to date. It was good to see him fight at bantamweight. Get that we watched a lot of that fight. Got a lot of information and data that we have used all can. And use that in our favor come Saturday night.
And your last 6 fights in the UFC have all been in Vegas between the T-Mobile and here at the Apex. Now that the 7th to be here for 300 such a historic card, how has it been fighting here in the fight capital of the world, even putting in work here like you have been at the PI?
Las Vegas is an amazing place. It's growing so much. To be able to fight here in the fight capital of the world, it's always great. And now I call this place home. I raised my son here, so it's great to fight in my backyard. They pick me up from my house. I see my son, I see my dog before I go to battle. Going to battle, come home. And it's great to see going on bed. So it's nice to always fight in Las Vegas to live here as well.
Cody over here. Obviously, Davidson, a former champion at flyweight, fighting with bantamweights. What are the implications of victory here? Because with you being a former champion, that's got to count for something, taking out something like Davidson.
Davidson's a former world champion. Flyweight came up as ranked 8th in the division. I think ranks a bunch of bullshit anyways, but he's 8th, so he's in the rankings. That'd be 3 fights in a row for me. Knock him out on Saturday. Puts it right back to set up a position where I belong.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I know Uriah Faber, your good friend, is part of, I think, Davidson's management at all. Have you spoken to him at all, just when this fight was announced at all? Because obviously you guys have a long history.
Yeah, Davidson's been out, team out, trained. We have a lot of Brazilians that's trained with him, coached him actually, from Team Out. Actually, my training partner that I brought all camp, Alan Velasco, phenomenal guys here in the stand, hoping to UFC real soon. Trained with him, he's Brazilian as well, gave me a good look for Figueiredo. Yeah, so I mean, with Uriah, it's not too sure what he's doing with the management, company, but Uriah's been good. We talk, training comes out, we always touch base throughout parts of our lives. Moving away from Sacramento was really tough, but could be far from my son. I miss my team, I miss my coaches, and Sacramento was a place that I went out there at 22 years old, wanted to know as a pro, and I had a dream, and Uriah opened his doors for me and helped me out a lot. So I'm forever grateful for him and Team Alpha Male. I mean, it's been a decade of my life, and from 1-0 to world champion in less than 2 years with those guys. So Sacramento will forever be a huge part of my life. He's always been my friend. And he's rooting for me, giving me tips. I'm just excited for this opportunity.
Just last one for me. I'm sure you're excited to see Jose Aldo back in the division. That's a fight you've never had in your career. Is that kind of hitting your radar when you heard that he was coming back with a potential matchup? So you never got to see you two fight.
Exactly. Jose Aldo is one of the greatest fighters that ever graced Octagon, WC, UFC. It's funny because now I train with his good friend, longtime coach, Mateus Nickal, is my striking coach. So, I think that he would be a little, unwavering and want us to fight. And, I have so much respect for Jose Aldo and building the now team. I'm just excited for him to be back. It's an exciting fight for him to come back and fight Jonathan Martinez in his home country in Brazil. So I'm happy that Jose Aldo is back, but I'm looking forward to my fight against Davis Figueiredo on Saturday.
Cody over here.
Becoming a champion, it's hard enough. Trying to become a champion after doing a major reset is even harder. To Connor, Max, Charles Oliveira, getting to that championship is tough. Do you believe that we're in the midst of a winning streak that gets you to a title shot?
Trying to say this is a comeback? Yes. I think I've been here. I just kind of been, stuck my ways. I learned and to grow a lot. You guys saw me at 23 years old, 25-year-old world champion. This is my 20th professional fight, 15th UFC fight. So you guys watched me grow in this octagon. Honestly, it was easy to become world champion. That was easy. I was kind of strong. Now climbing up this mountain again, it's been a little bit rougher. Obstacles, adversity, and setbacks, but I'm blazing this trail. It's just a different trail along this mountain. So I'm excited. Like I said, I called these fights that I want, these fights putting back into title contention. This fight right here, motivated me and has been driven to go out there and perform. Definitely put the work in. And I'm excited that it's fight week. I'm healthy. I pray to God that Davison has prepared well. And he's ready for an action-packed fight on Saturday.
There was a lot of hostility between you and the current bantamweight champion over the years. Is that like a gigantic carrot at the end of it?
Oh, it's definitely. He's still the champion. It's my time to fight for the title again and regain the title, I should say. And I'm happy with that fight because that's going to be a huge pay-per-view draw. No other bantamweight in the division moves the needle like I do. I just got to focus on winning, and everything else will fall into place. Thank you, guys.
You can say here that there's no one's about. Nobody's coming in. How bad is it? Okay, nothing no one's like. Just in case. Okay, fine. I'm not.
Kayla, welcome to the UFC. I mean, you've always wanted to come here and make a splash. I don't know if there could be a bigger splash than you can make at the UFC 300. Now, fight week, media underway. How exactly are you feeling about this opportunity in front of you?
Thank you. Yeah, I felt great. I'm excited. You know, I've always taken big risks in my career, and this is the biggest. And, you know, UFC 300 versus Holm, new weight class, new promotion, legend of the sport. I'm all in. I'm excited.
You mentioned the weight class. I feel like probably everywhere you go this week, people say, how's your weight? How's your weight?
I know.
How is your weight?
What's on oil? No, I'm just kidding. My weight's good. Everything's dialed in. I have a superb team behind me. Eric Pena, the UFC PI, has been helping out. My chef and nutritionist Dar has been making ridiculously delicious meals. So I've been disciplined. I've been dedicated, and it's going to show.
And we hear fighters sometimes say, oh, that's the battle before the battle, right? Kind of weight for you. Obviously, it is a new weight class. Do you almost feel like once you've got those scales, it's like just time to have fun at that point? Then it's fight night, you put on the show and get the job done.
I mean, I'm already having fun. You know, like this is the hay's in the barn. The work is done. I get to do this. This is a thing that I chose to do. Like, I'm not sitting behind a desk. I'm not, you know, I don't know, a nurse. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. This is my job. I'm a fighter. This is what I chose to do, and I'm very blessed to do it. And even the shitty parts, you know, it's all a part of the journey, and it's all shaping me, molding me, and forming me into the best version of myself. So this is all fun for me.
After Holly, what do we think of her as the opponent welcoming you to this promotion?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's. I don't say legend lightly. You know, I think that it takes a special kind of person to be a UFC champion, to be in the top 10 for so long, to stay relevant and to evolve as much as she's evolved. She has a super high fight IQ. She's got excellent footwork. We know that she has a striking background, but she's evolved into a very well-rounded mixed martial artist, and I think she's probably the toughest test in the division for me. So,
Yeah, Pereira. Obviously, there are fight fans that only watch the UFC. They don't really watch other promotions. So I'm curious, have you noticed that a lot of fans already knew who you were, or have you had to kind of introduce yourself to fans, or anything like that?
I think it's a mixture of both. There's been a lot of warm welcoming, and a lot of people have shown me a lot of love, and a lot of people are like, who the fuck is that guy? So it is what it is.
What do you make of this UFC bantamweight division? Because obviously in PFL, this wasn't your division, like you said. So I guess how closely did you follow the UFC, this division?
I mean, I watched. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not a avid watcher. Like, if I'm not in the fight or if it's not a fight that interests me, I probably don't turn the fights on just because I got 2 kids and I'm in bed at like 9 p.m. every night. But I watched the division. I've been taking notice. I've been keeping my eye on the pulse, and they need a new queen.
Kind of going off that, I know Laura Sanko has said like you were what the women's division kind of needed. Something like this. So did you kind of feel like do you agree with that? Like, the type of fighter like you that is also can speak on the mic and fight like you do is what this division needed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that. Thank you, Laura. I agree 100%. I concur. Court is now in session. The queen has arrived, and Saturday night it's gonna be, my coming out party. Everyone's gonna be put on notice.
So we already planted the seeds with Rocky. You know, you kind of has to tweet back.
I mean, I get it. Look, I get it. If I were Rocky, I'd fight. What's her face too? Juliana too. Yeah. Of course I'd be calling for that fight.
And there's 2 last questions for me unrelated to your fight. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal and the BMF fight between Max and Justin?
Yeah. Well, I don't know Jamahal super well, but I've met Alex now, and he's a terrifying individual. So, I'm excited for that one. I think they both have a lot of power, so it's gonna be, somebody's going out. And same with Justin and Max. I don't know Max that well, but I've known Justin actually. He was one of the first fighters I met when I signed with the World Series. And he's just crazy, like in all the best ways. He's every fighter's like one of their favorite fighters for a reason. And Max too, he's beloved by the people and by the fighters, by all of the UFC staff. So he's a good human. It's hard you don't want anyone to lose that one almost, like it just sucks. But I'm expecting fireworks.
Kayla over here. Ready? Good to see you again. I was wondering, Ronda Rousey came out with the book. You obviously were on the judo team and obviously roommates. She talked about having concussions throughout her career. Were you aware of that or ever given a hint to that back when you guys were competing around each other?
I know that she had 1 concussion, but that's really, I can remember one time where I think she had a concussion at a tournament in Belgium, but that's the only one I recall. I wasn't her doctor, obviously. I was 16 and trying to stay alive.
To ask you about your career, how important is it for you to get that microphone potentially after a victory and kind of let everybody know that you are that new face to watch in this promotion?
I think it's more important to get my hand raised and to focus on that for sure. But I think you guys all know by now I like to talk a little bit. So I mean, I just go with the flow. Like the adrenaline is usually pumping like so much after a fight, it's hard to shut me up. So I'm excited to go talk some shit to Joe Rogan and let him know what's up. It'll be good.
Last one. In a dream scenario, does this UFC run culminate in potentially bringing back Amanda for that big title fight?
I mean, that would be fantastic. I think that, I want to fight the best. She's the GOAT for a reason, and I would love for her to come back and get pissed off enough to want to come back. So we'll see what happens. But first things first, Saturday night, Holm.
Kayla down here too, right? You gave a glowing review of Holly on there. That says what she's done in the sport. Are you happy to be thrown in at the deep end against such an icon of the sport so early into your UFC career?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a veteran now. I'm 17 fights in, and this is it. I don't want to be given easy fights or like I want to get in and I want to be UFC champion by the end of the year.
Kayla, over here. Okay. You're constantly being compared to Ronda Rousey, and I'm wondering, is that something that you're proud of or something that kind of annoys you, or maybe a little mix of both?
Look, Rhonda is a pioneer in this sport. She's the whole reason I'm sitting here today. So I'm not gonna take knocks at her or be insulted by it. I think the hardest part is that I'm my own person, right? Like I don't know. I'm my own person, so we're just different. But I have a lot of respect for her, and I'm grateful for everything she was able to accomplish in this sport and to help grow it for women and shatter ceilings. And now my job is to stand on top of her shoulders and continue to do that.
Hey, Kayla over here. So you are winner of Judo 2015 in Georgia, Tbilisi. And actually, can you talk about your transition? How good it was on you, like from Judo to going in MMA?
Yeah, it was a big transition, you know, to go from just being thrown and to getting punched in the face is it's a big change really fast. But to be honest with you, I love it. I loved everything about it. Being an expert at something, but a beginner all over again, and having to figure out a way to make those two come together was why I loved MMA. And I'm still learning every day, still growing, still getting better, still making changes and adapting and growing. So I always say that judo was my first love, but MMA is my real love.
And the last one, what's your opinion about Georgian judokas?
Oh my God, they're beasts. I love the Georgian team. They're awesome. I remember when I won the Grand Prix or World Cup, I can't remember what it was, in Tbilisi.
Yes.
There's a little boy, Nico maybe. I gave him my trophy. I would want to find out if he's still doing judo, because it was my tradition to always give my flowers and my trophy to a child in the crowd. So I want to know if he's still doing judo. But all the Georgian guys are like, Lipertiliani, he's probably my favorite Georgian judoka. Yeah.
Thanks.
Not too much. Your manager Ali had an interesting quote this week where talking about your star power. Yeah, he said you could be Ronda Rousey on steroids. Maybe not the best choice of words.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah.
The sentiment behind that comment, though, like in terms of your star power, do you kind of agree you can take things to another level here if you do the run you want to?
I hope so. I mean, that's the goal. I'm not comparing myself to anyone or anything. I'm my own person. I have my own path. I just try to keep walking it every day, one foot in front of the other. And the goal is not to be, look, of course everyone wants to be a star. The goal is not to be a star. The goal is to be a UFC champion and be so fucking good you can't ignore me. And then to use this platform to change the world how I want to, there's steps to it. And really being a star isn't a piece of it. It's something that I guess everyone wants to talk about, but I just want to be so good that you guys have no choice but to call me the queen. Okay, thanks guys.
You're able to do live streams on like UFC press conferences?
Mhm.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
That's
I
what
saw you doing it live.
That's what I think most of them do. Yeah, I just do it to stream or make it.
It might be easier. I'm doing all the downloading right now. Like,
That's what I was doing at $2.99, and then I'm like, oh shit, I can just live stream this whole thing.
I might just do that for Fight Night.
That's what I did for Fight Night. Literally last minute. Stopping, having to the cap. Now I invested in that. Now I can
That's smart.
So it's always using the entire time.
What do you do for audio?
I don't like it. I'm just like
some people kind of they're struggling.
What's up? It's up the ball over here. To your left.
What's going on?
How are you, man? It's obviously a bit of a break, but you're back. Huge card, fight week again. How's it feel to be sitting up there again?
It feels pretty good, man. It's good. Ready to get to Saturday, get in the cage, get my hand ready.
Yeah, you had the little interaction with Alex yesterday that kind of went around. What did you take away from that? Anything, or was it all just good vibes? You want your signature on your jacket?
Yeah, it was. I just took away the fact that appreciate him taking the time out to sign that for me. It was just something that I wanted to get from this week. You know, I'm just enjoying the time that, you know, I mean, just my time. You know, life is but a vapor, so enjoy it. This is a very special moment, very special card, very special week and fight, and I just want to take it in as much as possible.
And kind of along that theme, you've talked about your story and some of the difficult times you've come through in your life. To reach a moment like this, like, do you reflect and what you've been through, or do you do that after?
Yeah, that's something for after. Something, yeah, well, like you said, reflect on the job ain't done yet.
And just last thing for me, of course, endless speculation about the injury and the recovery and stuff. Do you remember the day during your rehab, whatever it was, where you got back in there and you're like, this feels right now, I'm ready to go towards the fight again?
I've been feeling like I was ready to go for a while, but I listen to the team, I listen to the doctors, and so I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that, for the simple fact that I've been ready to go since I got hurt.
When you get in the cage on Saturday, is that when you're only going to 100% get that confidence back in it, or is that not even lingering in your mind?
I can't forward that question from what I just said. But
fair enough.
I'm not only going to get 100.
So I'm talking about the mentality for this fight, right? You were the champion, you had to give that up through injury, you didn't lose that through a fight. So do you feel like on Saturday you're defending your title, or are you using this as an opportunity to be the challenger and climb to the top once again?
I just feel like whoever wins Saturday night is the champion. That's how I feel about it.
Obviously, when everyone talks about Alex and his fighting style, the calf kicks is something that comes up again and again. I saw you post something on your TikTok sort of talking about those and making light of it. Do you have a strategy in mind for those calf kicks, or do you think, hey, he has to worry about what I'm doing, not the other way around?
I have a strategy for everything. You should have a strategy for everything. You shouldn't get hit with anything. So, yeah, I plan on dealing with every weapon that he has.
Obviously, you got to talk to your friend Israel and Simon about Alex. How good a resource was that just to be able to call him up and get some tips from him?
That's an invaluable resource. Just be able to reach out, big at one of the best minds in combat sports, and have him who's had more experience with Alex than I think anybody that Alex has ever fought. So it's good. It's a great conversation.
Jamal over here. How's it going?
What's up, James?
The rest of the camp looked like it went really well. I know you train with a variety of different partners. Are there any names that you train with that maybe we don't know about that we should be knowing about in the gym?
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to get a shout out to my guy, Big Dog, Brett Martin. Brett Martin has been my secret weapon for my camps since I came into the UFC and since we linked up. He's a heavyweight. He's a big boy. He's another guy who don't get any love just because of his physique and things like that. People talk about my body, bro's body's pretty tough, but his abilities are unmistakable and they're incredible. They keep me sharp. I'm always able to bounce things off of him and learn with him and grow with him in the gym. Whenever he comes in and we're working, we get after it. And he knows me pretty well now, so he's able to actually shape out some other challenges and things like that for me. And yeah, he's been invaluable. I've also worked with a couple of the guys that were local from that fight for the bare knuckle, Mohawk Esteban Rodriguez, and Eric Lozano. Couple of times, they're tough. Esteban's tall, long, rangy, and he fights.
And speaking of Michigan, how close to having Cody Brundage on this card? You both used to fight for Lights Out or Lights Out promotion. Have you spoken to him this week?
I haven't seen Cody yet, but yeah, that is actually pretty dope. They asked me who I wouldn't mind being in my locker room. I tell them definitely Cody Brundage in my locker room. It's special. It's definitely special. Just that for me and him, because he was the last fight before Contender Series. He was on that card. We were on the same card before I joined the UFC. Obviously, I went on Contender Series and ended up getting signed. He went on Contender Series and was later signed. And Now, both on main card UFC 300 is it's wild. So yeah, that is pretty dope.
And just last one for me, not looking past Saturday, did you have kind of like a timeline of like how often you want to fight this year? Is it just about, you know, opportunities and location and all that? Like how do you sort of determine your schedule after Saturday if all goes well?
I haven't looked past Saturday, so I'm just focused, locked in on Saturday. I want to make sure I get the result that I want Saturday. That's the main focus.
To Malty, right? I noticed earlier you quoted Ecclesiastes saying that life is but a vapor. During this process from the injury now going into this fight, what do you feel like you've been taught most?
Even more so, appreciate the moments. Appreciate the moments. Just, it could have all been over. It really could have all been over for me. But there are athletes who have suffered this same injury who had to call it a quits on their hopes and their dreams. And I'm fortunate enough to now be in the time and was in a position to where the best medicine available was available to me. I was able to take advantage of that, use the resources to make my way back and come back in a time that people really just can't seem to believe. So,
Jamahal here. You already fought and won against 4 Brazilians. Alex Pereira is the 5th, and it's a big name out of Brazil right now. How was the experience to deal once again with the Brazilian audience on social media?
The Brazilian audience is different than Alex's audience, so it's been a different experience this time.
And I would like to know from you, if somebody told you 3 years ago that you would be headlining UFC 300, would you believe that? What would you think at that time?
Somebody told me I'd be headlining UFC 300 at the time. I believe it. I believe it because I know myself. I know the belief I've always held in myself. But it would have got me hyped. It would have definitely had me excited. You know, I don't know. I just always planned on being in these moments, being in this situation ever since I was a kid. Like you can even ask my dad. My dad is here right now. You know, just from the time I was a kid, I just always believed that whatever I did, I was going to be one of the best at it. For a time, it was football. For a time, it was basketball. Whenever I set in on fighting, I knew I would be here in moments like this, fighting for championships, and able to have the opportunity to put myself up there with the greatest names that ever do it.
I know there's a lot of talk about Alex Pereira's fast fights in MMA coming from the kickboxing team, but it was just in 2019 when you won a Contender Series contract, and this time last year you were originally supposed to fight in a Fight Night headline, and you got the short notice card fight Glover, which you won and became the first Contender Series graduate to be Southern Cup champion. So do you think people are kind of putting to the side your fast fights in this sport and to now ultimately headline UFC 300 as well?
I don't care. It's like that's not important at all.
Fair enough.
He's a great fighter. It's just that was his opportunity to show his greatness. His opportunity came fast, and he stepped up to the occasion. That's good on him, you know. And I feel I've done the same with the opportunities that I've been given. So this is just that next opportunity.
I was just mentioning because you also went up to a fast rise, but that image when you and Alex were looking at each other after the Glover went around and lead up to this fight, did you ever imagine that would be the root of such a thing like a UFC 300 main event?
No, because it was just a handshake. He was over shaking my corner's hand. I went over and shook his corner's hand. That's pretty much what that was. But I did see that he could possibly be an opponent in the future. I was excited for it. I wanted him to win. When I got hurt and I had to give up the belt, it was like, all right, what's the best course? What's the best that could happen now? Because somebody else is going to win the belt. Who better than Alex to win the belt? Like, you know, y'all think and he is. You know, he's the a 2-division glory champion, 2-division UFC champion, kickboxing great, hands of stone, bad man, just a monster, dangerous, scary dude. He's all those things. But watch what I do to him.
Jamal, first and foremost, I like your shoe selection. Very nice. And
wait, you know I tore my Achilles in this
the gray ones, right?
It was hard for me to put these on me.
And is there any truth that did you go to the same doctor as Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. Well, Aaron Rodgers went to the same doctor as me.
Did you guys? You mentioned that you played football. Did you guys have any conversations, you and Aaron? I know he's big MMA.
No, I've never met Aaron, so I never talked to him.
Gotcha. The Jets could use somebody. But speaking of quarterbacks and Super Bowl, like UFC 300, kind of like a Super Bowl, big time. It's going to be a lot of focus on you. On one of your fights on the walkouts, the commentators talking about your calmness, your coolness. You believe that you have that clutch, the attribute, the trait that you can just come through the biggest moments.
Yeah, that's something I just know. I just trust myself. That's one of the biggest things that I hang my hat on is the fact that I know that just naturally I show up. It's who I am. It's what I do.
Okay, we have a little bit of a break when we stretch. Yes, a little bit of a break, not long, man, but just do the hallway.
I'm good, brother.
There.
Only currently on your face. Only been currently
No, it's a good one.
Oh, really? I've done this for a long time as a writer. It's not second or third of the I've been more entire learning experience.
Who do you do work?
I work for Sports Illustrated.
Oh.
As a writer, but then I have my own YouTube channel.
Okay.
Started
Started doing podcast. So then I supposed to tried to do
Yes, same here. I realized you gotta do more fights.
Yeah.
Do more videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. You from out here? Oh, really?
All that shit.
Shit, you know, I drive it.
Oh, nice.
5, 6 hours drive.
Yeah, I got in that thing, and then I didn't pass last week.
Up at 5? Where did we go?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You do hour stuff?
No, I think I'm gonna drive back. I've done the full.
Too many. I like Saturday.
That's the one I'm playing.
Sit halfway through main car. I started getting sick. I got sick. And then we get out of it. I got dedicated to my in-laws at 5 o'clock.
What part of it? So, part of Florida.
We're just on my drive or something like Orlando.
Find a place to stay. How long is that drive?
Drive? 3 hours?
Sure.
This is my next event's I think
Obviously, you call for, when McConnell wants these big events, these big moments. So I guess what are the emotions now that you do have a spot on this historic UFC 300?
Feeling great. UFC 300, great card, great opponent. I think it's a good opportunity for me. So I'm just honored to be here.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you guys were the last fight added to this card. So were you expecting to be on that card, or was it a surprise?
No, it was a surprise. I was expecting to fight in UFC 301 in Brazil, or even on the pay-per-view in London, on Europe. I was expecting that because that would make sense. But guess what? They call me and I'm here.
Is this the better card to be on for you, 300 rather than those two other ones?
Definitely is a card that I want to be. Of course, UFC 300. On the prelims, several champions face each other, like Davidson Figueiredo and Cody Brundage, and I'm fighting on the same card. I wish it was on the main event. I wish it was on the main card, but guess what? It is what it is.
What do you make of Jalen as an opponent? Because obviously, I think we kind of expected you to be fighting Patty because you guys were talking back and forth. So when they came with Jalen, what went through your mind?
Man, I don't. Of course, I wanted Patty because on the paper it was the easiest fight, the easiest fight, and I would get more people know him. So that's what it's about. But at the same time, I don't choose my opponents, and I don't have time to sit and wait, you know. So I'm 34 years old. I have to fight. I have to get money. I want money. UFC 300. Which card would be better to get money? Of course, Dana White gonna raise the bonus, so I want the bonus too. And let's go. I think it's a good fight for me, to be honest. Jamahal is tough, but I'm better than him.
Did you have to bring anyone to train with, considering how tall he was and how long he is?
Yes, I was training with some 170 guys, you know, tall guys, strikers, very hard to take down, and I would be ready.
I know you like to be critical sometimes of certain main events and Apex and everything, but for this pay-per-view, can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal and the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
When they first started to make the card, I was talking a lot of shit about the card, you know, especially because I wanted to see like John Jones, Conor McGregor, but I think Alex Pereira, he's becoming a star in UFC, and I think in the end of the day, the card could not get any better. And especially for Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, that's going to be a banger. That's going to be an amazing fight, and I'm glad that I will fight and then watch the fights.
Actually, last one for me. Obviously, after your fight, you call when Conor wants money. There's a lot of competition for these bonuses on this card. So I guess, how do you separate yourself? How do you win on this?
To be really completely honest with you, I don't think I'm gonna get the bonus. Even if I finish him, we have 13 fights, 12 champions, and it's going to be tough to have a fight better than Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje, or Tsarukyan and Charles Oliveira, or Alex Pereira. I think that the card will have a lot of finishes. So, to be completely honest with you, I just want to get the W. I want to finish Charlie Turner and move on.
Going off of that with the bonuses right here, I'm just curious, do you think that Dana should do something special for this card? Maybe give everybody who finishes the bonus?
100%. He should do that in every card. You know, it's hard to get a finish on UFC, and I think if you do, you should get more money. But guess what? I don't make the business. I'm just an employee. So whatever they do, I agree with.
Back here, Renato. Speaking of money, I know you have your YouTube channel, you have a ton of things going on outside of fighting. You have the Homo Fight podcast now. So I'm curious, what do you think are some of the best side hustles for MMA fighters?
I think talk about MMA is easy because I have been training since I started training jiu-jitsu when I was 10, so I know the sport. I compete professional MMA since 2011, so I have been in the game for a long time. But the problem is some fighters, they are dumb. I don't know if you guys know, but some fighters, and I don't even speak English, but I'm trying. But some fighters, they do speak English, but they are dumb, or sometimes they are lazy. But guess what? We don't have much time on this game. 15 years. And I'm glad that you say huge shoot out to my channel, Money My Come channel, and huge shoot out to the podcast, showing the money. Me, Gilbert Burns, and Maggie, we're doing a great work. So if you guys want to check it out, great podcast. But to answer you, depends on what you like to do. I like to talk shit. I like to, to make some money. So what's better to do that? What's better than do a podcast?
Hey, and that's over here. You mentioned your YouTube channel, and you've really connected with a lot of fans and become a lot more popular. And I know you've also taken a liking to MMA Guru. How much did you learn from him, and how much has that sort of made up your channel?
At the beginning, I didn't know MMA Guru. I was on the Twitch trying to stream some games, especially because I got injured. My knee was hurt. And then everybody on the chat was saying, hey, you have to see MMA Guru react to a video. And then I watched a video of him live talking about MMA, and I did my point, and I called him several words, and then after that, I started to watch his content, and then I moved to YouTube. And when I did a video about fighters, he made a shit out, like he sent people to my live and to my videos. and that helps my channel a lot. I think one thing people are not realizing that today is a new game, completely different. You see guys that don't have any background or journalism, or they just are on literally their mom's basement, but they can connect with the public, and they do a great job because they can imagine that we're doing this this press conference right now, and now you guys have to edit, they have to work, and that's very hard. But for a guy on YouTube, he just take the video and talk shit about fighters and give his opinion. So I think YouTube is going to get much more popular in the next couple of years. And to be completely honest, he's doing a great job. You like him or not, everybody's talking about him.
Is that something you want to do after your career's done? Is do that full time? Is just do YouTube commentary?
I want money. If I make money on YouTube, that's good. If not, I will try something else. But of course, I like to talk about MMA. It's easy for me to do the videos. I like to connect with the fans. I like the fans like you say, recognize me a little bit more. And I think it's a good situation.
And just last one for me, I went over Jalen, especially at finish. Where does that put you in the division? Because Jalen's, fought some really good opponents, got some good wins.
He's very good. He's very good. But I will beat him on Saturday, and I will be on the top 10. And then we'll see. We'll see. I don't have an opponent in mind right now, but definitely I want to fight somebody on the top 10. I want to get closer to the title, and I want more money.
And Nato right over here. Nato, big press conference tomorrow. A lot of fans love listening to you talk. Do you have anything special planned when you get on the mic tomorrow?
Not really. I never try to plan anything. I have my principles. I have something that sometimes I want to talk about, and what I want to talk about. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on the fight day is you have to get ownership of your life. Because back in the day, I used to blame other people for my faults. I used to give excuses for everything. Nowadays, this has changed my life to be accountable of my actions. If I do something go wrong, that's my problem. If I do something go right, that's my actions too. So I wish people nowadays would care more about the accountability. I think that's my message.
Then one more question to talk about what Ribi brought up. You have your podcast, Show Me the Money with Matt and Gilbert. Can you talk a little bit about what you guys do talk about?
We talk about money and MMA, and we bring some fighters to do the podcast. We did with Jamahal Hill, and it's a very good show. And if you are a degenerate that loves gambling, Matt is a gambler, and he's doing a good job. On the other day, he hit a 46,000 parlay with $1,000. So motherfucker is making money. And if you like to your opinions about that, watch the show. It's a very good show. And like the first video, we got almost 30K views like on the first video. And I think this podcast will be one of the biggest podcasts in MMA. We still need a lot of content in MMA, not generic stuff, like good stuff, good productions. And we do that on Show Me the Money. And Home of Fighting is doing a great job too. So it's a win-win situation for fighters.
Just a quick one right here. When you talk about MMA and fights with Gilbert and other people like that, you kind of see another perspective that you might have not seen when you're in the cage. You get to learn a bit more just breaking down fights.
Yeah, it's different because when you're talking about MMA against a guy that doesn't do MMA or the fighter, you can see different opinions. And definitely that changed my mind in a couple fights. And especially if you're talking with a guy that like to bet, it's not like a fighter because let's say Arman Tsarukyan and Charles Oliveira, if I am giving my prediction, I will try to do like on the technical aspect, right? I will say he's good there, he's good here, and I think here one on another will win. But when the guy likes to bet, he do like props and finishes on the second round and crazy stuff that I don't like. So just remember, I don't bet. You know, I just go to the podcast and I gave my opinion about fight. Thank you so much.
Obviously, we've been talking about this fight against Weili for quite some time, but now that it's fight week here on this milestone that is UFC 300, what are the emotions that you just have to weigh in and fight?
你跟伟丽这场比赛，其实之前大家已经讨论过很久了，那么最终成型在这场 UFC 300的比赛。那你觉得这场比赛能不能在这场比赛里进行，是自己是一个什么样的感想？
我觉得这是我的第一场 UFC 的挑战冠军的比赛，而且我跟张伟丽打，这个时间和地点都是最完美的，也是 UFC 300，太完美了。
This is my first title fight versus Weili in Las Vegas, UFC 300. The opponent, timing, location, everything's perfect.
Kind of going off of that, I think a lot of people expected maybe to fight on that Shanghai card when they had originally announced it, but was UFC 300 kind of always the original date that they had told you?
所以大家之前可能有猜测，你跟美丽的比赛或者你的接下来的比赛会在 UFC 的上海这样的比赛，但是最终是在 UFC 300比赛。那你其实一直以来，你这个比赛就是你自己锁定的目标，就是想打这个 UFC 300吗？
我没有锁定过目标，就是我没有锁定过目标去打 UFC 300，正好这个时机啊，天时地利人和能反应都刚刚好，所以说这个是完美的。
No, actually, I never locked my goal or upcoming fight on any location or date or UFC 300, but we just get here. I know, good timing, perfect timing. Yeah, so we just make it happen.
Speaking of Weili as an opponent, like Daniel Cormier said, she might be the most athletic fighter he's ever seen. A lot of people think, she's kind of this perfect, well-rounded fighter. I'm curious, how do you view her skill set in there?
所以说到伟丽，很多人都说 DC 也觉得他是最全面的选手，然后也很壮，运动能力也很强。那你觉得跟他相比，你自己是什么样的？
他确实就是给大家，就是每场比赛打得很精彩，给大家呈现的也是很强。但是我觉得我也很强，我也可以展现最棒的。
Yeah, Weili's a great fighter as her fight to showcase to everybody. But I also believe myself. I'm also a good fighter, competent fighter. I think I will show you guys the best version of myself.
A lot of people, obviously, they point to the fact it's the first time two Chinese fighters are fighting for a title. Do you view the importance of this fight, or do you just view it as another card against a champion and you're going for the title?
所以大家现在很多说到这场比赛都说啊，这场比赛中国夺比，第一次有中国选手争夺这个冠军腰带。那对你来说，这个重要吗？还是对你来说，其实争夺 UFC 腰带、达到 UFC 冠军是更重要的？
我觉得都重要，但是让我选的话，还是拿到冠军是最重要的。
Yeah, both the China versus China and the UFC title are important to me. But if you let me choose one, which one is more important? Canada, China.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal and the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
那你预测一下另外两场腰带战，那个佩雷拉和希尔，然后霍洛威和盖奇。
盖奇和霍洛威的话，我喜欢盖奇，他的打拳我特别喜欢。完了，我选盖奇，还有佩雷拉。
So for Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway, I would pick Gaethje because I I like his boxing. So yeah, I think Gaethje can win. And for the main event, Pereira.
Last time we spoke, after your last win in May, we talked about this potential title fight, and you said that the people in China maybe don't support you as much as Weili. Have you felt that sentiment change now that this is booked, now that you're in this title fight? Like, do you feel like people are coming around to you at home more than they were before?
去年5月你赢了安德拉德之后呢，他问我你就这样，如果冠军战打美丽会怎么样？然后你也提到，可能中国的粉丝可能更多人会支持美丽。那现在你觉得大家这个支持度，你们俩相比有什么变化吗？还是怎么样？
没有变化，还是更多人支持他。但是我有我的家人和我的朋友，还有我的教练团队支持我。
Nothing has really changed. Still more people support Weili, but you know, I have my family and my team. All the people, my people will support me. For me, that's enough.
Yeah, I was wondering last year, what was it like training with the LA Rams?
他说你之前是去那个洛杉矶公羊那橄榄球队。
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, she visited the practice, the training camp there.
How was the experience?
你觉得那个体验怎么样？看过来
我感觉太酷了，之前我都没见过。
Yeah, super cool. I never saw or participated in any American football training before.
Money. Obviously, a massive card here at UFC 300. I feel like you've kind of become one of these fan favorites. So on the announcements
that you had been on UFC 300, people were excited. But I guess for you, what does it mean to be here at UFC 300? I believe the only Mexican on this card.
Tremendo favorito, obviamente um evento histórico. E você se tornou um fã, um favorito dos fãs. Todo mundo te quer, muito legal ter você aqui. E você é um representa o México, né?
É algo muito bom, né? Tá lutando no UFC 300, eu acho que é uma oportunidade muito boa para minha carreira. Ainda mais pelo pouco tempo que eu levo dentro do UFC. Então, acho que eu tenho feito as coisas bem e poder representar o Brasil e também ser o único representante de habla hispana que representa o UFC 300, isso me senti muito grato.
I think it's a great opportunity, such a great event, a great opportunity for my career. So that means that I've been doing things right, especially the short to have the opportunity to represent not only Brazil, but also be the only representative of Spanish-speaking country. So I'm very happy and very grateful.
To kind of go off of that, you had a lot of fights before you even got into the UFC, and now you're fighting Madison Square Garden, and now you're fighting UFC 300. Did you think that you would kind of rise in popularity this quickly in the UFC?
E meio que montando em cima do que você falou, você teve muitas lutas antes do UFC, de repente você chega e você já está lutando em Madison Square Garden, já está lutando no UFC 300, você imaginou que essa
Então, acho que tudo tem acontecido muito rápido, né? Para mim foi uma surpresa, mas como eu bem mencionei na pergunta passada, eu acho que eu tenho feito as coisas bem e isso tem me trazido até aqui, né? Então, acho que muito só agradecido com você por toda a oportunidade que está dando. Eu sou um cara que trabalha duro todos os dias para lograr essas oportunidades.
There was a surprise that didn't happen, but as I mentioned, this is the new thing I've done a lot of people have been doing a good job, and that's what brought me the opportunity. So we're very happy and very grateful for the UFC to have visuals.
You were the league,
Vamos chegar para você com o Sodiq Yusuff falar assim, gostei do caso. O que você achou da oferta do dele e como é que você foi nessa comissão?
Pues a mí me gustó mucho, a mí me gustan las peleas más difíciles de la división. Yo creo que si alguien quiere ser el campeón, pues hay que pelear por un club de la categoría, ¿no? Entonces, ese es mi objetivo, es pelear con los más duros. Yo recuerdo que el año pasado en una entrevista me preguntaron con quién me gustaría pelear, entonces dije justamente con Sodiq, con Alex Cáceres, y me dio la oportunidad de pelear con Sodiq, y pues bueno, me gusta la pelea, estoy listo para eso.
I really like the opportunity to share one because tough guy, division, and I said it's you have to fight the biggest guys, the toughest guys in the division. And actually, last year in during an interview, people asked me who would you like to fight, and I said Sodiq or Aleksander. There you go. So I'm very happy with the team.
Why specifically do you like Sodiq?
Los dos, o sea, si lo único que gustaba, cuando te preguntaba el año pasado, porque te gustó Sodiq.
O Sodiq, por isso, é um dos peleadores mais duros da divisão. Esse peleador que nunca se finalizado dentro da categoria. A única peleador que tem sido por decisão para uma da do deporte como é esse valor, jogando grande, número 7 de ranking. Eu sei que é um peleador que uma parte do
I think you talk about a guy who's never been finished in the UFC. I mean, he's got two losses going on to Oliveira and Rosa once for ranking. I mean, this is just a tough chapter. That's
you know, he's a boy back.
Sabía que está haciendo voice acting, o sea, está prestando su voz a películas de Disney ahora.
Sí, algo así, pues la verdad es que bueno por él, ¿no? Felicito pues por ese gran logro que tiene, o sea, es algo que yo creo que nosotros peleadores siempre nos gustamos algo aparte de los deportes, ¿no? Entonces si a él le gusta prestar su voz para las películas animadas, pues que bueno, feliz por él y lo felicito.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm very happy for him because, you know, for all of us fighters, I think all of us have interest outside of fighting. So if he had the opportunity to you know, to lend his voice to animated features, I'm very happy for him. And
last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event of the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
Pensamientos generales de la pelea,
y también en BMF. são duas lutas que todo mundo quer ver, né? Acho que a luta com o Josh Gaethje e o Holloway são lutas impressionantes, né? Acho que são dois caras que levam muito tempo na empresa. Essa luta que eles estão tendo agora, né? Eu acho que o Márcio tem lutado quase todo dia de ser, de Gaethje também. Então, é uma luta que eu estou emocionado para ver. Quero sair da minha luta, me colocar na frente da TV e estar preparado para ver a luta contra o Gaethje e a luta do Pereira contra o Hill. Acho que é uma luta que pode acontecer com tudo, né? Pode acontecer uma surpresa também de Jamahal Hill já estava tentando uma mão ali, porque sabemos que nos pesos mais pesados tudo pode acontecer.
I think, I mean, the fight between Gaethje and Holloway, you talk about two guys quite some time, clear fights. I mean, Mexico has pretty much fought everybody in this company, engaged in around two. So it's a fight that, you know, really, I'm emotional about this one. I really want to finish my fight. I'll be able to actually watch that fight. Everybody should expect me to go fight next for Pereira Hill. I mean, this is the fight that surprised me. You never know if on one hand, I mean, Jamal could connect in, whatever. The heavier you get, the more the opportunity with one hand just changing the game. So anything more. ¿Cómo ha sido esa experiencia de reto aquí en Las Vegas? And you've been actually across the team for the Ultimate Fighter. You've been around here. We've seen you in the team. How's that experience been being part of?
Ha sido una experiencia muy buena. Siento que he aprendido bastante también y conciliar pues, se ayudar pues, mi equipo muy fuerte de todo. Y entrenar también pues, me ha ayudado bastante. ¿No? Algo que yo he hecho desde siempre en mi carrera, siempre ayudar a mis compañeros, mis alumnos y pelear y entrenar también. Pero lo que más me motiva e me deixa feliz de tudo isso é saber que toda a minha equipe está aqui em Las Vegas desde esse momento comigo e trabalhando para os paraísos.
It's been a great experience looking just to be a part of the team and have an opportunity to see the process of coaching just like able to actually be in the coaching side. You know, that's I have done this throughout my life. I'm always teaching people, and I've done this since the start of my career, kind of being a coaching side. But the cool thing, the most rewarding thing is the fact that I've been in Las Vegas here with all my team. All of us have been here for the month, so all together. After this one, have you talked about the opportunity, or have you considered the opportunity of fighting here? 306 September Mexican Independence Day this year.
Eu sei, assim, eu pelo que busco, eu busco as melhores oportunidades. Se você me dá a oportunidade de espera, esse vai ser 306. Eu sou feliz de verdade de representar todo o voluntário dele e também toda a gente de México e poder representar vai ser algo significativo.
Of course, I'm always looking for good fights, looking for great opportunities, looking for the big ones, and that's a great opportunity too. And then if the UFC comes calling, I mean, for me to have the opportunity to represent Brazil and also be here for the Mexican people representing Mexico, it's such an important weekend for Mexico to be awesome. Message to all the Latin American fans that are going to be watching you on Saturday.
Não, pues ya saben, pueden esperar de hoy que siempre para adelante las peleas, ese es el objetivo. Gracias por toda la gente que apoya a la gente especial en México. Bueno, aquí estamos para representar.
Well, you know, you're going to see a Diego that's always pushing forward, always looking for the finish, always getting the results. So also thank you so much for the support. We'll always be here.
Diego, aqui. A gente tem o Charles e o Will botando no parque com você. Como todo mundo falou, você já é um potencial acho, quem sabe, acho que deve ser campeão. O que você consegue, o que você acha que você pode aprender com a história do Charles que pode para você?
Diego, on the same card as you are, you have Charles Oliveira, you have Aleksander Rakic. Everybody already considers the story of becoming a day. So what can you learn from the stories and the history of Charles Oliveira and Alex Boitan for your life?
Acho que a gente pode aprender muito, né? São dois caras que inspiraram bastante pessoas dentro do esporte, né? No Brasil em geral. Eu tenho a oportunidade de conhecer o Poitin desde 2015, um tempo que eu morei em São Paulo, a gente pôde treinar um pouco junto também, a gente se conheceu lá. E o ano passado eu tive a oportunidade de lutar no mesmo carro que ele, no UFC 295, foi algo incrível, né? Eu pude encontrar ele várias vezes dentro do hotel, a gente trocou uma ideia, conversou, e logo também do Charles, né? O Charles, todo mundo sabe a história do Charles, é um cara que tem batalhado bastante para conquistar tudo que ele tem hoje, né? E ter esses dois caras como referência para mim é algo muito bom, algo que me motiva bastante também. Eu me espelho neles porque eu sei o que eu tenho passado na minha vida também para ter tudo que eu tenho agora. E estar hoje aqui compartilhando a carteleira do UFC 300 com eles é algo incrível para mim. E muito feliz, cara, muito feliz dessa grande oportunidade e espero poder fazer jus com o que o pessoal tá projetando para mim no futuro.
These are guys that have inspired people in the fight game, and I've had the opportunity to actually just kick it around with Poitin. I met him back in 2015, trained together. So when I was in São Paulo, I trained with him. Also, I had the opportunity to fight in the same card as this in 295 in New York, and actually we were able to exchange some words. And I mean, just such a great guy. He's becoming a star, a bigger star every day. And I know Charles, everybody knows the story of Charles. I mean, all the stuff that he's gone through, all the things that he did, and how much he's battled to actually get the things that he did. I know myself. I know how much I've battled and what I've had to go through to have to conquer and to get the space and where I am right now. And all I want is, I mean, obviously these guys are such an inspiration. I hope to continue my path just like them. They are, and I hope to do justice to what these guys have been doing for us.
Thank you, guys. I promise the next time my request in English.
Max over the 5 week, but not just any 5 week, UFC 300 5 weeks. You've been at the top of these amazing cards before, you've been in title fights before, but does this one feel a little bit extra special?
For sure, first things first, you gotta ask Conor what are you laughing about on your comment, brother.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. Go ask him what are you laughing about. Hopefully he can get Lucky Charm shorts or something. Good for him,
We're talking, of course, about the floral hat shorts you've got for this fight. Did put a laughing emoji on it, but curious how you feel about being able to rep that in the octagon.
I loved it, man. I loved it. It came together real quick. Being able to use it here at UFC 300, hopefully they leave it for me so I can keep using it every fight. So you see what happens.
Do you think that's important for athletes to be able to represent themselves and sort of express themselves in ways other than just their fights?
I think it's cool. Yeah. I think it's a great way, put a little flavor in it. I guess so. I understand the whole uniform look because they're trying to, go after follow other major sporting leagues. So at the end of the day, I get it, but to have your own flavor, and finally I get mine. The people wanted it. You know what I mean? So where's Hunter? Where's they? Tell the numbers of the sales because I want to see. I'm pretty sure that floor shorts is popping.
Justin Gaethje, right? Obviously a phenomenal fighter. Yeah. When this fight was announced, I saw the reaction of some of them. Oh, he hits too hard for Max. Guys haven't been dropped before in the octagon. When you see those comments of people apparently being concerned for you about your career after this fight, you just think, okay, well, we'll see what's happening.
We find out. That's the beautiful thing. Every time I did any of these interviews, go watch it all fight week. Every time they ask me, what is the main thing? What is, when you come to think of Justin, what do you think of this fight? I think of violence and this happens. I smile. I smile. This is what real fighters is about. Justin's a BMF. the beautiful thing is everybody has questions, and that we have the answers come UFC 300 Saturday night.
I've been watching your YouTube channel, great content now. I'd recommend everyone go watch it. You've been showing yourself bulking up for this fight a bit more than you did for that Dustin fight. How do you feel now walking around ready for a lightweight title fight?
Brother, I mean, it is what it is. You know, I talked about this earlier today. I hate talking about it, but you know, that Dustin fight it is what it is. You know, my manager was calling me muffin top Max this whole camp. You know, so at the end of the day, that's what it was. You know, for this fight, and we wanted to put on the right weight. We wanted to put on. We wanted to be smart. We wanted to be strong, but we still wanted to be fast. So I think we found a very even ground, and you guys get to see come Saturday night.
There was a quote from your coach in one of the video blogs where he said, Max already has a BMF belt and it's in his chest. Do you think, comparing your skills to Gaethje's, that this could come down to whose heart is bigger? Do you think you beat him in that category?
We see what happens, you know. We see what happens. I think a true BMF is a guy who, you know, who's willing to fight and go in there like gladiator days, you know. And he said it before. If he was, like I said, when I'm a gladiator, he said in gladiator. He would have fight to the death, you know, in the Coliseum. So the beautiful thing is, we get to find out, man. We get to find out. Attrition is going to be a big thing in this sport, I believe, in this fight with him, and we get to find out.
Thanks, Robert. Just one last quick one on the jump up to lightweight. Was that a conscious decision after the Dustin fight, like coming off that? Like, if I ever go back up to lightweight, I have to approach this differently, or was that just a change right now for?
I mean, the Dustin time, I hate talking about it. I hate saying it. They came with an opportunity, and opportunities like that, you do not say no. You know, it was just a time thing. But the Justin one, I think it was like 6 weeks or whatever. And if you come down the 2 weeks that you kind of come down from training week, that's like a 4 week. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, real fighters stay ready, like I always said. And I felt like I was ready. If you go watch that Dustin fight, there's a couple of things that I had to change, and you know, the outcome is different. You know what I mean? And now we have 10 weeks, 10, 11 weeks. I don't know what it is for this fight. You guys get to see the difference, you know. A lot of people like looking in the past. A lot of people like searching for stuff. They keep forgetting what's right in front of them, you know. And you guys are gonna see come Saturday night.
Justin has obviously famously declared himself the most excited fighter in the UFC. I'm sure. Do you agree with that, or do you kind of put yourself above that? I
mean, how are you gonna disagree with him? The guy had what, 12 fights in the UFC, 12 bonuses, brother. That speaks for itself. It is what it is. I'm just excited to be sharing the octagon with him come UFC 300 on a big event like this. When you got a card like this, the spotlight like this on us, being the people main event already, you know, I think we can still show the UFC pushing. Every time I see an ad on the UFC for UFC 200, it's me and Justin. So at the end of the day, my Tim, Daniel, someone needs to get on the phone with Dana and Hunter, and we got to talk numbers about some things, because it's looking kind of funny.
Justin said that I think the ideal scenario for him would be doctor stoppage, because he doesn't really want to put you out cold, because he has respect for you. So I'm curious, what do you think of that prediction?
I mean, it's cool, you know, it's cool. I don't want to put the man out cold either, but it's the fight game. It's what we love, you know. Like I said, for 25 minutes, I'm going to go in there. He's going to come for my neck. I'm going to come for his neck. And, you know, after we can hug it out, you know, go get a beer. I mean, I don't drink beer. He can get his beer. Maybe I get a shot with him, and, you know, we'll get a pizza or something.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal?
I think it's going to be a fun one. I think a lot of people are calling out Jamahal just because he only as good as your last fight. And Jamal's last fight was what? Like, how long was he out? 15 months, brother. Like, no one even cares. You know, that's just what it is. You know, I mean, you see him posting funny videos, and everybody keep hating on him like us fighters don't have a life outside of training. So at the end of the day, I think it's gonna be a crazy fight. Both of them have crazy power. You know, everybody talks about Alex's power, and I think Jamahal has that crazy power too. How much time he made the man in Johnny Walker do like something crazy after getting hit. That's kind of amazing. So I think it's gonna be a tough fight, man. It's a pickle fight. It's a coin toss, and I'm glad that I get to be here and witness it.
People were very excited by your idea to have Mark Coleman wrap the title. Justin was in full agreement. Any update? Is this going to happen on Saturday?
I didn't see it, but I heard he's going to be here. And he'd probably be in Dana White's section, right? So, I mean, even if he's there, maybe if I see him or Justin see him, maybe we just tell him go in the cage. You know, who's going to stop him from entering the octagon? You know, good luck.
Justin also said he wants $300,000 bonuses for this for UFC 300. Can you use some of your sway? You've been here for a long time.
Oh yeah, brother. I'm going to. When we did the fight meeting, we always have fight meeting. I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna say 500K, so we can start, you know, like we can start going back. Okay, 400 and 300. I'm gonna fight them off for 150. Come on, this is UFC 300. It's huge. The two guys that is pushing the fight is asking for it. Why not? You know.
Yeah, I agree. And I remember you said at one point when you were growing out the hair that you were never going to come into a fight with short hair again. Why did you change your mind?
I mean, just because you guys, a lot of people is forgetting who Max Bless Holloway was. They need a reminder. UFC 300 was a time, and you guys are about to see a whole different animal. You know.
Max, right here. Max, so I saw on your Instagram you built the Max Holloway Fitness Center, the Why Night Clubhouse for the Boys and Girls Club. I mean, obviously, as a guy who's been very impacted by martial arts, what did it mean to you personally to be able to give back to your community at that level?
It meant a lot, you know what I mean? Being able to give back to my community at the Why Night Boys and Girls Club was huge. I always wanted to do something for my community, so it meant a lot. They also gave me the health and fitness ambassador of the Boys and Girls Club, so that was huge. But to be able to have that little gym spot in there, to have kids train safe and be smart and do the right decision, you know. Like when we went open, I told the kids, a lot of them is scrappy already, you know. So hopefully we can grab all that energy and put it in the right direction. You know, hopefully 5, 10 years, 15 years, some kid from that gym that started that gym or even just touched and trained in that gym might be sitting in front of you one day, and that would be mission complete.
Max, back here. You've already left such a strong legacy at featherweight. I really don't know that you have anything left to prove there. Is lightweight going to be your new weight class, or do you plan on going back down to 145?
We see what happens. We see what happens. You know, in this sport, having options is always good. You know, and first things first is Justin Gaethje, but there's a fun fight down there that the man keeps talking, and I keep hearing. You know, so my only advice to that guy is like, when the contract come up, sign the dotted line and don't make no excuses.
So you fought here in Ninth Island many different times, but this occasion, right? Where does this occasion rank amongst all the times you fought here in Ninth Island, given the magnitude of the event?
Oh, this is huge, bro. This is huge. This is the hugest. This is UFC 300. What more can I ask for? Like I said, every time we fight in Hawaii, you guys, every time we fight in Las Vegas or Ninth Island, you guys see all the Hawaiian flags. You know what I mean? And being UFC 300, being this big, being on a card like this, being on a history card, it's going to be huge. You guys are going to see a Hawaiian flag swarm that damn arena like always, and I'm just blessed to be a part of this.
Other than that amount of preparation for that last fight against Corey at 55, are there any things from that specific fight that you can take as learning experiences in order to get your hand raised this time fighting at 55?
Not really, man. Dustin and Gaethje is two different animals, you know, two different beasts, two different fighting styles, two different stances, and two different ways of attack. So we see what happens, you know. I feel like I'm a vet in this game. I fought a who's who, and at the end of the day, this is another guy up there that I gotta figure out when I get in there. So we find out UFC 200.
Max over here. So if you get BMF title, probably next matchup for you is new champion Topuria. What do you think about that?
Questionable. That's it. Questionable. Everybody keep asking me, what do I think of Topuria?
Yeah, fighting.
He's questionable. I'll fight him. You go ask him that question. Ask him that question about me. At the end of the day, UFC, I always wanted to fight for a title. I always wanted to do this. A lot of contenders, they gave me a lot of uppercoming contenders, and then there was one that didn't come up towards my way. So you can ask UFC about that. You can ask him the question.
That's the wrong guy. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 6'5", 6'6". Yeah. Did you work on that? That's crazy. You know better than everything. Oh no, I know it's not easy. Yeah. 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 No, I know it's like Mr. Michigan. Oh, dude, that's rich. It'll be, yeah, probably like middle of free season. Right then, nothing else. They can be. Yes, they will. First time we do it. Yeah, well, shit on top. They wouldn't have to change it. Like, yes. Yeah, whole time it's been up. The thing is, laughing. Yeah, and like they you have this essentially their house. I just for me it's yeah, and they would have 3 or 4. So it's really temporarily. And then maybe they just again. Yeah, some of the stuff. Yeah. It's only it's being sponsored. I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll be contacting a lot of the thing is, yeah. Because if they get the and coming in, and that are they fill in, they it's gonna go. You don't have to get any clearance or anything. Yeah. The last time I think the line. Yeah, So you'll be at. Catch you later, man.
Yeah. So you just got yeah.
Yeah, that was you said you saw my symbols. I was just in the outside of my break. I was talking about how much. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, really so far. Brian. It's you. I did interview. Somebody up with before. This one I would want to. Right. Yeah, exactly right.
That's the other thing too. Chris, way more
A lot of people. It's like we got a big event this weekend or something.
Yeah, I'll do it over here. Big fight for you, obviously. How does it feel right now, Wednesday morning, compared to if you were preparing for a bantamweight fight?
It's man, it's night and day. You know, we were talking about the weight cut. And I was like, it's almost laughable for me. It's still not easy, but compared to what I was doing before for so many years, this is almost like a cakewalk. Obviously, I don't want to underplay it. It's still going to be a tough weight cut. I'm still super lean. I got like 15 pounds, which is a lot nicer than having 25.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you said the other day to be tweeted being like, I'm either gonna look fantastic or I'm gonna look terrible, but like I'm willing to be that guy who rolls the dice, and that's been the case with you throughout your career. But right now, like, do you feel like this is gonna be a better version of yourself, or is it too soon to know?
We're gonna find out Saturday night. I really don't know. I think the training has been looking great. We've got a lot of good matchups in the training room, a lot of good feedback. I think all in all, we've been doing some really good stuff, and I'm proud of the work we put in, and I just got to go out there and perform. And I think if I do that, the best version of myself shows up. And I really always talked about this at 35, but I was a little bit more green back then. But there's a lot that I feel like I haven't been able to show in the octagon just because of energy consumption, the weight cut. I think now we're going to get to see a lot more of the flashy stuff and get back to the real funk.
And facing Calvin Kattar, who's long layoff, serious knee injury. You're never shy to throw an oblique kick, shoot for a takedown, things that you would assume would test the durability of his knee. Is that something you think about? Like, where is this guy going to be at physically?
Nah, hopefully he's healed up, man. I don't wish any injuries or anything like that for any of these athletes. It's hard enough trying to win a fight in the UFC, you know what I mean? So hopefully Calvin's 100% coming into this with his knee injury, and I'm gonna do what I got to do. You know, I'm not trying to maliciously attack his knee. Like, oh, I'm gonna destroy your knee. Like, nah, I don't have any intent like that. I'm just gonna use my grappling, use my kicks, use my punches. I'm fighting him everywhere and anywhere the fight goes.
And where does a win here kind of put you in this division? Do you think there's any chance of Max doing this BMF fight, Volkanovski potentially wanting to take some time off? Could you backdoor your way into a title shot with one win?
I think so. I think if Max goes out there and he wins, I think I go out there and I win and I look good doing it. Ilya Topuria already said what he said. He said there's no challengers, so why not just skip the line instead of getting in the tough gauntlet of a cube? The UFC, they do what they want, right? So if they offer you a title fight, you'd be kind of crazy to tell them no. So if I go out there and do my job, I look good, on a huge, massive card, I think the rest will take care of itself.
Just even outside fight camp, is just life better in general? Not having that massive weight cut to 135 when you're not preparing for a fight.
Yeah, stupid questions don't irritate me as much. So it's a lot nicer. I can talk to my friends and family. I'm in a group chat and they're like, "Wow, you're talking on a Monday?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he's like 145 hits different." I'm like, "Yeah, very, very different. It's night and day. It's not even comparison." Like normally, on this Wednesday, I would need to be about 145 pounds in order to be in striking distance. This morning I was 154.2. So it's kind of, like I said, I don't want to underplay it, but it just feels like, I don't say cakewalk, but it's a lot easier, nicer, and I can enjoy life a little bit more, which I think will give me some longevity in the sport a little bit more than 135.
Back in the day when Dustin made the jump from featherweight to lightweight, he said it took maybe a fight or two to feel like an actual lightweight rather than just a featherweight that stopped cutting weight to get to lightweight. Do you feel like an actual featherweight there, or do you still kind of feel like just a bigger man?
I don't know. I'm not going to know until I get in there with Calvin. I mean, I've been sparring with big 45ers, Julian Rosa, Dennis Bazookia, Anthony Delemy, Kai Kamaka, Danny Gay. Been getting some good rounds. Timmy Kwamba, who just got signed. And these guys they're not small dudes. So I like to think I've been having some pretty good rounds, some pretty good looks. And I think that gives me the confidence, you know. I do think Calvin might look at me like, oh, it's a little guy coming up. But this little guy is strong, so we'll see. I don't think he's overlooking me. I'm not overlooking him. I think this is a tough fight for both of us, and it just comes out to who shows up on the night.
I think I saw an interview where you said you expected maybe a top 5 guy right away, but Calvin was the name they gave to. Is there any thought of maybe waiting for those other featherweight fights to play out, or was kind of the allure of UFC 300 that focused this fight?
Definitely UFC 300, but to wait. I'm only getting older. I don't want to wait much longer. Like even my last fight, I asked for just an extra month so I could heal up my injuries first before getting into a training camp and trying to makeshift the training camp. You know, but that's come and gone. I'm already feeling like this was too long of a layoff. I think I had 3 grappling matches in the time off. You know, I like to be active. There's a point in my career where I had 5 fights in 1 calendar year in a 12-month span. You know, so. I think this is the start of something fresh and new, and I'm looking forward to being active as long as I'm injury-free, being active and competing as much as I can, trying to make as much money as I can, and hopefully fight for a world title by the end of this year.
And the featherweight division obviously has a lot of high-level strikers, but they also have guys like Brian and Bryce Mitchell and Bob Czar, who are all high-level grapplers as well. So do you think just the addition of you to this division, do you kind of put yourself at the top of that as like the better grapplers at 145?
Yeah, I'm not going to toot my own horn. I think I'm pretty good, and I think those guys think they're pretty good. I think grappling is just a little bit different the way we use it. So it just comes to see who can blend it the best. I think I do things just a little bit differently than those guys. And even Taporia, he's got some solid grappling that he hasn't really shown, but that can grapple. You know, I'm not naive to knowing who's the best grapplers in this division. And with that said, I let the fans decide who they think is the best grappler and go from there.
Last one from you, 2 quick ones. I think your thoughts on the main event of the BMF fight between Justin and Max.
Main event, man, that's a tough one. You know, but I'm rolling with my guy Jamahal Hill. I think that's a really tough fight. Obviously, he's coming back from a big injury. Poatan is on a huge wave right now, hitting. He's got the momentum. Of course, Jamal just had an injury. He never lost the momentum. So it's going to be fascinating to see who poses their game plan first. I think Jamal's better when it comes to striking with the hands. I think Poatan's got some really good calf kicks that Jamal just needs to be careful of. And I think if he can negate that with his reach, switch stance, I think it should be a good night for him. And if he wants to grapple, he can actually grapple. I don't know how good Pereira's grappling is or his wrestling, and I think that's going to be the difference in that fight. And then you got the BMF belt. You got the volume of Max Holloway. I hope he gets back to his kicking. It would be nice to see him use all his tools in this fight because Gaethje's coming out with those kicks. Gaethje hits hard, and I don't know. That's a tough one. I like both those guys. I'm fans of both of those guys. You know, I watch them as often as I can. I've gone back and I watched Max's UFC debut all the way to his last fight. You know, just studying, doing tape, even before I was even thinking about coming up to 145. It's just I like to see good technique, good MMA, and what better guy to watch than a guy like Max and Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, I'll go over here. Just quick question.
Other than the change of weight class, are there any different things you're going to approach when you're looking at your featherweight tenure when you see those upper echelon guys at 45 compared to the roster at 35?
So what's the question?
Are there any things you're going to approach differently now during your 125 tenure when you see the top echelon guys at 145 roster?
Approach differently? I don't think so. I mean, still study tape, be a student of the game. I'm not planning on changing any of those things that help get me to the top of 135. I just got to continuously be me and just have the confidence to do what I do in the training room and let it fly on fight night. And I think good things are going to happen. Looking at that upper echelon, it's a stacked division, especially when you get to the top of 145. There's some real good talent there. It'd be interesting to see how I match up with those guys.
And after that, so you made it clear for a bit now that you wanted to eventually make this move up to 45. So did it sting a bit knowing that the O'Malley fight didn't go your way, seeing that potential fight that could have happened maybe between you and Volk at the time we were both champs of 35 and 45?
Oh, 100%. I'd be lying if I said I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me. It's not like O'Malley's a bad fighter. I think he's a really good fighter. I just think the timeline is very fitting for him. And as a champion, it would have been nice to have the time off that I requested. But, things happen behind the scenes. And at the end of the day, I signed the contract. I thought I could pull it off. I came short, and the better guy won that night. So it is what it is. I would like to get that one back, especially if I can win the belt at 145. He's talking about, I want to go get the jet and go to Spain. Like, bro, worry about Marab first, and let me worry about Calvin. If I get through Calvin and I can win the belt again, I would love to get that one back on that skinny guy. I would love to get that one back.
Last one for me. You finally got your fight at the T-Mobile Arena that you've been wanting to do for a while now. So how did that feel, obviously, on this occasion for you?
To be on T-Mobile. First time fighting T-Mobile, I fought a middleweight twice. My UFC debut, Ronda Rousey versus Sam McMahon, Daniel Cormier versus Patrick Cummins. I'm pumped to be on this, man. This is an opportunity of a lifetime for a lot of people. There's a lot of eyeballs, a lot of attraction. A lot of people are going to be watching, tuning in. And if I go out there and I show out, it just opens up a lot more doors, even what I have open now. And we all know how the sport is. What have you done for me lately? So if I go out there and do my job in a good way, I think it opens up a lot of opportunities for myself.
Aljamain over here. Were you ever offered a rematch at 135 after losing the title? Because you had a lot of title.
No, I was not. Unfortunately, it was not. I did ask for it, but I was told, we can't do that. So, it's just, I don't know. I just look at championship rings a little bit differently. Everything matters for me. It's not just the way that you win. It's the storyline behind it. If you go out there, you fight guys that are not ranked and that are not the best guys, there's something that just doesn't sit right. For me, as a true competitor, I get the entertainment aspect of it, and I appreciate that. Get your money. But to try to say you're the best or you're fighting the best challenges of all time, that's the part that kind of rubs me the wrong way when it comes to anybody, not even just O'Malley. You should fight the next best guy in line, because otherwise, what are we doing this for? Like, we tooth the nail clawing to get to the top, and then you get denied because another guy is a bit more popular or because there's a little bit more of an interesting storyline. I can get the business side of it, but the athlete side of it, it stings a little bit, So hopefully Marab rights the ship, which I think he will, and just go from there. I'm not bitter about it. Like I said, O'Malley just took an opportunity that the UFC gave him, and he made the most of it. And unfortunately for me, I was the sacrificial lamb. But it is what it is.
Were you ever worried that could happen again in your career?
No, because next time when I say no to my manager and to my team, just no. Or I say no 10 times, and then eventually I wilt. I succumb to the pressure a little bit, and at the end of the day, I'm a grown-ass man. I made my decision. I live with it, but I know if that opportunity came again, I just want to do it. I know what makes me happy. I know what the mindset I need to have to go into a fight, and I don't think anyone should be fighting unless you're 100%. I think that's why Izzy took a break, because it does take a mental toll on you,
And just last thing on 135, what do you think of Umar Nurmagomedov in the division? It looks like he's going to fight Corey Sandhagen next. Do you feel like that is a tough matchup for Corey?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough matchup. Umar's a stud. Corey's a stud as well. I think the striking aspect is going to play out, because I don't know if Umar's going to be able to get Corey down as easily. And I know he's good when he gets on top. He has really good top pressure, really good control. He's a strong dude. It's just whether or not he can do that to Corey Sandhagen, who moves a lot. Not an easy guy to take down. I think for me, I fought him at the Apex, so I kind of had it a little bit rigged, right out of the gate. But in a big cage, maybe it's a completely different fight. So I don't know how Umar handles that. But he's a good wrestler. I think he will have a good game plan, and I think Corey's going to have a good game plan as well.
Just last one for me. I know Calvin has done some training in Vegas before. Had you ever trained with him before, or at least crossed paths in the gym?
Calvin, Kayla, and I actually trained when I was an amateur. I'll let him talk about that. But I was an amateur. I think he was an amateur or a pro. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was doing a lot of stuff I saw on YouTube videos, and it happened to work. But that was 2009 or 10, so we haven't gotten the chance to train again. I would have loved to. I always thought I was going to fight his teammate, Rob Font. I think I trained one of his other partners, some skinny guy. I think he also fights like 45. We had some light sparring, and Nashville when Dennis Bazooki had made his UFC debut and I flew out. But I don't know. I mean, I kind of know what Calvin brings to the table, but we trained that one time, and that was years ago. He's a completely different fighter. I'm a completely different person as well.
It's been added to your career by moving up to 45.
I mean, honestly, I think I could fight to 40 if I really wanted to, at the way I'm feeling. Will I do that? Hopefully not. Fighting at 40 just seems like everything just hurts. Leg kicks hurt. Everything hurts just so much more. It takes a lot longer to heal the older you get. You don't bounce back the same. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I definitely think I got a little bit more in the tank now. We'll see how this fight goes, and I can make an educated decision how much longer I want to do this. It's going to be sad. Sad so.
Davidson.
Hello.
Hello. Good English. Obviously, a big marquee event here, UFC 200, you off the card. So I guess what are the emotions now that fight done?
Um evento importante, você e o Corey estão abrindo o evento no sábado, basicamente não tem muito mais que falta para essa luta, é só passar pela pesagem e lutar. Como é que você está sentindo?
Eu tô me sentindo muito bem, graças a Deus. Nem que seja batido peso, né? E agora é só assistir como ele se movimenta, para onde ele anda, que horas ele volta, e para que dê tudo certo, minha estratégia.
I'm feeling great. I pretty much hit weight already, so now it's just a matter of like, starting to see, analyze a little bit, study him, see how he moves, see what time he comes back from his activities and stuff, and just like see if the strength really put on set.
Cody was in here earlier, and he said he called you out. His words were, he doesn't want this fight to make that clear speaking with you. So I guess, is this a fight that you wanted? And when they approached you with Cody, were you happy?
Foi pior que um pouquinho antes. Hoje ele falou assim, meio que deu uma chamada, você falou, ele não quer lutar. Ele não queria sair. Então, o que você acha do fato de ter falado isso com você?
Talvez seja. Sem palavra para o que ele fala. Para mim, eu luto por qualquer um, eu estou aqui na organização, eles que colocarem para lutar, eu agradeço pela oportunidade, né? E tenho certeza que sábado, fim de semana, hoje eu vou ter a maior chance da minha vida. Eu tenho certeza que a organização vai olhar para carinho para mim e vai ver que eu mereço uma chance.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to say. Not much to say except for everybody knows I will fight anyone. That the organization's seen that I'll fight anybody in this company. And I think I'm just ready for it to fight on Saturday because that winning on Saturday means that we have the greatest opportunity in my life right now. And I think that the organization can see me with different eyes and see give me some love and give me the opportunity.
Dana White told everyone that you and Cody were kicking off the card. I'm curious, were you aware of that before then? What do you think? What do you make of being the first fight of the entire event?
Quando o Dana falou que você e o Cody estavam abrindo o evento, não sei se você já sabia antes de ser informado ou você não sabia, foi uma surpresa. E como é que você vê a oportunidade de abrir o evento?
Eu me sinto muito feliz porque, como a Ana falou, ele quer ver a casa cheia desde o início. Então, tenho certeza que a minha luta contra o Cody vai voltar a casa cheia. Né? E, gente, pode esperar. O Cody é um cara que é agressivo e gosta de uma luta calorosa. E eu vou dar essa luta a ele.
You know, I was very happy to see you think Dana said, I want a packed house from the start. And you have, you can bet. Yeah. Cody being an aggressive guy who likes a heated fight, and I'm going to bring that fight to him. So that's the fight that we're getting. Packed house.
Well, considering your style of fighting and his style of fighting, do you foresee this possibly reaching the judge's scorecard, or do you kind of assume that someone's going to sleep in this one?
Considerando que tem o teu estilo de luta, o estilo de luta dele. Você acha que realmente vai ter a possibilidade de ir para a decisão, ou a gente não vai ter essa oportunidade de chegar para a decisão e alguém vai botar alguém para dormir?
É bem difícil chegar à decisão. Como eu falei, ele é um cara bem agressivo, eu também sou. E treinei muito strike para essa luta. São 3 rounds de luta, então não tem como a luta ser tão parada. Eu espero que ele não fuja tanto de mim. Quero que ele pare para a gente fazer nossa trocação e vamos ver quem tem a mão mais pesada.
I don't think this fight's going to the end. I think I did to look at my style for this. I trained so hard on my striking for this. And I hope he doesn't move around and try to avoid that. I want him to stand and strike with me. I mean, it's 3 rounds. I mean, we don't got much time. We need to go at it.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event and then the BMF fight between Justin and Matt?
Pergunta, pensamentos gerais sobre o evento. Primeiro, a luta pelo BMF entre o Justin Gaethje e o Max Holloway. Também a luta entre o Kattar e o Jamahal.
Bom, Max e Justin são 2 caras incríveis. Eles precisam, e eu tenho certeza que vão proporcionar uma grande luta, um grande show da noite. Kattar e Jamahal também conheço os dois, então tenho que falar, entendeu? E tudo que eu quero é que eles tragam o que o público espera, uma show de porrada.
I think when you look at this fight between Justin and Max, you look at this, everything in there to actually be a great fight. I mean, styles, and they're just going to go at it. And for Pereira and Hill, nothing to say. We have to say to these guys. I hope that they put on the show and the brawl and the striking and the banger that everybody wants.
Stevenson.
Hi.
Your first win in the division comes over Rob, gets you to the rankings. Do you see a win over Cody getting you a title shot?
A tua primeira vitória na divisão contra o Rob Fonte te botou nos rankings. Você vê essa luta, então, essa uma vitória no sábado contra o Cody, já te dando a oportunidade de lutar para o cinturão.
Eu vejo sim uma vitória, eu dei tudo de mim nos meus treinos, eu treinei muito forte para isso. E o Cody é um cara que tem um nome muito pesado na organização e eu vencido ele, eu quero muito que a organização me dê essa oportunidade.
I trained enough for this one. I gave my all in my camp. And I think that Cody's the guy that's respected and seen and by a certain light by the organization. I do believe that a win like this, I hope that the UFC gives him this opportunity.
One last thing for me, Cody calling you out, do you see it as something that energizes you or is disrespectful?
E a minha última pergunta, quando o Cody te intimou e falou que ele falou que queria essa luta, ativa ou isso é uma coisa que você...
Eu sou muito motivado para todas as minhas lutas. Certamente eu estou mais motivado ainda para lutar contra o Cody, que é um cara que desde da categoria 57 quilos que eu queria lutar com ele, não deu certo, né? E agora, graças a Deus, deu certo, né? A luta está prestes a acontecer. Então eu estou muito empolgado para isso. E o meu espírito é esse, cara. Eu quero proporcionar a luta da noite.
You know, I've always been a very motivated, very focused guy on my fights. And as far as Cody's concerned, like, I want to have back. I've talked about it back with the flyweight. So I've talked about this before. So I mean that what I want, I come out for my style is to give people a fight. That's my style. I want people to see a show. That's what I want to put on for people.
Thank you. Peterson?
Hi.
I'm not sure if you're paying attention to the flyweight division anymore, but I just wanted your thoughts on Steve Versick getting the title shot, and then for me, relatively in the UFC fighter.
Não sei se você ainda está prestando atenção em músicas, mas o que você achou, se você está entregando de tudo, da chance que o Steve Versick teve, como está tendo agora contra o Pantoja, por lutar por um título, pouco tempo.
Bom, eu achei um pouco precoce, mas tudo depende da organização, né? Se a organização decidiu colocar ele, seja ele. Mas eu vejo dos caras que merecem mais do cinturão, que estão aí batendo na porta. Eu acho que falta um pouco mais de mídia dos caras, talvez, né? Para que a organização dê essa chance a eles para lutar pelo cinturão, que são dois bolsos. Não me recordo o nome dos caras agora. Mas os garotos que merecem são muito talentosos.
I think it's a little early, but I think if the organization feels that deserves a chance, so be it. And I just do think that some of the guys that are knocking on the door for that title shot, I think they need more media. Maybe I think they need to push a little harder. Right now, I mean, there's two Russians. I'm sorry, I just drew a blank on the name. But they're the ones that should be actually having the title shot right now. I just think that, hey, I mean, he's got the shot.
Thank you.
It's cool.
Sean. Alex, welcome. A huge fight card once again for you. Do you ever take time to kind of appreciate your trajectory in this company and how far you've come from your debut to headlining one of the most historic cards ever?
O Alex aí, chegando no sabadão aí, chegou a oportunidade para esse ano aí, onde você chegou para estar liderando o card desse sua carreira?
Não, com certeza, né? Desde que eu cheguei aqui, eu acho que fui bem recebido, né? Mas agora, pô, é totalmente diferente, né? Cada luta que passa, eu vejo mais o carinho, a confiança, né? Não só dos fãs, mas de todo mundo. É isso.
No, man, absolutely. The welcome getting here, but I see every time increasing my popularity and the love from the family.
Has there ever been a fan interaction or someone who's spoke to you, came to you, that's kind of made you, take a step back in that sense, like when you're really appreciating this?
Teve alguma interação específica com algum fã, com alguém que te fez assim, dar um passo para trás, sentir, lembrar assim, que te marcou?
Eu não entendi.
Alguma interação específica, um fã chegou, algum momento assim que te marcou um pouco, você lembra?
Não, aqui sempre tem algo. Aqui ainda não, como não saía, a gente não está no hotel, a gente está numa casa, está um pouquinho mais isolado, mas sempre quando estou no hotel, sempre vem muitos fãs, né, falando de história, assim, falando de álcool, bebida, né, sabe da minha história e quer falar para mim que, pô, às vezes parou, né, não bebe mais, porque viu minha história, viu onde eu cheguei, e isso motivou muito, e eu acho que é onde me toca.
Well, so far this 5 week, no, because we're not staying in a finance hotel, we actually can stay in the house. So we didn't have too much contact with the fans. But in general, man, always wherever I go, I just on 5 week and I'm on the hotel. Always a fan comes to me and say that they were able to overcome problem with addiction or alcohol, like by seeing his story, by seeing the way that he lived his life, and then it's very much motivating for him.
You had the interaction with Jamahal yesterday where he had you sign the jacket and stuff. What did you think of that? Were you surprised he came up to you and was so friendly in that moment?
Você teve aquele encontro com o Jamahal ontem, no qual ele veio você assinar a camiseta, assim, foi bacana com você. Aquilo te surpreendeu um pouco de ter aquele tipo de interação naquele momento?
Não surpreso, mas acho que foi bem respeitoso, né, ali naquele momento. E assinei a blusa dele, sem nenhum problema.
Well, not surprised. He was very respectful in that moment, so I signed the sweatshirt with no problem.
And what's just your expectation of what he's going to be like in the fight? Serious injury, long layoff for him. How does that affect the fighter that might be in the cage on Saturday compared to the one you see on tape?
Qual a expectativa que você tem para ele no sábado devido ao fato de ele estar vindo de uma grande lesão? Não sabe se recuperou bem, se não se recuperou. O que você tem em mente do lutador que você vai ver sábado versus o lutador que você já viu nos vídeos anteriores?
Eu não estou assim, meio com a minha mente assim, nesse lado que tá tendo parado, veio de uma lesão. Eu acho que se ele está ali, né, se ele aceitou essa luta, porque ele está 100%, porque ele sabe da responsabilidade, ele sabe com quem que ele vai lutar. Então, na minha mente, ele está bem e eu vou fazer a minha parte.
I know the expectations of him just being sitting out, not training because of an injury. If he signed a contract to fight this fight, he did for a reason. He knows the test that he had ahead of himself, so I'm very aware of that.
Just my last question. You weren't able to defend the title at middleweight. What would it mean to you to get a title defense in this weight class?
Outra pergunta, você não conseguiu defender o seu cinturão no peso médio, que você está podendo talvez defender o cinturão agora no meio pesado?
Bom, esse é meu trabalho, a gente está ali tentando fazer o melhor, né? Foi o que eu tentei defender o cinturão, perdi, né? Mas isso, acho que eu não sou o primeiro que acontece isso, né? É todo mundo ali querendo ser um melhor que o outro ali, querendo sair campeão. E eu tô com a mesma mente, eu sou um cara muito realista, né? Eu já não entro falando, ganhei, eu sei que eu posso perder, né? Mas a minha mente, eu tô ali para me ganhar.
Well, I get there to win, lost, but that's part of the game. I don't try to raise not too much high expectations. I got there to fight. I came here with a mindset to win and defend that.
Jamahal was in here earlier, and someone asked him, because he has a lot of wins over Brazilians, and they asked, how are Brazilians this week treating you, the fans? And he said,
that your fans are a little different than just regular Brazilian MMA fans, but didn't quite get specific. So I'm curious, why do you think your fans are so different from just your casual Brazilian MMA fans?
O Jamal veio aqui mais cedo, né, e falou, os caras perguntaram para ele como é que é ter tanta vitória assim contra vários brasileiros e como é que é a interação com os fãs. Ele falou que interagir com seus fãs é uma coisa totalmente diferente do que com outro lutador brasileiro ou qualquer outro lutador. Mas não foi específico como. O que você acha que ele quis dizer?
Não sei.
Did you take anything away from Jamahal calling Israel or Israel calling Jamahal to offer some advice ahead of this?
O que você tira do fato dele ter ligado para o Israel Adesanya e o Adesanya ter dado uns toques para ele no seu jogo?
Cara, eu já lutei várias vezes com a Adesanya. Eu acho que ele fez uma coisa boa ali, muito inteligente da parte dele, fazendo essa ligação, né, por vídeo. Eu acho que se ele realmente vai treinar na academia do Adesanya e, pô, um exemplo, faz um sparring com ele, eu acho que seria uma frustração para ele e eu acho que isso não seria bom. Então a melhor coisa que ele fez foi ter feito uma chamada de vídeo.
I think it was good. I think actually the best thing that he could have done for himself, because actually if he had went and sparred with Israel Adesanya, it would have been a big frustration for him, especially for the fact that Alex beat him so many times.
One last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the BMF fight between Max and Justin?
E o que você acha do título do BMF contra do Justin Gaethje contra o Max Holloway?
Não sei.
I don't know.
Alex over here. A lot of talk when people talk about you as your fast rise. Rightly so, you've accomplished so much in the MMA in such a short amount of time. So if everything goes your way on Saturday during this big card, what are some other goals you want to check off your list when you talk about mixed martial arts?
Pô, o pessoal fala aí da sua ascensão muito rápida que você teve do MMA, né, todas essas conquistas. E o que você tem em mente aí, você ganhando sábado? Quais seriam os seus próximos passos?
Bom, os passos é poder defender o cinturão, né? Eu acho que não tem um limite. Quando você é campeão, né? Você vai, as próximas lutas são defesa. Vocês veem pelo nome do nome, né? Quem eles colocarem, eu vou lutar. Eu sou campeão, eu não tenho que escolher nada, né? E os próximos passos é as defesas. Não tem um plano.
Well, there's no plan, man. The next steps are keep defending the title, limited times. I'm not the kind of guy to call out opponents because I'll fight anybody. So I would just want to keep defending.
How would you feel if the arena started chanting Chama during your fight?
Como é que você vai se sentir sério de ter que começar a falar chama no sua luta?
Pô, vou adorar. Porque a galera, aceitou isso e, muito legal.
I'm gonna love them because, the crowd accepted that and it's something real cool from them.
Botan, aqui, Botan. Cara, você estreou no UFC no Madison Square Garden com nocaute, depois, um ano depois, você foi campeão dos médios, um ano depois, campeão dos meio pesados, e agora vai ser o último atleta a caminhar com o UFC 300, que é o maior card da história. Se 3 anos atrás, depois que você venceu com mais power na LFA, você contasse essa história, você, Botan, hoje, contasse essa história para aquele Botan, qual você acha que seria a reação?
Well, looking back 3 years ago, made your UFC debut. A year later, you won the middleweight title. And after 1 more year, you won the light heavyweight title. The Alex days right now, looking back at the Alex that fought Thomas Powell and LFA before the UFC, what would you tell?
Bom, eu iria ficar muito surpreso, né? Porque com certeza foi algo assim, muito rápido. Mas como eu falo para todo mundo, eu tinha uma história, né? É difícil alguém chegar assim, de outros eventos, né? Assim, eventos menores e chegar aqui e eles dar essa oportunidade, né? Me deram essa oportunidade. Mas porque eu já tinha uma história, o Israel era o campeão, então eu tinha uma história com ele e isso facilitou, né? A minha chegada até disputar o título e, fui campeão e acho que foi todo um trabalho muito bem feito.
Well, if I had told Alex Pereira from then everything that happened, obviously we were surprised because it was too fast. But also everything that happened was consequence of the work that I did before the organization, the history that I had with Israel Adesanya that led me to get where.
E o Botan, como é que é para você dividir o card com o Charles Até naquele vídeo, se eu não me engano, foi a porta da Jutebox lá em São Paulo, vocês ali em algum momento da carreira. Como é que dividir esse momento com ele, que assim como você é um grande astro no Brasil, você acha que as histórias de vocês têm algo parecido, por isso vocês são tão cativantes para o público brasileiro?
And what is the two to be part of the card that Charles Oliveira is part of too? Had a video a few years ago of you guys way back in the day, training should talk together. He's also a hero for the Brazilian crowd. What does it mean to you to be on the same card as him?
Sim, da onde a gente saiu, né? Aonde a gente chegou, claro que o Chad já está uma longa caminhada aqui dentro do UFC, né? Mas, ele conseguiu, né? Conseguiu o cinturão. Eu cheguei depois também, consegui o cinturão. Dentro do UFC é um pouco diferente a nossa história, né? Mas lá fora as dificuldades, tudo que a gente passou, acho que é um pouco similar. E eu fico muito feliz, né? Acho que aquele vídeo foi, acho que 5 anos atrás, né? E de lá para cá mudou muitas coisas e estou muito feliz com tudo.
Oh man, it's good because we both came from similar beginnings, and even though he's longer than he became a champ, I became a champ. Different histories, different things, but we both came from humble beginnings. That video was made, I think, 5 years ago. We were in a way different place than we are right now, so that makes me really happy.
Alex, right here. Alex, a lot of fans they really enjoy your relationship with Poliana Viana. What is it about your personality and hers that has worked together so well so quickly?
Muitos fãs gostam da relação que você tem com a Poliana. Vocês são duas pessoas muito engraçadas, assim, parece que é legal, os fãs gostam de ver isso aí. O que você acha assim, que deu certo assim, entre você e ela, assim, por carinho?
Bom, acho que a nossa simplicidade, a Poliana é uma pessoa assim, muito simples, tá conquistando o seu espaço, vejo muito potencial nela. E, a gente estava conversando esses dias, né? Quem está no UFC, lógico, sonha é campeã. E ela falou, esse é meu sonho. Eu falei, posso te ajudar, a equipe pode te ajudar, se você quer. Então, assim, ela é uma pessoa que é carismática e é por isso que as pessoas gostam dela. Assim, eu não sou talvez carismático, mas sei lá, tem meu jeito e as pessoas gostam.
Well, I think the fact of her simplicity plays a big part of it, and I think that's what the fans like. Talked to her the other day, you know what I mean? Like, she's very humble. And that's what she looked for in the UFC. She said that she wanted to be a UFC champion. So I told her that me and my team can maybe help her get to that goal. You know what I mean? I think her charisma, she's very charismatic. I'm not as charismatic. You know what I mean? I think just fans like how I act. But
Alex here. So, Jen, can I ask you, said you will win this fight easily and then go back to Brazil and headline you there. Who will be next champion?
Falou que ganhando essa luta aí, deu tudo certo, você não estaria no Brasil. Se lutar, seria com quem?
Bom, não tem ninguém em mente, não. Quem esquece de colocar.
Have nobody in mind, whoever they want to put.
Alex, with the victory of the weekend, can we expect more English engagement?
A vitória esse final de semana, dá pra gente esperar um pouquinho mais de inglês sendo na entrevista?
Não. Chama.
No, I just thought you were going to say this. That's right.
I don't know how I have inputs for that. Shit. That wouldn't be bad.
They're flying. I don't know if they'll walk quick. We'll find out. It says we got a 5:30 showtime tomorrow.
So I think the biggest ones should be Weili, Gaethje, Weili, probably.
Yeah.
We should be able to take fighters in 3 hours in case we can go. Mind-boggling that we're actually only halfway through.
Which are the other strengths of the men?
No, for sure. Yeah. So essentially, you're gonna have to build with some kind of base. You're gonna have to stack them vertically, so they're not all down. Sometimes you feel comfortable. Oh, yeah. Like those sleep on the things. Here's 2 hours ahead, so we make it 20 minutes. You're 2 hours ahead in the reserve. So you left at about 1 a.m. like probably 3, 4, 5, about 4 hours. Yeah,
Put it on record. What's up? You put it on record. Oh, yeah. No.
You got a big following on your page? That's good.
Yeah, it took a while to get there.
That's why I subbed it.
Yeah.
It was gonna take forever.
Yeah, we got a video that kind of popped off.
Still about that viral content.
Yeah, it kind of been boost that.
When you live stream there, you probably get a shit.
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. I've never done the live. Yeah, does that work for you?
Right now, 55 gets much.
Pretty good, yeah.
For me, I don't have that too.
Yeah.
About
They have something out there that wants them.
yeah,
Pretty good.
I mean, they're not really looking at clutch YouTube channel. NBA stuff.
Yeah.
NBA memes, all NBA content.
Is that your YouTube channel or that Clutch like on there?
Well, majority of those would be like at least like 40 or really, but I don't know about followers. So for me to get that many,
yeah,
it's surprising. So like someone like you that has like subscribers, you should get it.
I'm gonna give it a try on Saturday.
No, it's definitely everybody wants to watch it. Most like stuff. And surprisingly, I was getting like, and I had 4, but it was really from the phone.
Oh,
I
yeah?
couldn't zoom in or anything. But I was and I was getting like 60 people watching that time.
Yeah.
Just I guess to hear.
Yeah.
But it was horrible. I'm doing it from my phone. I can't zoom in or anything. I mean, I need to get a lens. I literally just got this camera.
Good so much?
That's good. I mean, I've never had a camera.
Som. Que isso, voz do locutor, né?
Opa,
Bom dia.
Yes, Pereira. You've had a lot of big moments in your career, big fights, big cards. What does this one mean to you and the story growing of your UFC career?
Grandes momentos, grandes lutas, grandes lugares, o que isso você presente significa para você na tua carreira.
É um momento histórico para mim, né? Quando teve o UFC 200, eu queria muito ter participado e aí eu não tive a oportunidade. E aí dessa vez eu já tinha lutado, já estava bem, já estava descansada e apareceu a oportunidade de lutar o 300. Eu falei, mas não tem nem como correr com essa oportunidade. Então estou muito feliz, muito honrada de poder fazer parte desse card, né? Porque eles podiam ter escolhido qualquer outra mulher e eles me escolheram. Então eu estou muito feliz, muito honrada. Espero suprir todas as necessidades do UFC nesse evento e superar todas as expectativas.
You know, it's a great opportunity. I actually wanted to be a part of UFC 200. I really wanted back in the day, but it's, I'm all for that. So when the opportunity came up for 300, I said, well, I can't run away from that. I mean, how can you not? I mean, I feel very happy. I feel honored to be a part of this, an historic moment. And I hope I'm able to, just fulfill all the needs of the UFC on this particular fight. We're very honored.
This is your 6th fight since January of last year, so about 15 months. Just how are you holding up physically and getting through this camps and keeping this activity while trying to maintain performance?
Sua 6ª luta no UFC desde janeiro do ano passado. Então, como é que tá a forma física, como é que você está se sentindo e como é que você tem conseguido manter esse nível de atividade e de saúde?
Eu acho que é muito Deus também, né? na casa. Mas eu venho. Antigamente eu não tomava suplementação, eu não tinha esse acompanhamento que eu tenho hoje, que estar aqui em Las Vegas tem feito uma diferença muito grande para mim. Né? Ter o acompanhamento do PI, dos nutricionistas, do preparador físico, a parte de fisioterapia, então isso faz uma diferença muito grande. Toda vez que eu sinto alguma dor, eu vejo que eu vou ter alguma lesão, eu tô lá dentro do UFC, já vou ali correndo para fisioterapia e já dou um jeito nisso, então assim. Eu acho que eu poder estar lutando sempre é muito por conta
de ter esse suporte que o UFC dá pra gente. E eu costumo dizer pra galera que vem do Brasil pra cá, falo, gente, se vocês não sabem o que é bom, fica aqui que vocês vão saber o que é bom. Então, acho que isso é o meu diferencial. Eu acho que estando aqui eu vou poder lutar até os meus 40 anos. E eu espero conseguir fazer muita história ainda dentro do UFC e chegar aos meus 40 dentro da organização.
I think that it's obviously there's God in the cause. I mean, it's been blessed about this, and also being able to, like, back in the day, I didn't even suffer, and now being in Las Vegas has contributed a great deal. I mean, you're here, you're eating right, you're training right. Look at the access we have to the I mean, I take full advantage of it. So from the nutrition side to the athletic training side, to also physical therapy. I mean, if anything is hurting, I go to physical therapy. I'm always using the services. So it's a great part of actually being able to accomplish this, is actually have access to it. That's what I tell everyone. For everyone that's coming from Brazil, like, if you don't know what's good, like, you're about to find out. Like, stay here and take full advantage of the services. And I feel that if I continue to do this, I can fight to my goal. Like, I want to still do a lot. It'll make a lot of history in this organization, sincerely. With being in Las Vegas and using the full scope of services of the PI, I think that I can definitely find what wins my horse.
And that's kind of the physical side. As far as the mental side, ahead of the last fight, you talked a bit about, you know, what you're going through personally with the divorce, maybe not fighting for all the right reasons. Do you feel in a different, maybe better headspace now, or has not a lot changed between now and then?
E também isso que você mencionou é muito do lado físico. Não, você, antes da última luta, você mencionou bastante, depois também você mencionou sobre o que você está passando na sua vida pessoal, no divórcio abertamente. Você disse que talvez não estivesse lutando pelas razões corretas. Você, como é que tá esse espaço? Como é que está a tua cabeça nesse momento? Como é que você está? Você acha que você já está mais envolvido disso? Como é que você está?
Eu acho que depois que eu me converti de novo para outra religião, né? Porque eu era do Candomblé e da Umbanda e agora hoje eu sou de Deus, eu escolho Deus. Então acho que isso fez uma diferença muito grande para mim, porque estar dentro da igreja e buscar a fé me trouxe muita força mental, muita sabedoria. Eu venho orando todos os dias pedindo a Deus para me dar essa sabedoria e Ele tem me dado, então eu venho treinando cada vez mais e melhor, e eu acho que tudo que eu passei foi motivação para eu crescer e me tornar melhor, né? Eu acho que as dificuldades da nossa vida, elas vêm para nos fortalecer. E, com certeza, essa questão do divórcio veio para me fortalecer, para me mostrar quem são as pessoas de verdade do meu lado. E eu tenho certeza ainda vai ter muita novidade ainda, vocês ainda vão saber de muita coisa que está por vir. Eu ainda não vou falar para vocês, vou falar só mais à frente, mas tem muita coisa. Eu acho que a galera vai olhar para mim e falar assim, Jéssica, como é que você conseguiu passar por tudo isso e fazer uma luta tão incrível, porque é isso que vai acontecer no sábado. Eu vou mostrar a Jéssica Andrade de verdade, não só a batistaca lá dentro, mas a Jéssica está pronta para tudo, para enfrentar tudo.
I think it starts with, in conversion of religion. I used to follow some matrix religions in Brazil now. I'm a woman of God, and so I think that my religious belief now, the fact that I'm praying, I'm focused, and it helped me. It has both being in church actually has helped me, has motivated me to train better, to pay attention to myself better, and everything else. And also, I do believe that the hardships and the challenges that we have in life, they help us become better and help us improve. These are things that they're hurdles that you need to overcome to become a better person. And I think that's what divorce taught me. And I think there's more to come. And believe me, let's just say that you haven't heard the full thing yet. You're probably, when you hear about my life in full, you're gonna like, how did you go through this, and how did you have such an amazing fight, which I hope to have on Saturday? And you hear that there's a lot into it, but I think all those things they have helped me just show that the real Jessica Andrade, not just the pile driver that you guys know, just the real one in and outside of the octagon, and a better person.
And just last one, your thoughts on Marina Rodriguez, this matchup? She's been in the UFC for a while, and even when people beat her, it's kind of hard to look good. It's like decisions, things like that. What do you just think of this matchup and how you can win here?
Pensamento geral sobre a Marina, uma lutadora dura, uma lutadora que quando as pessoas ganham dela, nem na vitória fica bonito. E ela consegue levar para a decisão. É uma luta dura, é difícil. Então, como é que você vê ela como?
Olha, eu já treinei algumas vezes com a Marina, né? A gente é da mesma agência, né? Ela já foi no Rio treinar algumas vezes com a gente. Então, eu conheço o jogo da Marina, a Marina também conhece meu jogo. Eu acredito que a gente evolui a cada luta, mas a estratégia da luta só acontece mesmo depois do primeiro soco, né? Depois que o primeiro soco entra dentro do octógono, aí é que você vê a dificuldade que vai ter durante a luta. Então, eu acredito que eu estou mais que pronta para essa luta. Eu não quero deixar para decisões dos juízes, assim como eu tenho certeza que ela também não quer. Então, eu sei que ela vem treinando muito parte de chão também, porque eu acredito que ela imagine que eu seja pior do que ela na trocação, né? Eu não tiro a evolução dela e nem o Muay Thai que realmente é exímio, mas eu sei que eu também evolui muito na trocação, eu sou muito forte. E é o que eu costumo dizer, onde eu bato não nasce mais cabelo. Então pode ser que depois do primeiro soco a estratégia dela mude e eu acho que ela que vai querer colocar a luta para baixo. E aí eu tô em casa.
I know she's a fighter. We've trained, we've sparred, we've trained. She's come to Rio, so I've had the opportunity to see her. But also we're under the same agency, so obviously. But you know, there's a lot of strategy that goes into these fights. But you know, I like to say that the strategy goes only so far as the first punch, and once the first punch connects, I mean, strategy goes out the door. So I believe that she would be trying to. I know she's been training, and I know she's been improving her ground game. But she's probably training a lot, so expecting that I would take her down because she feels that I probably feel not as good as she is in the striking. I know how well she's in the striking range, but you know, I'm striking a lot, and I think that when my first punch connects, I think that she's probably going to think it's a good idea to go down the ground because I like to say, where I hit, hair don't grow no more.
When she made her just pro debut, she was 0-0. You were already in the UFC for 2 years, so are you kind of realizing now, looking around at all these divisions, that you're kind of running out of fresh opponents because you're starting to lap all of these other guys?
Quando ela começou no UFC, ela estava 0-0, já tinha 2 anos no UFC. Quando ela começou no profissional, né? No profissional você estava 0-0. Como é que você se sente olhando para todas essas divisões, todas as categorias, todas as mulheres contando, você basicamente assim, não tem carne perto para bater aqui, porque eu basicamente já estou dando volta em todo mundo.
É bem isso mesmo, né? Dentro da nossa categoria ali, praticamente era top 5, eu já lutei com todas, né? A Weili, a Xiaonan, a Tatiana Soares, a Lemos, depois vem eu. Depois aí para cima, tem algumas ali que eu ainda não peguei, né? A Birna, agora a Marina. Então, eu acho assim, tenho muita experiência, né? Eu não subestimo os meus adversários, porque eu sei da capacidade de cada um. E quem está aqui no UFC não é qualquer lutador. A gente está falando dos melhores do mundo. Mas eu já tenho muita experiência. Né? São 26 lutas dentro do UFC. Já lutei com todo tipo de estilo, com todo tipo de altura, com toda a categoria que tem aqui dentro. Só não lutei ainda com meia-meia, porque ainda não me deram a oportunidade. Mas eu acho que eu sempre estou pronta para tudo, para enfrentar as adversárias. Eu acho que ter mais experiência não significa ser melhor. Significa que eu tenho que evoluir cada vez mais, porque quem está chegando agora tem mais força, tem mais vontade, tem mais potencial, e eu tenho que continuar evoluindo todos os dias. Então, eu não posso dizer assim, porque eu tenho mais experiência, eu vou chegar lá e vou ganhar a luta. Não, pode ser que aconteça ao contrário. Mas é bom ter experiência. Você saber o que você está fazendo e saber que se entrar um soco muito forte, você tem que se preparar para aquilo ali. Se for um soco fraco, você já vai se sentir confiante. Então, eu acho que isso é muito importante. Eu estou feliz de ter todas as lutas dentro do UFC e poder estar lutando com a Marina.
I've seen all those things, and I think experience, I don't underestimate anything. I think experience, it goes a long way, but it's not the whole thing. It just doesn't matter. Oh, she knows everything. She's seen it all, so she's going to win. I think that it's only an opportunity for me. Actually, having experience sometimes counts against you in the sense that you have to train more. So there's this new generation of women that are coming out that they're hungry, they're stronger, they're faster, that you have to just, I need to improve my skills. And as far as age is concerned, she's 36 years old. So I think that plays a part too. I mean, I'm younger than her. But it's an opportunity for me to continue to improve and different fighters. I faced them all. I've seen them all, but always respectful and always improve myself and becoming a new person.
There's the BMF fight on this main card, and I think a lot of fans, when they list, female BMF fights, you're usually in one half of that fight against whoever they think, just because you fought in all these weight classes against everyone else. So I guess, would you want them to have like a women's BMF, and who would you like to see standing opposite you in that fight?
And just by the way, that was one of the things from the last one. I did not just fight up in a heavyweight category because they haven't given me the opportunity to go away. Tem uma luta pelo BMF, Just Engage e Max Holloway. E quando se fala do BMF de mulher, você geralmente está na metade desse caso. Ou seja, como é que você se sente de ser postado para você? Porque você já teve todo tipo de lutas, já lutou contra tudo quanto é estilo. Como é que você se sente de ser considerado assim? O pessoal fala, se fosse BMF de mulher, ela seria como.
Olha, isso aí seria muito legal. Eu estava comentando com o Bruno ontem sobre isso. Falei, nossa, bem que você podia colocar, né, o cinturão do BMF pra gente, né, pro feminino. Eu falei assim, só que dentre todas essas mulheres que a gente tem, eu não sei se eu encaixaria nessa categoria. Aí o Bruno olhou pra mim e falou assim, como não? Você já lutou em todas as categorias da vida louca, entra lá na luta batendo igual uma maluca. Pô, com certeza você se encaixaria nesse grupo aí. Eu só não sei quem provavelmente seria a minha adversária, né? Porque a gente tem aí Valentina Shevchenko, né? Tem Zhang, tem até a Amanda, se ela voltar. Vixe, tem muita menina, pô, meu Deus do céu. Angela Hill, que também luta pra caramba. Nossa, eu espero que que eu continue dentro desse bolo aí para poder ter a oportunidade de fazer essa luta. Mas seria muito legal ser campeão do BMF.
Actually, I was talking to Bruno yesterday about this very subject. Like, what if the UFC actually had a BMF for the women? I'm like, and I just don't consider myself like all these names, such tough fighters that I would be considered in this category. And he told me, like, no, like, are you kidding me? You're crazy. You just go out there and just go out bangers. Like, you're always just swinging for the fences. But look at. I mean, I would love to have that opportunity. That would be really cool. But I'm just thinking of who would be the opponent, because you got Valentina Shevchenko, you have Zhang Weili, you have Amanda, if she decided to come back. I mean, that was something. Angie Hill's fight for everyone because of the fact that I fought all these different categories. But it will be an amazing thing, and I hope that the UFC continues to consider me in the pool of candidates or something like that. It'd be really awesome if the UFC had BMF female.
The last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event and that fight between Justin and Max?
Então, a minha última pergunta, pensamento geral sobre o evento principal entre o Poatan e o Jamahal Hill e também essa luta do BMF entre o Justin Gage e o Marcelo.
Bom, eu como uma boa brasileira, né, claro que eu vou torcer pro Poatan, né, apesar que eu gosto muito do Jamahal Hill, a gente se encontra sempre lá no UFC, praticamente todo dia. Eu sei das dificuldades que ele teve para poder estar nessa luta agora, a lesão que ele teve no tornozelo e tudo mais. E eu vi ele ficar muito grande, muito gordo, e agora tá magrinho. Então, tipo, ele se dedicou de verdade para estar nessa luta. Mas no meu coração é brasileiro, e o Poatan, né, igual eu, né, onde a mão bate, não nasce mais cabelo, não, o bicho é brabo mesmo. E eu acho que a luta do BMF, eu acho que o Max Holloway agora tá voltando à ascensão dele de novo, né? Ele ficou um pouco, não estava muito confiante com as vitórias, com a luta dele, e agora ele tá voltando melhor. É um cara muito bom de trocação, tem uma envergadura maior, só que o adversário dele também, né, é pequenininho, igual assim, de distância e não precisa de muito para poder acertar. Então, eu acredito que o Holloway acabe não vencendo o cinturão, mas vou estar torcendo pelo Holloway, que eu gosto mais dele.
As far as the Pereira Hill fight, that's a good Brazilian. I got root for Alex. It's pretty amazing. But the thing is, like, I really like Jamahal, and I see Jamahal all the time here. So I see him, and I saw him. I remember, look at all this stuff. I saw what he went through. I saw the injury, and I saw the recovery too. And I saw that he is a big boy. I saw him; he was chubby, and all of a sudden he's like getting ready to fight. So it's pretty cool to see that I know that he put an effort to being into this fight. But both just like where that hand hits, hair don't grow no more. And he's bad. That's what it is. So, and as a good Brazilian, I have to root for him. As far as Gaethje against Max Holloway, Max, he's back into a ride. He's just coming back. Feels like he's got some confidence for some of the fights that he probably wasn't happy about before. And he's got also a lot of range on him too. So that maybe that may play a part. But he's fighting him who is just tough, and it doesn't need much distance to actually do damage. So even though like I do like Max, I'll be rooting for Max. I do think that it's a tough aspect.
Just go. What does it mean to you that more of the experts and personalities around the sport are saying one day Jessica Andrade needs to go into the UFC Hall of Fame?
O que significa para você que tantas personalidades, tantas pessoas conhecidas, tantas pessoas famosas aqui do UFC importantes falam que a Jessica Andrade ela precisa estar no Hall of Fame?
Olha, quer fazer eu chorar, né?
You are making me cry, man.
Eu acho que tudo que eu passei na minha vida até hoje, desde quando eu entrei na categoria 61, que quase não tinha mulheres lutando, de ir para os campeonatos de jiu-jitsu e não ter luta, mas continuar insistindo, continuar persistindo pelo meu sonho de ser uma lutadora. Numa época que nem o Dana White cogitava em ter mulheres lutando dentro do UFC. Então, para mim, é muito importante escutar isso. Eu fico muito feliz de saber que um dia eu posso me tornar Hall da Fama. Eu acho que por tudo que eu fiz dentro do UFC, né, de mais nocautes, de mais lutas, de mais finalizações, de ser a primeira brasileira a pisar no octógono do UFC. Então, acho que eu consegui conquistar a minha história aqui dentro. E eu fico muito feliz de saber que eu vou ter essa oportunidade de entrar para o Hall da Fama, que é o que todo mundo quer, né? Quer ser Hall da Fama do UFC. Mas eu sei que eu ainda vou levar mais um tempo para me aposentar. Quem sabe, se o UFC me der o Hall da Fama antes da minha aposentadoria, eu vou ficar muito feliz. Mas se não, eu vou esperar a minha aposentadoria daqui mais uns 5, 6 anos. E aí, beleza, aí pode me dar o que quiser, que eu estou pronta para receber.
We're going to make it right. It's just, I look at all the stuff that I went through to actually be a part of this. So go back into times that I was trying to get into weight divisions, but they didn't exist. I was fighting in different competitions because I wanted to be a fighter. And you going back and even days, so like no one would ever fight, and people didn't think of it. And I was able to break do that groundbreaking in that sense. To be the first Brazilian to step into the octagon, and also just all the records, and you start getting most fights, most knockouts, most finishes. It's such a, when you look at all these, the body of work, just it's very rewarding to be able to be considered like that. And I hope I have this chance. I would love to have the chance to go to the Hall of Fame, but watch out. Like, I would love to have the opportunity, but if the UFC obviously considered me to be in the Hall of Fame while I'm still fighting. If not, I'll hold back on that because I got still 5-6 years on me here. So like if it's awesome to actually hear that so many people consider that I would be honored to be. It'd be an honor to be a part of it. Because every athlete wants that.
Very welcome to Fight Week, but not just any Fight Week, UFC 300, massive event. How excited are you to be able to showcase your skills in an event like that?
Very excited. Very excited. And have a great day. Have a great day to everyone. And I'm happy to be back in that fast way, that fast time after my last fight. And right now, here in Vegas, everything is settled. I'm healthy to fight. Not like last time. Doesn't matter. Everything is on the great way. So I'm happy, and I'm looking forward for the Saturday.
You mentioned you weren't very healthy last time. I'm sure you don't want to get into details, but maybe give us a percentage. How much of your full self were you in?
Like the last fight?
Yes.
I don't want to repeat that too much. I was not in, my camp was not that, with Pereira, it was not full. It was already just 1 week of training, like a true training. So, but doesn't matter. Happen. I'm taking that. And let's go for this Saturday.
So how excited are you therefore now to be able to go back in there on Saturday with that full preparation and show everyone, hey, don't forget, I'm very, very good.
Great. I feel great. I feel great. And I had to keep it down a little bit right now because I feel like there is too much energy, especially when I see the cage where I win about the race. And I feel that energy, it brings me to the action. It kicked me into the action, so I have to be calm.
Alexander was in here earlier, and he said this is a fight for the king of Europe. I'm curious if you agree with that sentiment.
He's talking too much. So okay, it's a normal fight. For me. It's a next fight. For me is not to be like the king of the Europe, because I'm not looking to be the king of the Europe. I'm looking to be the king of the world. Not the king of the world, but the champion, the top, the edge. And I am able to show that this Saturday. So
you mentioned he's talking a lot. He also said you're a fake samurai. You can't be a samurai just because you read a book your coach gave you. Are you surprised he's coming out with these words?
He said that here?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said he doesn't consider you a real samurai. You're a fake samurai. You can't be a real samurai just because your coach gave you a book to read. If you want to be a samurai, you can't just be the last 2 or 3 years. It needs to be basically a lifetime of that sort of energy.
And what's the question?
I'm curious if you're surprised he's coming out with this sort of pre-fight trash talk, or if this sort of something you expected from him.
Understand. Alexander is talking too much. Like I said, he's talking too much. He don't know me, and he will know me in the cage, who I am, where I am able to go, how through I can go to take a win. And
he don't know me personally. If you don't know somebody personally, how you can speak about him something, whatever. And I never said about myself, I'm samurai or whatever. Yeah, because I'm respecting all the warriors from all the history, and I'm sharing with the people, with all the world, every time, the best ideas and best thoughts what I ever have, which helped me to improve myself on the way, to keep myself on the way. And you will like that. You don't know nothing about me, how I'm living. I can't say what I sacrificed because I accept the way. When you accept the way, you will live whenever, do whatever. That's it. So he's talking shit.
Is there a risk if he's trying to attempt to maybe play mind games with you that actually he's making a mistake and might just motivate you more this weekend?
No, I'm not fighting because somebody's saying something. I'm fighting because I want to be the best version of myself. And he's talking. He has to prove that I'm what he's talking. And I will prove that just I'm the better version than my last fight. And win about this guy who's trying to be tough, gangster, but he is a normal sportsman.
Do you believe that Alexander believes what he's saying, or is he just trying to sell the fight and make fans more interested?
Maybe he's believe in what he's saying, but he's missed. So that's happened. That we are believing in something what's not true. Yeah. So I'm a little bit sorry about him, and that's only one thing what I can say. So.
He also said in the fight, you are very good at creating chaos in there, but he's very good at calming the chaos down and making people fight in his style. I'm curious what you make of his skill set actually in the octagon. What do you make of his abilities in the octagon?
How I see him, man. He's and that's the good point because he's working like too much in a fight. Yeah, he make a lot of work, made a lot of action, and with a lot of power. And he believes something will find a target. And I'm not just making the chaos and a lot of movement, but all this movement with some meaning because I see the reaction, I see the free space, where is the weaknesses of his weaknesses, and for that I will attack, especially to know his strategy.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the fight between Jamahal and Alex and Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway?
Yeah, Hill versus Pereira. I think there is more weapons. Like every time I'm saying the same in every interviews because I don't change my thoughts. There's a more weapon on the side of the Hill because he had more experiences in MMA, but there's a more chances on the start with the Hill side, but when the fight will goes to more round, 1, 2, second, fourth round, doesn't matter. There will be more chances of Pereira, I think, because he knows how to be patient, how to wait for the right moment, like with me.
Can I get your thoughts on Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway?
Max is my teammate from same management, so for Max, but they are great guys. Max and Justin both are great fighters. So and I'm saying that every time, expect, that means like in my fight, let the better win. Let the better win. In my fight, I believe in myself.
Jiri over here. What did you make of Alex's performance against Jan Blachowicz? It ended in an injury, but how did you think he looked prior to that stoppage?
Thank you for the question. It showed me a lot about Aleksander Sterling, and he did a great work with a tough opponent like Jan Blachowicz. But there was I don't want to say that. There was too much unuseful action of him, and from both guys, that was like sparring. It was like sparring. Yeah, it was. If somebody wants to end the fight, he has to risk something. That's why my fight looks a little bit risky. Yeah, but I'm giving all in my fights. Yeah.
I saw a photo with you and Glover Teixeira. What did you two talk about? Obviously, you fought. I thought you saw Glover Teixeira the other day in Vegas. What was that like?
Oh, great reminder! Great reminder because they asked me for every round, so from 1 till the 5th round. So and some rounds I didn't remember. So great to hear that, to see that again, to know what to not repeat in the fighting. Yeah, and be ready to take a chance in every moment, because that last choke was for me like I didn't understand how I did that. So for this fight with Aleksander, and after the fight with Glover, I'm open every time. I'm saying I'm open to every chance to end the fight, no matter what. And that's why I started to connect a little bit more the wrestling and jiu-jitsu and ground and pound with my stand-up to be a one piece.
And just last question for me. We were talking earlier about some of the things that Rakic said. Do you wish there wasn't any trash talk in MMA? It seems like you'd rather just, do a regular media and go into the fight and not be asked questions about what your opponent said. Do you wish we had more martial artists not talking trash?
That's the only way to see the true warriors. Yeah, if there is something what's really like the problem between me and if I had some like real problem with Aleksander, I would go to his home and I will knock to his door, and that will be my attitude if there will be some problem. That's all. So if there is this is just some like he's talking some bullshits, and everybody expect I will be, man, that's not true, and I am samurai, and you will die for what you said, man. This is I will show him just we'll show no shots. I think I'm going for a win. That's all what I can say.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Enjoy the weekend.
Sitting right here. Obviously, a massive card here, UFC 300, fighting Jacob Lopes. And so, I guess, what are the emotions now that fighting you see here? All you got to do is your training camp's done.
Exactly. It's like you said, hey, all the preparation is already done. Now that it's a lot closer, I'm starting to see the like the thrill of it. You know, when you first get that announcement, all I'm really thinking about is the opponent at the time. But with 300 and all the festivities and everything that's going on around it, it's pretty dope.
Has it felt the magnitude of this fight card just gotten bigger the closer the date has come, or has it always felt pretty big? Like,
No, it actually didn't feel that big before. You know, when I got here and you start seeing like the more spotlight that there is on it, it's like, okay, this is a little bit different.
Is this, I guess, is this a type of fight card you want to be on, or is it like you just want to fight whoever, whenever, as much as possible?
Half and half. Because on one side of my head, I always think as long as the check gets signed at the end of the day, you don't care. But to be honest, for legacy and for when all of this tennis is over and you look back on it, I would very much appreciate being a part of the historical events.
And Diego has been pretty popular lately. You know, he's last fought Madison Square Garden. He's had a pretty long career before he even got to the UFC. So I guess when his name came across your desk, what went through your mind?
I couldn't care less. You know, I really only knew him from the Musbar fight, so I didn't realize how big he was. You know, until the UFC announced the fight, and then you start getting like all the comments on the internet. Like, he's a pretty popular guy. I think because of the hair, he has very cool hair, so it helps out.
Have his fans been nice to you? Because usually when you get like Brazilian,
to be honest, his the Brazilian and the Mexican fans are pretty nice. Surprisingly, the American fans that are like the bad ones, is the one that speak regular English. Whenever I have to click like translate on like an Instagram or a Twitter post, it's usually relatively fine. It's the ones that just troll you regularly that's a problem.
How's life been on the Disney show?
Oh man, it's really cool, man. It's being a part of a Disney show is like it's definitely not something I would have checked off my bingo card from last year, but it was very, very dope. And being a part of a show that was so representative of my culture, of my tribe, it's very, very cool.
The last one's for me, two quick ones. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal and the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
Yeah, man, Alex and Jamahal is a good one, man. I think a lot of people are they're downplaying how much of a factor Jamal's power plays into this fight. You know, this is mixed martial arts, and Jamahal has that one hitter quitter. You know, that great equalizer, and of course, all the accolades that Pereira brings into the fight, you're gonna want to overlook Jamahal, but I actually think Jamahal has a very, very good shot at one of this.
It's Sodiq over here.
Oh snap, James! Nice finally see you in person.
Yes, I'm a real person. I'm not AI. Sodiq, I'm curious. You are known for your unprofessional breakdowns. How would you do an unprofessional breakdown for your fight? How would you assess
For my fight, man, you can't get the sauce right here, man. I gotta sit down and break that down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm curious. You have been a big, you see a lot of fighters going into the YouTube space. You were one I felt who did it a bit earlier than others. Who are some of your favorite creators? Like, who are some people that you watch? Because I do see you lurking around the live chats every now and then.
Yeah, I watch a lot of different YouTube channels, to be honestly. It's gonna be stereotypical, but Mr. Beast is a very big one, you know, just because I'm a big fan of like philanthropy and like stuff like that. And I think he does a good way of mixing it in. And this week, the random shout out to a DMV YouTuber. His name is Peaks100. That's all I've been watching for like the past 2 weeks because he does food reviews. And around this time, I'm really thinking about his food. So shout out to Peaks.
Yeah, and it's like, do you have any goals with your channel? Like we asked when Cameron was here earlier, we were talking to him about, you know, is this something you see as like a career? Do you ever see this as something that could be bigger than what it is now and doing, you know, this is a potential second career to fight?
Yeah, definitely. Because I feel like before I started doing like YouTube and the Substacks and newsletters, people didn't even have a real account for my actual character. You know, they just see a tough guy fighting, so they didn't get a good gauge of who I am. But now that I've been doing stuff like that, it's been able to branch out even more. And like you guys see, like me get into like the acting and stuff. I think showing my personality more will help me do that.
And just last one for me, you know, we talked a bit about the popularity of Diego Lopes, and obviously he's the betting favorite in this fight. And I know you and I talked about you being the underdog and all that, but I've seen a lot of people kind of mention your fight as, you know, you being the guy that I think people are overlooking. Have you felt that from the fans going into this? That I think there is a sector of fans that really feel like you are being sort of overlooked in this fight, and that you play the role of spoiler.
Yeah. I'm getting that a lot. You know, I'm not gonna say I'm surprised because the odd makers are the odd makers, so it is what it is. I've been an underdog before, and every time I've been an underdog, I've been able to shine bright.
Just a fun one for me. If everything goes your way and you put yourself in the running for a bonus, what would your reaction be if you receive a Mr. Beast type of check for a bonus?
Man, what? I heard Max say something about asking for 500. I was second that motion, man. Like, please, like, this is a special event. You guys know the way I fight. I always look for a bonus. So if I could get some type of 300K bonus or 500K bonus, whatever they agree to in the back, I'll be very happy to get that.
So you kind of going off of that, it might be hard getting fight of the night with Max and Justin.
Man, what? Man, it's gonna be hard getting a fight of the night. But a performance of the night may not be that. Matt, to be honest, Eddie, whatever Diego want to do, man, we can aim to climb that ladder. But like you said, Max versus Justin, that's a crazy fight, man. That's a very crazy fight. I think that's one of those fights where guaranteed both of them are gonna be checking into the hospital afterwards.
Sodiq, on that notion of being underlooked, do you feel just overall that you're fighting with Lopes is being overlooked on such a great card?
Not really, because like I was saying before, he's a fan favorite, and because of the way I fight, I'm naturally I've never had a fight that you could skip before. So I don't think our fight is being overlooked. It's just there's 100 fights, you know. It's like every fight on this card is a barn burner. So I think we're getting the equal respect that we deserve.
And have you thought about that as an opportunity for more exposure now that there's so many people that are watching this card?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you could stand out on a card like this, that the sky's the limit. And I think I've been hearing some rumblings about UFC having like a DC card or something like that. So if I could get a good spotlight on this card, I'll ask to try to get on that DC card if main event or co-main event.
Thanks, sir.
Super, was it good at all? It's a good one to go from to like to make this type of weight from a 25 to a 15-minute and be able to like adjust and be like, all right, main event day, 25 minutes go hard.
The time, the acclimation for the time, it doesn't really change much. I guess what changes might just be like the preparation for the actual fight, but the mindset for the actual fight still doesn't matter. Hey, you're in a fist fight and you have to work in front of 1 million people. You better lock in.
Hi, Sodiq, back here. One thing that I really admire about you is you always have a positive attitude. It seems like you're always smiling, which in this sport is kind of rare because it seems like trash talk and drama is encouraged. But do you think that you can achieve the same level of success without participating in all that trash talk and doing things like what you're doing?
Man, that's a great question, man. Actually, the older I get, the more secure I am in just being myself. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, that was one of the things that ran across my mind a lot. Especially even talking to like teammates and coaches and managers, they always told me sooner or later I'll have to play that role. But I'm glad I became secure enough in myself to the point where no matter how my career goes, I'll be happy knowing that I was able to stay myself, you know. And I try to represent my family. I try to represent my mother. I try to represent the people that raised me. And I've always been this guy. You know, if I could leave the room in a positive light, I'd rather do that than kind of fake trash talking. And to be honest, man, there are some fighters. GSP was my favorite fighter growing up. You know, he wasn't the biggest trash talker, and he was still able to see accomplish a lot of success. So hopefully, I won't have to switch up on y'all. And I've been around so long now. If you guys see me playing that role, you'll know it's me.
Jalen, obviously, a big fight week here before UFC 300 with the milestone event. So I guess what are the emotions now that the hard part's over? Just weigh in and go for it.
Shoot, the hard part hasn't started. The weigh-in is the hard part, man. Getting it have fun.
I'm curious, what's life been for you since that live agreement? Because obviously you took that fight short notice and it was just a finish. From just the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like you've ever been as popular as you have now. So I guess, have you been recognized more? Have you been getting more opportunities? What's life been since that?
I mean, if I'm going to ask a question like that, then I guess, you know, it's a testament to that in itself, because I haven't paid attention to it. I haven't noticed too much of a difference, but I mean, that's a good outcome.
Is that a conscious thing? Like, you just try to block that? If people do come up to you, try to.
I just, yeah, it's not, I don't know, I'm not that kind of person. I'm really attention to it, you know. Like, I know it's going to come with it, but regardless, it's what it is.
Your fight against Renato, I believe, was the last fight added to this card. And he was in here. He didn't think he was going to get added to this. So I'm curious, was it a surprise when he falls into the added to this?
It was a little bit of surprise, yes. I thought it was going to be put on a later date, but you know, making it on.
Were you happy with the gap 300, or would you have like 45?
I'm happy. Yeah, I'm pretty consistent in the gym, so I'm always pretty fairly ready. So.
In terms of Renato, he's also probably never been more popular, you know, setting his money with promos and everything. So what do you make of him as an opponent?
He's another opponent. That's what it is at the end of the day.
Last two for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal and the BMF fight between Justin and Matt?
Both are going to be spectacular fights. They're definitely going to be stand-up battles, and the best man is going to win both those fights. That's it.
Hey, Jalen over here. How's it going? I remember we spoke ahead of this fight. You were talking about how people don't give you enough credit for your striking. Do you feel like this is the exact type of matchup that could really showcase that and remind people just the fact that you have knockout power? We've seen Moicano get knocked out a few times. I feel like it's a good opportunity, especially on this big card.
No, I feel like he's going to try to grapple me. He's definitely going to try to nullify my striking in any way, shape, or form he can, and probably drag the fight out. But if he's willing to stand and trade, then I will be there.
Absolutely. Well, your ground game is pretty, obviously well established as well. Like, if it does go to the ground, how comfortable do you feel down there?
I feel pretty comfortable getting up, and sufficient defense feels really on par. I started training jiu-jitsu in the gi again, so I feel good. Everything kind of aligned, So yeah, I'm ready, well versed for this opponent.
What about the implications of a victory? Jose just mentioned, how popular Moicano is. Obviously, it's a huge card as well. This is the type of fight that really gets you, a notable opponent after this. Seems like UFC, likes you putting you on this card.
Yeah, I would like that, but also in the grand scheme of things, I have no say. I do want to go in there and perform and get a spectacular win, And at the end of the day, you know, I gotta figure out what happens after that. That's it.
Just last one for me. Any fight week rituals you like doing, like things to just keep your mind off fighting and all this stuff? Is there anything you like doing while you're in Vegas?
No, nothing in particular. You know, I just kind of just cruise through, I don't know, just soak in the moments. Doing this, you know, like sitting here doing media because I know, like at the end of the day, like the career's gonna end. I'm not gonna be in front of the cameras. You know what I mean? So I just soak and bask in these moments. You know.
Over here. So return of the T-Mobile Turner once again. This time perhaps the biggest stage of them all. So when you got your fight put together as the last one, what did you make of Renato being the guy that you're going to show the kick for this big occasion?
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, you know, he said my name a couple times, so we tried to make it happen. I don't know why it didn't work out. Now this time it worked out, so I'll get to see him on the other side of the octagon on Saturday night.
How do you feel fighting in Austin compared to fighting at the T-Mobile so many times throughout your career?
Austin was actually pretty lit. Like it was cool. It was a cool atmosphere. It was different. Like the whole process was different. It was like a cool little refreshment. You know, I felt like I was like a hungry young fighter again, like fighting somewhere else. Like it felt good.
A lot of talk about this card as the potential bonus, but it's gonna be hard to get one given how many fights and busy fighters are on this card. So how are you going to separate yourself from the rest of the card in order to score a big bonus potentially?
You know, I got a couple things up my sleeve, and I got to see if my opponent allows me to line them up. See, but I definitely plan on getting a bonus.
Given the way you fight it now to fight, you think that's a big possibility of getting a fight of the night? You too?
Nah, I think fight of the night is going to go to the BMF belt, and there's too many fights. Like too many good fights. Bobby Green and Jim Miller is gonna be a barn burner too. You know, there's so many good fights to get fight of the night. You know what I mean? I want a performance.
Speaking of Bobby, did you run into him at all during this fight week so far?
Nah, you know it's funny. I haven't run into anybody. That's kind of. I was thinking about that the other day.
Hey, Jalen, right here. Jalen, was wondering, you just recently did the Jackson podcast. Was wondering how was that experience recording with those guys?
That's cool. You know, they're one of my sponsors, so they're cool. I like them.
And then obviously you've been part of so many big cards, but like 300, does it feel like, hey, it won't get bigger than this one? Or do you feel like, hey, after being part of so many pay-per-views, T-Mobile, all this, it's like, you know what? I do think it could still get even bigger.
The biggest card I'm going to be a part of is the one that I get to headline.
Jalen here in the back. You fought many different styles in the UFC so far. Do you feel like Moicano's is reminiscent to anybody you've already taken?
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Colin Potter. You know, just because like Colin Potter was a black belt also, and yeah, I don't know why. Those are the only two that correlate to me. Pretty sure there's other people that I've fought that have like the same accolades. Like I don't know how durable he is. Dan Hooker was definitely the toughest fighter I've ever fought in my life. I don't know if Moicano is that durable, so you know I won't know until I fight him. But yeah, you know, body wise, you know, styles kind of similar to Dan a little bit, but not as well versed in striking, I would say. So you know, we'll see. We'll see.
Thank you.
Hey, Jalen,
What's it going to take for the UFC to put on like a skateboarding competition? You know, there's a couple of skateboarders in the promotion, and we all know that she loves to get down.
Man, yeah, we definitely need to do that. That could be a cool little spin on. They could make some money doing that. You know, the Game and Skate, you know, have the Barracks sponsor it or set it up. You know what I mean? I definitely think I could win that.
Thank you.
They've been doing skating in here. Like they've been doing some stuff in here.
Oh, what? That's it. I didn't even know. That's it. Thank you, guys.
That's the only thing. You said no. Well, I Oh, and it's yeah, I just took it.
It's 2 hours.
Oh, over here, other side. Right, gotcha. Obviously, a big marquee event, UFC 300, is upon us. So I guess what are the emotions now that fight camp's over? You just got to focus on weighing in and fighting.
Yeah, now is the least fun part, and then the most fun part, right? All rolled into a week. So I feel really excited to compete. Obviously, it's been a little bit of time since I was able to get in the cage, and so I'm just very grateful, very appreciative of this opportunity. And I think I'm just going to go out there and be myself and put on an amazing performance.
Well, you had mentioned that it's been a while since we had seen you. Were you expecting a call sooner, or do you think they were trying to hold you for like a big event like this?
Well, it was part of my plan to take a little bit of time off. At that point last year, with my last fight, I had taken 5 fights in 365 days and just been on basically a year's worth of training camps. And I wanted to take some time and focus on my development, and training for a fight and just training to get better and improve are a little different. And so I think it made sense. And then when I was looking at the timeline for what events were coming up, this fit in perfectly with that plan.
Well, I know you famously said, you want to be on pay-per-view main cards, but I guess people were a little surprised given the amount of marquee names at UFC 300 that you were still on the pay-per-view. So were you surprised that they put you above guys like Jiri and Alex?
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I think that it's a big honor for me to be where I'm at on the card, and just to be on this card in general, because there's so many amazing fighters and so many guys that have a ton of experience and who are just doing big things in sport. And so I feel like it says a lot about me, about UFC and our plans, and I think they align. And I think that I'm just grateful to be where I'm at, and grateful to have this platform to go do my thing.
When they brought Cody Brundage's name to another guy with an extensive wrestling background, not at your level, but obviously wrestled for most of his life. So what did you make of his name when they approached you?
Yeah, I was excited for that. I think that just getting to compete against another wrestler is a new challenge for me. Everybody that I've fought thus far, hasn't had a wrestling background. And so this will, I think, present different problems for me to solve in the fight. And that's going to be a big part of my development, is just continuing to get different looks and improve and feel different things in the cage. So hopefully he can give me a little resistance in there, and I'll figure it out.
He was in here earlier, and he said he was glad he was getting you now. Like, he thinks right now is the perfect time to get you because you haven't developed quite as well as some of the other fighters in the division. Do you think he's kind of overlooking you, or is he just kind of talking that to kind of himself?
I think that makes perfect sense what he's saying, because I'm only going to improve and get better, right? Like, I think if it were up to him, he would have loved to get me like a year ago, right? So, everybody knows that my capability and what I was able to do in wrestling, and I think they obviously assume that that'll translate over to fighting, and has so far. So for him to say that makes perfect sense, and I think for me it's just continually improving and moving forward. And my goal isn't to win. I obviously want to win this fight, but my goal is to be the pound-for-pound #1 fighter in the world and UFC champion. So this is a part of that process.
You were obviously in the headlines for your comments about Jordan, Burrow, and everything. So I guess what's the wrestling community reaction to that, reception to your comment?
Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely expected the wrestling community to be maybe taken aback by it or a little surprised, just given his standing in the community. But I've gotten a lot of support from people that are actually like in the community, that wrestlers, coaches, people that are in it, not just fans that are kind of watching from the outside. And everybody is kind of on the same page as me. So that was interesting to me. It's not something that I expected, but yeah, I just pretty much was frustrated with what he had to say and let that be known.
Final one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Jamahal, and then the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
Yeah, both fights are going to be amazing contests. I think those guys are extremely skilled in what they do, and looking forward as a fan of the sport to watching both those fights. Definitely, I would say like kind of dream matchups, if you will, for guys that go out there and they're going to get after it, and they just put on amazing shows. So I'll be tuning in probably from home at that point. But yeah, excited to watch those fights.
Well, right here. You talk about how the UFC is positioning you on this card, what Cody says about your potential and things like that. It seems everyone knows what you can be capable of, and maybe the only thing that could stop you is yourself at this point. So how do you keep grounded and make sure you're training properly, dieting, focusing, all these things, and not letting any of the outside stuff seep in?
I think it starts with why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not doing any of this for outside attention or for money or any of this external kind of stimulus, external reward. It's all because I love it. At the end of the day, I could probably go do a lot of different things, a lot of things that are easier than being an MMA fighter. And but this is what I'm choosing to do. And so obviously take that very seriously. I'm very motivated, very disciplined. And that's probably a testament to the people that I've been able to be around, coaches, teammates, my dad, people that have had a positive impact on me and been good examples for me. And yeah, basically, to sum it up, I do this because I love it and not for any of the extracurricular stuff.
Is it important though that you keep, I guess, setting new goalposts and keep finding ways to be pushed? Because complacency can be like the worst thing for fighters in the sport. Do you see that? Know that there needs to be collaboration with the UFC to continue this in a way that keeps you focused with everything you just said there?
No, I think that, yeah, there's definitely collaboration. I feel like when I look at the UFC and myself, I see us as we're on the same team. We want the same things, and so that's something that I think has been a really positive relationship thus far, and we've been aligned, and I think that will continue moving forward. That being said, I feel like I'm fighting better and better guys every single fight, which is good. It's what I want. I want to continue, fighting better guys, and soon enough I'll be fighting ranked guys, for the belt and stuff like that. So, yeah.
You can find yourself anywhere between minus 2,000 and minus 3,000. Good value.
Yeah, I think the math checks out to me. If I'm being honest, any number on me is basically just free money at this point. So, I have had some people asking me, predictions and things like that for the fight, and it's really tough to predict a fight, but I know I'm going to win. That's the only thing I'm really sure of.
And Bo, just sort of piggybacking on that, do you feel like you have the most pressure on the card because of the betting odds, right? You look at some of the other fights, no one's like a minus 2,000 favorite. Do you feel like you have the most pressure?
Pressure is such an interesting thing because it's really just all of your perception, and all the pressure that I feel comes from internal. It comes from myself, and I put pressure on myself because I love what I do, I care about it, and I train really hard, and really that's all I feel. I think that my coach at Penn State, Cael Sanderson, he's talked to us about pressure a lot, and to sum it up, it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to feel pressure. It's just not good to be nervous about that. So for me, I know I'm going to feel this pressure because I choose that. And I'm the one that signs the contract that decides that I'm going to go out there and fight. And I do it because I love it.
Who did you get to work with for this camp leading into the fight with Brundage?
Fortunately, this camp, I've had a lot of really good training partners. Obviously, my two guys at home in Pennsylvania are Anthony Kattar and Musa Al-Suleimani, both national champions, one in wrestling, one in boxing. So high-level guys, and two of my best friends. So those are guys that I'm working with on a daily basis. And then I was also grateful that I was able to go down to Florida, train with some really high-level guys down there at American Top Team. Johnny Evelyn, Marvin Vittori are a few names that I was able to get some rounds in with. And so really, feel like I had a really good camp and feel well prepared.
Does that give you confidence, obviously, working with a guy like Evelyn, who, Bellator champ and, competing at high level, Vittori's a ranked middleweight? Is that a good way to kind of gauge where you are in the division?
Yeah, I think so. You know, for me, development is very important. It's important for me to push myself against the best guys, and I think that, you know, obviously it's cliche, but people talk about, you know, train hard and fight easy, and that is the way I see it. Though that's been the way I've seen it since I was a kid, and I always, you know, traveled to get the best training partners when I was in middle school and high school, and then going to Penn State for college. I always had the best training partners in the world, and you know, I'm taking that same mindset into MMA, and I want to work with the best guys, best coaches, and I feel fortunate and grateful that they're, you know, wanting to work with me as well.
And if all goes well, like you're saying, and you get a finish, and it's another impressive performance, is this sort of the last fight you think before you start getting you to fight maybe like a ranked opponent or like a more notable opponent in the division? Do you feel like this is kind of the last one?
It's possible. You know, I think that that's a conversation between myself and the UFC, and we'll figure out what we want to do. But I'm not in a rush. You know, I'm only 28 years old. I just turned 28, and I got a lot of more time to continue to improve and develop and get better. But again, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the goal is to be the pound for pound #1 fighter in the world. You know, and I want to continue to fight better and better guys. But at the same time, you know, focus on the improvement aspect of it. Like, I need to get better to get to where I want to be. And so whatever the development looks like and the process, then that's what it'll be.
And just last one for me, Hamzat Chimaev now looks like he's a mainstay at 185, just fighting Robert Whittaker coming up. I know this is down the line, but you got to be a bit excited about that potential matchup just with both of your styles.
Definitely excited about that matchup. You know, I think obviously Hamzat's a little bit ahead of me in terms of position in the organization and rankings, but I feel like, you know, it's a matchup that a lot of people want to see. And you know, that fight with Whittaker is going to be an amazing fight. Two guys that are competing at a very high level, and I'm looking forward to watching it, and definitely looking forward to that fight down the line.
Hey, Bob.
When you were 8 years old, you told your parents that you wanted cauliflower ear. Is that a moment where you know you're going to dedicate your whole life to the world of combat?
I think, you know, it was. I think that I was just around it so much. My granddad wrestled in college. You know, he was a wrestling coach. My dad wrestled his whole life, was a wrestling coach. And so it was just something that's what you're around, right? And the guys that I looked up to were high school wrestlers, college wrestlers, and they had it. And so for me, that was just my path. And again, there was other things I could have done, and it was never like something I was forced into, but I felt like it was my choice and what I loved. And yeah, I mean, I'll be involved in combat sports forever. You know, even when I'm done competing, I think that I'll coach at some capacity or be involved somehow.
Touching up again on the main card placement, I know you're probably more aware than anyone that some people weren't really too fan of that. So does that add an extra chip on your shoulder or motivation to go out there and make a bigger statement?
You know, it's interesting because I guess first off, it's not really me that decides that. I know that a lot of people, you know, pull up the quote of me saying like, oh, I'm a main card guy and stuff like that. But I feel like that at the end of the day, the UFC made a business decision, and it made sense for me to be on the main card. That being said, as far as the opinions of others, they're not super relevant to me. I feel like those are going to ebb and flow, and I'm, you know, confident that in a year or two, once I've established myself more and built my reputation in this sport more, that people will have will think it's a no-brainer and look back on it, and you know, it'll make a lot more sense.
Last one for me, a fellow fighter under the same management, Ilya Topuria, had his big title win in Anaheim a couple of months ago. What did you make of that performance?
So happy for Ilya. You know, he's a guy that I have been watching for a long time. And just, you know, you could see it as a student of the sport, you could see it coming almost, just with his skills and his mindset and being able to be around him. You could tell that he just had a championship aura around him, you know, probably even before he got into the UFC. And so I was so happy to kind of see his dreams be realized, and it's definitely motivational for me seeing somebody come up and you know, achieve his goals. That, you know, it's now I feel like I'm the next guy to go do that.
Hey, Bo, I was wondering, how has being a father changed any of your mindset and just that approach to competition now, just having that, you know, proverbial something more to fight for?
You know, it's interesting. I think that for me, I've always been very competitive. I'm always somebody that I'll do whatever I need to do in the competition to win. And you know, having a son, I feel like more than anything, I just want to be a good dad to him. I don't think it really like gives me any extra motivation. I already feel fully motivated internally, but I definitely feel excited just to spend time with him and get to know him as he grows and gets older. And I want to be a good fighter, and I have big goals within fighting, but it's more important for me to be a good dad. So whatever that looks like, it could be outside fighting. That's my priority.
Two-parter. What was it like taking him to his first wrestling match? And two, have you already thought about what college you'd like to make him an offer?
That's funny. It was a really cool, kind of surreal moment to be able to bring him to a Penn State match at, I guess at that point he would have been, 2 months old, and just a cool experience. Obviously, I had a lot of great memories at Rec Hall in the Penn State arena, and to bring him there was special. And as far as him going to school or what he's going to do, I think that I would love it if he chose to do something different than me, just because I feel like he can be his own person and figure out what he likes. And if it's wrestling, then that's great. I'll obviously support him, but I definitely want to leave that up to him and let him figure that out.
You mentioned Penn State. Real quickly, what are your thoughts on them breaking the tournament record scoring points that's been since like 1997?
Yeah, amazing. I think the team this year at Penn State was extremely special. A lot of special individuals, comprised that team. Had two. Obviously, you mentioned the team scoring record, but also 2 4-time NCAA champions in the same year, which there's probably no way that's ever going to happen again. And so, for me, I'm just grateful to be able to be around those guys and still be in there and train with these guys on a daily basis. They obviously help me a ton in keeping my wrestling sharp, and I'm grateful that I just get to be around high-level people. It's something that I feel like is a big blessing.
You are very dialed in. Heard you on the Rogan podcast. You're very regimented, very wise beyond your years with your schedule and training and all of that. Cody was in here. He was saying that some people around him, they said that you're like Jesus Christ of MMA. I believe that as you keep climbing the ladder, people will try to pick at that cool, calm psyche. One, what do you think about that? And two, can you walk on water?
Well, I definitely I don't love that comparison as a Christian. I think it's I don't really feel like that about myself at all. I think that I'm just trying to do my best out here, and I'm a little confused by the question, I guess, but I feel like
Are you prepared for people to, as you're climbing the ladder, to pick at your cool meter?
Yeah, I feel fine, with people saying whatever they want to say. Of course, people are going to try to get a rise out of me or, say things that to throw me off. But I'm just trying to go out there and accomplish what I want to accomplish. And however they want to go about it is really irrelevant to me. It makes no difference. And people want to sell the fight, people want to build the fight up, and I get that. But for me, no matter what's said in the lead up or the fight week, we're going to get locked in the cage. So that's what I'm focused on. And anything that is important will be come to light right in that moment.
That's all I heard. Is that when you shot down in New York when you were New York trip? Yeah, and I don't like too much. That's sick.
I'm sorry, that was a stupid question. We're allowed a couple of these things.
What do we have here? What do we have here? Let's go. Get them done.
Bobby, obviously, you've been through a lot in your career, big fights, big nights. Does me fighting on this card mean anything special to you?
Yeah and no. I'll tell you both sides. One, I mean, it's just another fight. I don't know, like it's supposed to be 300, but to me, it just feels like another fight, you know? But at the same time, like I am super honored, you know? I'm honored that I'm on this card because there could have been 1,000 other people that was on this card that I can think of, you know? The fact they threw my ass on there, you know, little poor me, it's fucking sick. So I'm honored that I'm on the card, but as far as the shows, another show is another thing for me.
What about the matchup you're fighting? The guy with the most wins, the most fights, all these records in the UFC. You guys have been booked multiple times before. Are you like excited to kind of play spoiler to this whole Jim Miller 100, 200, 300 storyline?
Oh yeah, we definitely gonna close the curtains on him. 4 times the charm. You know, we were originally supposed to fight each other. I think a knee injury. I blew my knee out or something like that and had to have surgery. And so that happened. The second time we were supposed to fight each other, his opponent fell out. And so they asked me like on 2 weeks' notice to do the show. I'm sitting on the couch smoking and fat. I had to cut like 30 pounds away. Like I walk around 85, you know, and so cut 30 pounds in 2 weeks. I did it. I made the weight. But then I went to see the doctor. I was like, still not a breath. I couldn't get my breath behind me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and that's like, calm down, calm down. That's not just fucking passed out. Fucking lung collapsed, kidneys failed. I was in the hospital for like a week, you know? And so that shit happened. And then the third time I was supposed to fight this guy, everything was going great. I was gonna whoop his ass. And I watched this guy on YouTube. His name is Dr. Eric Berg. Little white guy, you know, smart little doctor, white guy. He listens to everything those guys say, you know? And so I listened to this guy, and he's like, I've been watching for about a year. He's all about different stuff with your health. So like, hey, if your eye's looking a little yellow, maybe you're lacking in this deficiency. Maybe you need more B vitamins. Maybe you need more D vitamins. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm learning about health because I'm getting old as shit. And I better keep myself, you know, keep this train going. So I'm kind of like learning shit. Something I do on YouTube, just fuck around with YouTube. Be on my health shit. Well, yeah, there's one video, and it shit said, how to lose weight in your sleep. I'm like, what? Lose weight in my sleep? I don't gotta work hard? This sounds great, you know? So I'm watching the video, and he like telling you different shit. Like, oh, yeah, take this, do this, you know? And so on his little whiteboard, he had the 5 things to take. And I think it was like vitamin D, vitamin K, potassium, magnesium, and then this last one. But those 4 are good. I know those 4, like, those are all fucking healthy. They're gonna sit on there and it's not with anything, you know, take a shit. But the last one, it said DHEA. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know what that is or where to find it or anything, but okay. And so I'm going to the store. I'm in Walmart. Little Walmart. Not behind the counter where you got to talk to like physicians or anything like that. Just in the vitamin section. So I'm getting the D, I'm getting the K, and hey, there's that shit right there. DHA. I wasn't gonna get it. I didn't know where to find it, but I saw it. I thought, oh shit. So I got it. I looked at it like, what is this shit? And on the front of it, it said sugar metabolism. I'm like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that does. Okay, it's in right here where kids can get a hold of it. It's not like it's banned or it's locked up, because Walmart has things locked up too. There's stuff that is more expensive, things that are actually costly. And so I'm like, okay, grab that shit, started taking it. They came and piss tested me, and they came like 3 days later. I was like, what the fuck? Why are you guys still here? Are you bothering me? Y'all just piss test me. I guess I'm pissed hot, you know, I didn't know. So I'm cursing them out, and fucking with them and shit. And really like, hey, we coming to hit you. I got the notice and shit, like, oh, fucked up. But I'm gonna tell you something with it, there's no way. And like, bro, Pop, there's no way. And so they said, what are you taking? I showed them everything I'm taking. Like, it's that one right there. Oh, fuck. And so I fucked myself in the last one. And shit happens. And now I'm here at the 4th time, but maybe it's meant to be, you know? Maybe it wasn't worth it for 40 grand. Maybe it wasn't worth it for 80 grand. Maybe it wasn't worth it for 100 grand. Now we're getting closer to 200s, you know? So maybe it's closer to there, you know?
Can you just tell me a little bit about the transition from the last fight to this one? I think a lot of people think the referee did you dirty in the last one. I know you took it like a champ, but to come off a result like that and transition to a camp, is there anything you have to do special to kind of look out for your health and just make sure you are ready to go on Saturday?
That's crazy. I never took anything into account. I mean, I took everything into account, but one thing is fighting, you're gonna go. I'm gonna go on my shoulder. This is what come with this shit, you know? Some warrior shit. I'm came to die. But like, I'm gonna get knocked out. All right, I'm down. And, all right, maybe I'll get shot at it. That's cool. But one of the things I didn't prepare for is like, hey, that ref could let you get too much damage where you might not come back the same, you know? Just because he let you go a little too long in there, you know? Their job is to save our lives. So a bit of me was like, I don't know about that part of it, you know? Like, damn, I did sign up for this shit, but I don't know if I signed up for that part where I'm like, bro, I wasn't even looking away from my body was just moving, but it's like, bam, 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 bam. You know? But shit, it's part of this game, you know? It's part of this game. Ref's doing his job and shit happens, I guess. And I'm a warrior, part of the shit, and keep it moving.
Bobby, I got one for you. On a lighter note, last time you were in Vegas, you had an incredible finish, but you walked out to Sexy Red. So I'm curious, are you going to do that again this time?
Hell no. Jamahal Hill yelled at me and won't stop yelling at me about that to this day. You know, like, that's my big dog. And every time we run each other, like, bro, you came out to Sexy Red. What the fuck are you doing, bro? What the fuck are you doing? He always like, when everybody else is like, oh, it was cool. Jamal's gonna be the guy that tells me like, nah, bro, nah. He's always on the other side of everything else. He's gonna give me the straight raw truth. You came out to a stripper, bro. You know? So nah, I won't be doing that. I always want to do something new every time.
So do you have any ideas yet for this go around?
I'm playing with a couple different songs, but I think I figured the one. I think I found the one.
Hey, Bobby, right here.
Can I get how do you think Jamal gets it done against Alex?
Dog, I've been getting a lot of flack, you know, for saying I'm riding with him and stuff, but I ride with my niggas and I stay true to myself more than anything else. I think he's gonna put Alex out. There's something weird about Jamal that people don't understand. And I watched him and like the way he's throwing these strikes, the way he comes and covers distance. If you're not ready, you will go to sleep. That's Johnny Walker, you know, he wasn't ready for that shot. He put a nasty beating on Glover, you know, where I think he just took so much life off of Glover. That guy's nasty, you know, and so the way he does certain things, I think people are not prepared for it. It's not the average, like, Pereira's been fighting, like, the standard striker type of guys. And don't get me wrong, I love Pereira too. He's fucking sick, nothing but love. I love Glover, really. And so, all love to those guys, but I'm just gonna call it like I see it too, even though I have a little bit of bias for my dog. But I'm telling you, none of these people that he fucking dropped, they had no idea where they were getting hit from. He throw in different ways. And this is not the average, like, orthodox striker where I'm hooking like this. And no, what if I hook you over the top? What if I hook you a little under? And that's the difference.
In your weight class, what do you think about that BMF fight between Justin and
I'm happy for both of those guys, you know. Those are two of my favorites, you know, fucking true warriors. Guys that really stand on their shields. Guys that go out there and put great fights on, you know. Those are the brothers of the sport. I'm happy for both of them. Max is a perfect example of my code is to jump on every opportunity. When you see us all the time, we're going to fight as much as we can. We're trying to fight all the time and stay in front of that before our time is up. And so you got to respect that about them, you know. The other guys like Islam are taking their time with stuff, you know. Guys are taking their time. No, if you want to be that star, you want to be that guy, you got to go out there and take those chances, those risks. Volkanovski, another guy, you know, gets out there, take the risk. And sometimes you may come up short, but what can I deal with? You motherfuckers weren't too pussy to do.
Hey, Bobby, over here. Bobby, I was watching your IG, and you put this up a couple weeks ago on your story. You said, I was just going to show I'm better than him. Now I'm going to hurt him. Can I ask what changed and what brought out that mindset for this fight with Jim?
I'm kind of like, when fighters talk about me, it's kind of like, I'm kind of like Michael Jordan. If I find that little edge where like, I can get psycho with myself, I'm like, oh, you know? And the last time somebody said that was Nazareth. He was like, oh, Bobby Green won't stay on me. So I broke the record on how many strikes I could hit him with, you know? And then Dawson said the thing too, like, I'm here for it, just a check. So I knocked him out. You know, I put these certain things in my head and I'll go crazy behind it. Like, now I'm mad at you and I got something to prove. You know what I mean? When I fight guys, it's just like, I just want to prove I'm better than you. I don't want to hurt you because I want you to have a prosperous career. But I just want to show that I'm the better fighter of the two. Jim was saying, like, when our fight came out, he didn't want to do this because all the different obstacles of all the bullshit. But I'm like, bro, I took that fight on 2 weeks' notice for you. I jumped in there and I fucking went to a hospital for a week. And now I put that shit in my head, like, oh, I got something I'm gonna show you something now, you know? And the fact that we got to wash and wash and wash, now this is what you're fucking waiting for, bro. I promise you, it's gonna be vicious. Cool. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Really. Hello. Obviously, a big marquee fight week here before UFC 300, before you fight against Xiaonan. So I guess what are the emotions now that fight camp is over and you just have to weigh in and then fight on Saturday?
你的比赛马上就要开始了，那么现在在格斗周里头，很快呢就是倒数。你现在心情怎么样？有什么感想？什么感受？
我心情特别开心，然后也很放松，也很期待的这次比赛。
I'm very happy, very relaxed, and I'm really looking forward to the fight.
Fought on some big cards before in Las Vegas, Madison Square Garden, in Boston. So I guess where does this fight rank? Do you feel the magnitude of this fight?
你以前也有在一些非常好的比赛中比过，比方说在纽约啊，在波士顿。那么你觉得这一次跟其他以往的那些大的比赛比起来，有什么不同？有没有更大的意义？
当然 ，UFC 300，12个前任冠军跟现任冠军，中国第一次的德比，这次是我职业生涯非常重要的一个比赛。而且我在 T-Mobile 之前在拉斯维加斯，我跟 Joanna 创造了年度最佳的比赛，然后我也非常喜欢拉斯维加斯。
Of course, because this UFC 300, it's a historic moment. We have 12 former and also current champions on this card. Also, the first time 2 Chinese fighters fighting to get the belt, champion belt. Also, last time I was fighting in Vegas was against Xiaonan, and we had the best performance. So I'm super excited about this fight.
Do you feel the importance of this fight, given what you said, two Chinese fighters fighting for the title? Do you feel how important this is to your country, or do you also kind of just view it as just another title defense?
这次就像你说的，是第一次2位中国选手争夺这个冠军的头衔。那你觉得这是一个有特别的意义，尤其是你们的国家在战斗，还是说这就是另一次卫冕而已？
我觉得对，从我个人来讲，肯定是我觉得这是一场比赛。不管从小男孩从我来说，肯定是一场比赛。但是我觉得对于中国 MMA 来说，肯定是一个新的进步的台阶吧。
This is another fight for me, but on the other hand, this also means so much for the MMA sports development and growth in China.
Yang was in here and jokes that more people back in China support you than her. So why do you think that is?
小南说，在国内支持你的人比支持他的人更多。那么对于这一点，你是怎么看的？
其实每一个人都有自己的粉丝，我看到也有很多人支持他。就是我觉得有支持他的，也有支持我的，每个人喜欢的选手也不一样。
I do see a divided fan base, but everybody has its own fan base.
In terms of her skill set, does she present anything that you haven't faced before? The opposite.
每个人都有自己的这个格斗的方式和长处。那你觉得小南他具备的一些特质有没有你之前没有见到的？
我觉得小南这2年他的摔柔和他的力量进步的非常多。
I see Xiaonan that she has grown a lot, especially in her strength, as well as her grappling on the ground, everything. Yeah.
And final 2 for me. Can I get your thoughts on the fight between Alex and Jamahal and Justin and Max?
你可不可以讲一下你对主卡几个比赛的一些看法，或者说预测？
我其实一般很少去预测比赛，因为我觉得在赛场什么都有可能发生，而且看谁的状态更好。
I don't really like to predict outcome because anything can happen, and a lot of factors contributing to the outcome of the fight.
然后这也就是 MMA 的魅力，一切都是不确定性。
This is the beauty of mixed martial arts.
Weili over here. Weili, you were recently featured in Harper's Bazaar, China. I was just wondering, how did you enjoy that experience of the photo shoot and the article they did?
Do you mind to repeat the question, please?
Yes, she was recently featured in Harper's Bazaar magazine in China. How did she enjoy the article and the experience of the photo shoot?
你好像有上过那个芭莎的杂志，然后他想问你一下，你对这篇描述你的文章是怎么看的，然后感受是什么？
对那篇描述的文章，那篇文章描述了些什么呢？我要想一想。那篇文章描述了啥？
那你就说说你当时给芭莎的就那个整个的经历你的感受吧。
我觉得芭莎它是一个非常专业的时尚的一个杂志，然后那次拍摄也是非常知名，在中国非常知名的摄影师帮我拍摄，也是我很早就之前知道的一个摄影师陈曼，让他帮我拍摄。
And that's a very professional fashion magazine. Also, the photographer, she was very well known in China, so that was a great experience.
And then we know we've seen you obviously grapple with Francis Ngannou, picking them up, but you also got some work in and were training a bit with Marab. I was just wondering, how's that experience?
你有把那个鸡血拿根把它的鸡血，
说是拿根我还有另外一个摔跤选手，
说2个人对对对，然后又说你跟那个梅拉布也有练，所以说想问一下，对这2个感受是什么？
我觉得不一样的感受。我觉得大格诺的时候我没有觉得那么重，但是我跟梅拉布训练摔跤的时候，他的脚感非常非常好，他的那个打摔结合也非常非常好，我也跟他学习到很多。
I did not feel Nickal was that heavy, but when I was training with Marab, I was really surprised by how good he was. It's great. Yeah.
Speaking of showing your strength, you also picked up Shaq in September. Can you tell us about that experience with him and how difficult was it to pick him up?
把他举起来了，然后呢，然后什么感觉？我描述一下 ，OK 他本来是，就是他很吃惊，我把他抱起来了吧。然后当时我觉得，可能他小的时候被妈妈抱过，然后长了这么大以后，估计没有人把他抱起来。
He was quite surprised I was able to lift him up. I guess that maybe he was being lifted by his mom when he was little, but never after he became adult. So he was pretty surprised I could do that.
And of course, focused on this fight, rightfully so. But do you feel like Tatiana Suarez is the next contender after this, or is there someone else right now that you think is more deserving to fight the winner of this?
那这个比赛之后，你觉得下一个赢了这场比赛的话，你觉得需要哪次是最具有挑战权资格的，还是有别人？
我觉得看你跟 UFC 怎么安排吧，因为我现在只想专注我当下的比赛。
I'll let UFC to do the matchmaking. Right now, I just want to focus on it.
Wally, you've had a incredible rise in the first Chinese champion in promotion history. Can you speak about your journey and your rise coming up to UFC 300?
你从最开始成长到第一位中国的 UFC 的冠军，可不可以大致的给大家讲一下你的这个成长的经历？
我成长经历，哇 ，long story 其实我简短的说一下，就是我把一个大的目标分成很多小的目标，然后不断完成小的目标的时候，我发现大的目标离我很近了。然后我也非常感谢 UFC 的平台，然后可以让我实现梦想。
I usually have a really big objective, and I divide them into small goals. So as I achieving incremental goals, then I realize I'm not that far from my big objective. On the other hand, I'm really thankful for the platform UFC provides me.
Back here. Speaking of training with Marab, I know you've been training at Syndicate MMA here in Vegas, and John Wood is the coach over there. I've heard nothing but great things about the entire team there and John Wood. How has training there and being coached by John attributed to your success in your evolution as a fighter?
就大致的谈一下你跟这位新的教练 John Wood 跟他训练的感受，然后你觉得他对你有什么帮助？
我跟 BU 的教练，其实在我跟卡拉打的时候已经合作了，我们已经是第3次的训练营了。我觉得我们合作非常默契，也非常融洽。他的很多思想，然后跟我们非常的融合。然后他是一个非常有经验的教练，而且我们像水一样，我们一直在追求这个。
We actually started working together since my time was Carla, so we've been working together for a while. I think he's super smart, and we align on vision, our style, our train together. So it's been a very good working experience.
Weili, the last time you were in Vegas was against Xiaonan. Are you excited to be back in Las Vegas?
提到了上一次你跟乔安娜在 Vegas 打，那你这次有没有特别兴奋，又回到了拉斯维加斯来参加这次？
对，我特别的兴奋，然后可以再回到拉斯维加斯，因为我觉得拉斯维加斯是我好运的地方。
Yes, I feel this is my lucky place, my lucky city.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
Justin, you've had a lot of fights, had a lot of big fights, but UFC 300, BMF belt against Aleksander Holloway, this one must feel pretty special.
They all feel special. It's such a great little adventure that I put myself on, a long time ago when I chose to take this path. Never would have thought it would lead me to UFC 300, but here we are.
You mentioned ahead of this fight that, respectfully, you would like to finish Max, but maybe not put him out cold, just finally be the first person to sort of crack that shit we talk about so much. For him, do you think he's going to have to put on a lot of size to be able to match you for power to keep himself in there, or do you think he can cover this fight in other ways to find success?
Man, it's a lot of what ifs and what I think. So I don't know. I love getting in there and finding out. I'll know early if he's punching hard enough for me to take chances or be more cautious. I'll find that out early, and I think it's very different than the time he fought Poirier, as that was a late replacement. I think he's had this whole camp, being able to keep and maintain that weight, and I do think he's going to be as big as me and as strong as me.
You mentioned he's quick to disregard that fight with Dustin for the reason you just said. Do you even look at that fight and think, well, there are things I can take from that, or do you have to think, no, I can't really relate that back to this?
If I'm watching that fight, it has nothing to do with the size or anything like that. It's all about technique, and I can find his technique in all of his fights. All of them, he's a very different fighter from fight to fight, just as all of us are. We're all constantly making adjustments. And, I won't be sure which Max I'm going to fight until that bell rings.
What would it mean to you to be the first guy to drop in?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. I have 25 wins, 19 knockouts. I've really taken pride in that, since the beginning of my career. And, to be the first one, I like being first. So, yeah, I'm ready.
What are the stakes in this fight for you? Obviously, there's a BMF belt on the line, right? But we're hearing talks that maybe Dustin could be fighting for the lightweight title next. Are you even thinking about that, or do you just have to think, hey?
No, I know with the win here, I fight for the belt. I know with the loss here, that all goes away. So that's what I'm fighting for.
Is there a chance if Islam were to fight G, you could end up being called to fight back in Abu Dhabi? And is that something you'd even consider?
I don't play what ifs, but you don't pass up a championship opportunity. I do want my time. I do think June would probably be impossible for me, as every time I fight, it's a traumatic life experience, and I need to go home and unwind, take care of my body, take care of my head. But I have coaches and manager that ultimately make those decisions. So if they say go, I go.
Throughout media day, the general consensus is that no one else is competing for fight of the night amongst the fighters. They're all like, we have to get a performance bonus because Justin and Max are fighting on this card.
Yeah.
You kind of take pride in that like even your fellow fighters are like, we're not even going to try for this.
Yeah, having the respect of your peers is something I think we all, shoot for. Not just that, but the respect of the UFC to give me this opportunity. Every time you see someone in this thing, you only see the Gaethje versus Holloway thing on the television. So it looks like it's the main event.
Well, kind of going off of that, was there any chance that you would have just been the actual main event before they added Alex as well?
Wrong dude. I don't know.
What do you think of the custom fight kits?
I love it. Yeah, they called me. They said, "What do you want?" I said, "I want to represent the United States of America." If I ever had a chance, that's what I asked for a long time ago. I didn't want to go full Apollo Creed because I don't like to be flashy. And yeah, anytime I can represent my country, this is such a worldwide sport, and not a lot of people truly represent this country, and I'm that guy.
Speaking of the custom shorts, Max had input on his design on the floor. Did you have any input on yours, or was it just you told him, hey, I want this, this, and this?
I said I wanted to look like a U.S. flag, and then I sent them a picture of those shades, those colors, black and gray. I wasn't looking for anything special. I don't need to be shiny and flashy. I do my talking with my fists.
Fair enough. There's also footage of you celebrating Dustin Poirier's win over Nickal Sunday when you got the knockout. Is that a guy that, no matter what time you're in, he's going to be like one of those guys you always have respect for in the cage?
Yeah, for one, I'm always going to cheer for my fellow Americans, and especially I love to see these vets and us old guys holding off these young lions. They're coming for us, but the longer we can hold them off, the better for me, the better for all of us. The longer I stick around.
Just curious, after we spoke the other day, a couple of the things were, maybe Mark Coleman wrapping the belt around the winner of this, and $300,000 bonuses. Any word on either of those things might happen from what you've heard?
Oh, I haven't asked. I won't ask nobody. I think the $300,000 thing is a little bit far fetched, but I think $100,000 is probably hopefully going to happen. They did it for UFC 100. Can't see why. We're all making a lot more money now than from UFC 100. So I think 100 G's is good for every finish on the card.
Justin, down here to your right, and you fought a lot of high caliber fighters throughout your career. Where does Max Holloway rank on this?
Tony Ferguson, Dustin Poirier, Cowboy Cerrone. These guys are all, future Hall of Famers. So it's huge. It's huge for my legacy. It's huge for my resume. I've been watching this guy. I'm older than him, but I was watching him way before I ever thought about being in the UFC. And yeah, this is the guy that I looked up to. So it's cool to see how far I've come and where hard work will get you.
I remember after your interim title, you didn't really want anything to do with this BMF. Not to say that you're parading around everywhere with you, but obviously you hold it seemingly in high regard.
Yeah.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Again, I think it's awesome. I wouldn't, if I didn't have the respect of the company that I fought for, I would not be in this position. That's what I'm most proud of, and also the fans. The fans respect it. The fans in turn respect me. It adds a little bit more of a spectacle to my fights, and this is the entertainment business. So, I like that much.
Over here, Justin. Back to the shorts. Do you think Bryce Mitchell should be upset or proud for paving the way of fighting custom shorts and how easily you guys got him for this guy?
I don't think it was easy. I've been working a long time for this, but yeah, I don't know. Sure, I'll give him credit. I like it. I like his camo shorts.
Justin, you win on Saturday night, spectacular finish right over there, and you're right. Justin, you win on Saturday night in spectacular fashion, and for some reason they don't honor the title bout next. What is it? Just next man up, or is there someone in mind?
No, there's going to be two contenders coming out of this fight night. This pay-per-view. The winner of Sodiq and Oliveira is going to be a contender, and the winner of the Holloway and myself is going to be a contender. I believe Makhachev is going to fight at least twice this year, and so I think we'll both fight him.
Are you looking forward to any of the fights in the card besides yours?
I'm a huge fan of the sport. I don't wish that I'm on it, but if I wasn't on the card, I would certainly be in attendance, and there would be. I love fights. I love fighting, and I love watching fights. I love the atmosphere. I love that people understand what they're going to get when I walk out, and the atmosphere kind of changes. I can feel the intensity shift, and I love being there.
Justin, have you gotten out to the Vegas links? Golf?
A specific golf club?
Oh, no.
No, I played Cascada and I played Rio Seco while I was here last Thursday and then Sunday, and then unfortunately I have to do a bunch of interviews, so I can't golf these days.
How'd you hit it?
Not bad. I shot a 93 and a 90. My swing is disgusting, but I shoot well.
Obviously, adding back to that stacked list of opponents you have faced in your career. And I know you want the crack at the title next, but before you do hang it up, whenever that is there any other guy you want to face and say, yeah, I faced him and it's my stacked list of opponents?
I'm a quarter mile at a time kind of guy. I do not look too far ahead. I honestly have no clue what the future holds. I don't usually plan on being alive the day after my fight, so hopefully I'm there on Sunday.
Obviously, big marquee fight week here before UFC 300. So I guess what are the emotions now that fight camp's over and you just gotta make weight and then fight on Saturday?
It's great for the opportunity. It's been 18 months. Excited to get back in there.
So kind of going off of that, physically, how long did it take to get comfortable to get back in there and first kick and actually feel like, all right, I can get back to full camp?
Say about 4 to 6 months, but yeah, it was just pretty quick. But they say it's like honeymoon phase and being healthy, and you're really not as healthy as you feel. So just had to listen to professionals and go off the timeline that they recommend.
When they came to you for 18 months and they still wanted you at UFC 300, that kind of give you a boost of confidence in how the promotion views you.
Yeah, I'm always grateful. I'm grateful for every opportunity they give me, and I was excited when they were coming to Boston in August, although I know that had been 8 months post-op. But it's a good way to just jumpstart, the comeback. Things work out the way they do for a reason, and I feel like the timing's right for UFC 300. Such an historic card. It's an honor to be a part of.
They came to with Aljamain to welcome him to the featherweight division. A New Yorker, obviously, Boston guy, so there's obviously built a rivalry there. I guess did that get you even more excited that they were still giving you these former champions after 18 months?
Yeah, definitely. Big opportunity fighting a former champ. Just if you want to be great, you want big moment opportunities, those are the guys you got to compete against. And I'm grateful to have another opportunity to step in there against a high-level opponent and show why I'm one of the best in the division.
And when he wasn't bantamweight, obviously he cut a lot of weight to get down there. He was just one of the physically bigger 135ers. Do you think his grappling can translate to 145 pounds?
I mean, I'm planning to fight the best out of Aljamain Sterling. That's what I'm talking on. So in my mind, he's gonna be at his best version, and I'm prepared to go wherever the fight takes me.
In terms of the division, what do you make of kind of the development since your last fight got the champion? Back-to-back knockouts. Brian Ortega's back in the win column. So what do you make of 145 pounds?
To me, it's great to see the movement within the division, just that they're competing again. I think 7-4. I think Yair was dealing with either a suspension or just not fighting for a few years, get some issues, and then Ortega being injured, myself being injured. There's a little bit of hold up and bottlenecking at the top of the division, so it's good to see some movement. And, yeah, it's great to see.
Final two for me. Can I get your thoughts on both the main event and then the BMF fight between Justin and Max?
Main event and the people's main event? Oh, man, I'm excited for both. I hope that our fight gets over with soon enough that I can go back. I'm hopeful I have a chance to just watch it with nobody interrupting. Man, I'm really excited about both matchups.
Calvin Pereira, what's going on?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing well. So obviously a lot of time off when you talk about the injury and all that. Anything in particular you kind of worked on since we last saw you? Because obviously it's not like you're sitting on the couch. Anything you're looking to maybe showcase on Saturday?
Just an updated version of myself.
every time I step in there, I'm always looking to do that. So nothing new this time around.
Sterling had referenced that you two had trained together when you were amateurs or something like that. What do you remember about that?
I was basically an amateur. I never fought an amateur. I went pro right off the bat. But the time he's referencing, that was forever ago, and made a trip out to Portland, New York, I want to say, and trained with the Bomb Squad guys. It was a cool experience. They had very brief, and I don't even know if we really trained together at that one. We were in the same gym, and credit to New England MMA, kind of seeing itself at the highest level here at UFC 300 Saturday.
It's been almost 4 years since your last 3-round fight. Is the preparation any different? Just to maybe because again, you got to get it done within 3 rounds, right?
Yeah, just getting going early and being disciplined for 17 minutes.
Any golf in between the last time we saw you compete and after that? Have you been getting in the range at all?
No time for golf with the comeback coming up, but on the back end, I'm really looking forward to changing pace and getting some rounds. I'm sure I can't wait.
No, just last one for me. We've got a new champ, obviously, Ilia Topuria. I know it's a bit of a ways away, but just looking at your style and his, 2 really good strikers, just how excited are you for sort of this new regime at 145?
Yeah, credit to him. He made that fight look relatively easy, although we all know the level of opponent that the former champ is. So that's credit to Topuria for getting the job done like that. But it's just great to see movement within the division, and I'm excited to go out Saturday and stake my claim where I belong amongst the top of it.
Just a quick one. You're not only one of the world's best at 145, but you're also a CEO and president of 5 promotion, Combat Zone. So for you, how was that balance like, and what's your favorite part about it?
And thanks for asking me. I'm showing next month after the fight. And it really, the best thing I can say about that is having a great team around you. It's not even just in my personal fighting, but for Combat Zone. I didn't have a team around me for my personal fighting, I wouldn't be at this level. And I'm sure as I wouldn't be able to focus on this as well, having a show next month if I have a great team at Combat Zone. So it's really motivating and reinvigorating when I get to be at the show next month where I made my pro debut, and fought 9 times for it. It just puts things into perspective. And if it wasn't for Combat Zone, I wouldn't be in the UFC. It was the only promotion in New Hampshire, longest running in New England. So a lot of the New England greats came out of that company, and I feel a lot of pride in carrying the torch and just providing a stage for the local guys to get the opportunity that I have in front of me now to show it's possible for the New England guys to get to the next level.
Any names that you think we'll see soon in the UFC?
Definitely. Nick Fiore, a big Combat Zone guy. He did get his shot not too long ago. You'll see him back soon. Tom Pagliarulo, he's another up-and-coming guy. These guys have fought main events for us several times back to back. Connor Matthews just fought a couple weeks ago. He did looking for a fight with Dana for us at the Encore last year, and it's great to see him get his shot. And Brendan Marat, another kid. It's good to just see these guys who are racing our octagon and making their opportunity to get to the next level. And I'm just happy to play a small role in that. And it's great to see, man. It's my coach manager Tyson Charlie talks about it too. It's almost more fulfilling being on that end, making people's dreams or being a small part of their dreams coming true, man. It's a great experience.
Calvin over here. Calvin, I'm just a really big fan of your skits that you did recently with Tommy Guarino. I love your little Rocky moment at the deli. Can you just talk about being a part of that and, just have some fun and just the comedy side of entertainment?
Yeah, those guys are good shit, man. Shout out to Tommy and Prosciutto Papi. I love me some prosciutto too after this fight, but those guys, man, they're doing their thing. It was great to be out there, be a part of that. We were promoting Valentine's Day promo for the upcoming Combat show, the past one, and man, those guys are professional but funny as hell, and they're only growing, man. It's great to see. I like supporting just New England guys, and girls. Just like to see New England people just rise, man. And I like to see the success. I like to get behind it, and yeah, those guys are right.
Do you feel like the Celtics will be able to win it all this year?
I think so, for sure, man. They got a hell of a team. If not this year, then when, right? Yeah, I'm really excited for the season they have. Hopefully I can catch a game, man. Just when you get these fights coming up, it's tough to tap at anything else. But on the back end, man, I'm a big fan of New England sports. And even just watching where the UFC's at, people, like to think it's a Las Vegas-based company, or the headquarters are out here, but its roots are in New England. So great to see just the growth of everything coming from our area, and proud to be a part of it.
Calvin, way here in the back. To your left.
Yes, sir.
We have a lot of tape on Aljamain. You've been able to see a lot of it. Are you expecting the same Aljamain at 145 pounds or different?
I'm expecting the best version of Aljamain that presents itself on Saturday, but I don't see him changing things up because I don't think he really has to. It's worked for him well, to get to the point he's at in his career. But I'm sure they'll have things in mind on how to take me out, but I got things in mind for him as well. We'll see who gets theirs off on Saturday night.
Thank you.
Calvin, this is your first 3-round fight since UFC 249. So I guess how was training camp? Was it not as not working on the cardio as much, or were you still a beast in there?
No, I dog it every single camp, man. I push myself harder than anybody can push me. Almost to my detriment, man. Being this experience at this point in my life, I try to listen to my body and pull back when I can, but that's always the issue. It's never putting in the work. And I always say, if I ever fall short, it's not because I work hard enough.
What's up with the Patriots?
What is it?
What's up with the Patriots?
Next question.
Xiaonan. Obviously, you've been in some pretty massive fight weeks, but it doesn't get much bigger than UFC 300. So I guess what are the emotions now? Fight is over, make weight, fight.
Obviamente você já teve vida em inúmeros eventos e eventos sensacionais do UFC, mas esse UFC 300 de qual é a emoção agora? Você só falta bater o peso e.
Cara, de verdade, feliz demais pelo que aconteceu. Já não tem como ser falou, grandes eventos, mas um evento como esse, que é um evento mágico, um evento que fala muito daquilo que eu falamos sobre deixar um legado, com certeza isso aqui não vai ser parado.
Very happy, as you said, one of numerous events, but you're talking about an event like this, magical and something that we always talk about, which is actually a legacy. This cannot be erased.
When they came to you with Arman, get you excited or excited to just have a fight in general? And what do you make of all the things that Arman's been saying about you leading up to this fight?
Quando surgiu o casamento da luta e te ofereceram o Arman, você ficou empolgado pelo fato de que era o Arman, você ficou empolgado com o fato de que era uma luta, que ia lutar, e o que você pensa de uma maneira geral do que o Arman tem falado?
Na realidade, no contexto geral, por ele, por essa propulsão que ele vem trazendo, esse boom que ele vem levando, que é um novo garoto, então isso aqui é bom para mim, né, por ser um evento como esse. Então, na realidade, é um algo gigante. Sobre o que ele fala, na realidade, eu não ligo. É mais um que se falaram, todos que eles se falaram, vocês viram o que aconteceu.
Actually, it's like a general concept. The fact that he is coming up as an up-and-comer in the organization, that he's kind of been in the boom, and it's taken more, the different proportions, a fight with him, what's at stake as well, and also just to be in an event like this and be part of this event, this organization. As for what he said, I mean, everyone has said, people have said this many times. Look at what happened.
He was also in here, and when we asked him if it was actually personal, and he said he's just trying to sell the fight. It's not actually personal. So what do you make of like he doesn't necessarily believe what he's saying. He's just trying to, build interest in fighting fans.
Quando ele esteve aqui mais cedo para contar várias coisas, ele falou, eu só estou tentando vida, não é nada pessoal, e eu acho que eu só quero aumentar o interesse.
Com certeza, isso eu aprendi. São 14 anos aqui dentro. Alguns deles falam para tentar vender, alguns falam para tentar ir para frente. Na verdade, para mim não faz diferença nenhuma. Eu só vendo a luta de uma forma. Depois que fecha o cage. Depois que fecha o cage, eu vendo a luta. Você sabe como que é. Eu só ando para frente. Sou um leão lá dentro caçando.
I think this is something I mean, it's 14 years here, so I completely understand. Some people sell the fight in a different way. Some people are going to say things, and it doesn't matter. Like, I saw the fight in just one way. That door closes, I'm a lion. That's my style. So,
I'm curious if you saw, he did a fan Q&A in Miami for UFC 299, and a lot of the fans antagonized him. They were very pro Charles, so Charles is going to choke you out, Charles is going to do this to you. They didn't have any positive things to say, so I'm curious, do you see these fans that even though he trains in Miami, they're still on your side?
Quando estava na coletiva de imprensa nos eventos que teve